Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Abondened and was raised by Minerva? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The little boy ran as fast as his feet could carry him, his little stuffed bear held tightly in his left hand. They had found him again, the monsters had managed to find him, and once again. He was forced to run for his life, terror etched on his face as red and green lights shot over his head. Potter! One of the monsters roared as it fired another green light from the stick he was holding and missed the boy by inches, making the boy cry out and quickly round a corner into a nearby alley, only to stop in horror as he realized that he had run into a dead end. As the boy turned around, he saw the monsters enter the alley, and his little heart began to race. He didn't know why these monsters kept coming after him or why they wanted to hurt him so severely. All he knew was that from the moment he had run away from his aunt and uncle's house, they had repeatedly chased him down, and only by sheer luck had he managed to escape them each time. Still, it looked his luck had finally run out as the two began to slowly enter the alley, raising their sticks as they did. As they slowly approached him, the boy shrunk back until, at last, he felt his back press against the wall. And his eyes widened in terror at the monsters. They both wore strange black outfits and had scary-looking silver faces with strange symbols and lines on them. "Nowhere to run now, Potter," one of the monsters said in a deep voice which made the boy tremble and clutch his bear. "Please don't hurt me," the boy whispered as the monsters finally stopped. "I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry." "Too late for that, I'm afraid," the second monster sneered as it raised its stick. "This is vengeance for our master." With a cry of terror, the boy hugged his bear as tight as he could and squeezed his eyes shut. A single thought echoing through his head. "Please save me from the monsters, Teddy." A second later, the boy felt a strange sensation, as though he was being squeezed through a very small space. As the feeling grew, he heard the monsters roar in anger before the cry simply disappeared, and the sensation stopped. When the boy finally opened his eyes, he gasped in surprise at what lay before him. The alley was gone, as were the two monsters. In their place was a large open field that stretched as far as he could see, which wasn't very far considering how dark it was. With the moon being the only light he could see. With a cry of happiness, the boy hugged his bear tight and whispered, "Thank you, Teddy." With a final sigh of joy, the boy spun around and saw to his surprise that there was, in fact, another light besides the glow of the moon. It shimmered far ahead, and with a final hug of his bear, the little boy set his face into a determined expression and began to walk towards it. Albus Dumbledore sighed wearily as he read the latest letter from the ones whom he had sent searching. There was still no sign of Harry after almost 2 weeks, and Dumbledore was beginning to lose hope that the boy was even still alive at this point, for how could any 5-year-old survive for 2 weeks on his own? As Dumbledore reread the letter again, he felt anger and despair course through him in equal measure at the thought of what poor Harry must have gone through with the Dursleys to make him so desperate as to run away in the first place. When Dumbledore had visited them and demanded to know where the boy was, Vernon Dursley had sneered and said that it wasn't his concern anymore and he hoped the freak never returned. It had taken a great deal of control to keep Dumbledore from throttling the Muggle. Then, as soon as he had returned to Hogwarts, Albus had immediately written to several members of the Order of the Phoenix, and asked for their help in locating the boy as quickly as possible while at the same time being as discreet as possible to prevent word of Harry running away from leaking out. Placing the paper onto his desk, Albus slowly rose and walked to his pet phoenix, who was dozing on its perch. As gently as he could, Albus stroked the bird, making it open its eyes and stare at him as though guessing Albus' thoughts. It had been Albus, who had left Harry with those vile muggles 4 years ago, at the time he had thought Harry would be safe and loved, knowing now that he had been the victim of such horrible abuse that the boy decided to run away, broke Albus' heart. "Please let him be alive," Albus whispered to anything which might be listening. "I failed Lily and James, I cannot fail young Harry as well." The boy smiled despite his exhaustion as he came over the last hill and saw from where the light had originated. He was exhausted after walking for so long, but at the same time was curious as to where he was and what the light was for that matter. Gazing down from the hill, the boy saw that the light was from a strange-looking house that looked as if it had a second house built on top of it and a third on top of that. As the boy looked at the home, he giggled at the silliness of it. It just seemed so strange to him. As the boy slowly approached, he could hear noises from inside the building and gripped his bear tighter. "Careful, Teddy," the boy whispered as he edged closer. "There might be more monsters here." When the boy had finally approached the window, he slowly gripped the windowsill and peeked inside. As he did so, his eyebrows rose in surprise at the scene playing out before him. A large red-headed woman was currently scolding 2 young boys who appeared to have the same face, while 2 older boys were sitting at a table eating cookies and laughing at something that a little girl was saying. Another boy was sitting across from the cookie eaters, reading a book. As the little boy watched the 2 boys eat more cookies, he felt his stomach growl painfully and winced with hunger. "They don't look like monsters, Teddy," the boy thought as he continued to watch the family. He was sure they were a family at this point, based on the fact that they all had the same fiery red hair. "Who are you?" a voice behind the boy suddenly said, making the boy freeze with sudden fear. As slowly as he could, the boy lowered himself to the ground and turned around to see another red-headed boy staring at him with surprise and carrying a broomstick. Before the little boy could answer, the redhead yelled out, "Mum, Dad, there's a stranger out here." The little boy's eyes went wide with terror as the door bolted open and the woman came hurrying out, followed by her children. She stopped when she saw the boy and her eyebrows rose in surprise before she calmly said, "Hello there, little boy, what are you doing out here all alone?" The boy shook as they approached him warily, and with a sudden explosion of activity, the boy tried to escape only to run headlong into another red-head adult and fall to the ground with a painful oomph. As the boy fell, his bear flew out of his hand and landed next to the woman, who calmly bent and picked it up, making the boy cry out in sudden terror. "Please, no," he cried, tears beginning to fall from his eyes. "Please don't hurt Teddy, don't hurt my friend, please." The woman quickly moved towards the boy and handed the bear to him. With a soft voice, she said, "It's okay, little boy, no one is going to hurt your friend, I promise." The boy hugged his bear tight as the others slowly approached, each eyeing the boy warily. "Molly, who is he? Where did he come from?" the red-head adult asked the woman as he came up next to her. "I don't know, Arthur," the woman replied. "A child from the village, perhaps." "What's your name, little boy?" the one called Molly asked as she knelt down to look at him. "Freak," the boy sniffed sadly. Instantly, the woman's eyes went hard, and the boy hugged his bear tighter. "Freak, who called you that?" Molly asked in an angry voice that made the boy shake. "Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon," the boy said softly. "They said I was a freak whenever strange things happened." Molly turned to look at Arthur, anger written across her face, which was returned in his. The children, however, looked shocked at this and began to inch closer to the boy, who was quietly crying into his bear. "Is everything all right out here?" an older red-headed boy asked as he walked out of the house. Instantly, the boy paled as he saw what the redhead was holding. It was a stick, the same as the monsters who had chased him in the alley. The little boy began to shake as he realized he had walked right into a nest of monsters and now he was trapped. Molly saw that something was wrong almost immediately and quickly leaned forward to see what was the matter when the little boy swung his bear at her. "No more monsters. Go away," the little boy cried, tears running down his face. Instantly, the woman jumped out of the way, while the boy's breathing became more and more panicked, making Molly pale with worry. "He's having a panic attack," Arthur said suddenly as the boy's chest heaved violently. Molly drew her wand to try and calm the boy, but upon seeing it, the boy let out a shriek of terror and promptly collapsed. "What happened?" Percy asked as he approached the child who was currently being held in his mother's arms. I don't know. He acted like he's afraid of wands or something, Bill replied as he stowed his in his pants pocket. Ginny shyly approached her mother as the boys talked and bent to pick up the boy's bear that had fallen from his grip when he collapsed. With tender care, she placed the bear in the boy's arms, receiving a gentle nod from her mother as a result, before falling back to get a good look at him. All of you inside, now, Molly said quickly as she turned to her children. Mum, can't we? Bill began before he was cut off by Molly. I said now, she thundered, making the kids turn tail and run back into the house. Arthur, come and look at this, Molly said softly as she held the boy, as Arthur approached. His eyes went wide at what Molly was showing him. Across the boy's forehead was a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt. It can't be, he said as the realization of who the boy was slowly coursed through him. It is, Arthur, Molly answered, just as surprised as he at who they were looking at. It's Harry Potter. I must flow Dumbledore immediately. Arthur said, he needs to be informed that Harry has been found. Found? What do you mean found? Molly asked angrily instantly. Arthur's ears turned red with embarrassment at keeping it a secret from Molly. Well, you see, dear, Arthur Weasley, you tell me this minute or so, help me. Molly thundered, making Arthur turn an even more impressive shade of red. Dumbledore sent out word to the Order that Harry had run away from his aunt and uncle's place a fortnight ago. He's had a scouring all of England for the boy ever since. Molly's eyes went wide with surprise before they seemed to glow with rage. 2 weeks. The boy has been missing for 2 weeks. She raged, making Arthur shrink inwardly. Why did he run away in the first place? Molly demanded as she began to stroke the boy's hair gently. According to Dumbledore, the muggles he was left with were cruel to the boy, and he ran away, Arthur mumbled quickly. It was impressive how red Molly's face became at the words until her face was almost as red as her hair. And in a deadly whisper, she replied, "Get Dumbledore here, now." Molly turned and stalked into the house without another word, Arthur slowly following close behind. Dumbledore stood stock still as Molly thundered at him an impressive series of curses, oaths, and invectives. 2 bloody weeks, Albus. The boy has been all alone and scared for 2 damn weeks, and just what were you doing about it? Well, my dear woman, Albus said calmly, the moment I heard about Harry's disappearance, I immediately sent out word for others to find him. A lot of good that did. Molly raged. My dear, you must see that I did everything in my power to find him, Albus said desperately. The better question is how he managed to make it all the way out here by himself. We are many hundreds of miles from the home of his aunt and uncle. When Arthur Weasley had flowed Albus that Harry Potter had just shown up at his home, Albus thought his heart would burst with happiness at the boy being found alive. But that had quickly turned to fear in the wake of Molly Weasley's wrath as she demanded to know how exactly Albus had failed so spectacularly in keeping an eye on the boy. It was quite impressive. He noted wryly, how though he towered over her, she still made him feel small. Do you even know what I found when I got him inside? Dumbledore, Molly demanded, and at this point, she looked as though she were going to start crying. Bruises, scars, all across his body. Some bastard has been torturing the poor boy for years now, and you allowed it to happen. Albus' mouth dropped open at the words, and he felt as though all he wanted to do was disappear into the floor. I thought his mother's family would take care of him, that they would love him like one of their own, Albus said in a small voice. His head dropping in despair. I never expected them to so torture the boy. You should have, Dumbledore, Arthur said. He had been sitting on the couch since Albus' arrival and had wisely chosen to keep quiet until this point as his wife vented her anger upon Albus. You know what Lily thought about her sister and her husband, Arthur continued. He should have been sent somewhere else. Somewhere he would have been better cared for. At this, Molly nodded her head angrily in agreement and opened her mouth as though to continue her tirade when Albus cut her off. The wards I created to protect Harry required him to be raised by a blood relative. Petunia is the only one he has. I left him there to protect him. Does he look protected to you? Arthur demanded as he rose from the couch. The boy thought we were monsters, Albus. He was so terrified when he saw Bill's wand that he had a panic attack and fainted. Now, why would he be so afraid of AW? And unless he was hurt by someone using one. Albus felt even worse at the words and suddenly found that he had no voice to respond to the glares of anger he was receiving from both Molly and Arthur. You think he met with some Death Eaters? Molly asked, turning to Arthur, who nodded grimly. It would explain why he is so terrified of anyone wielding a wand. So not only did you allow Harry to be abused, you most likely nearly got him killed as well. Molly growled at Albus, who was looking broken at the words. I am so sorry for my failure to keep the boys safe. I may never forgive myself for it. The apology seemed to calm the two Weasleys a little. Molly certainly didn't look as angry as she had a moment ago. Before either of them could say anything, Albus continued. I will send Madame Pomfrey tomorrow for a full evaluation of Harry's injuries, and then we can discuss what will happen to the boy. He certainly cannot go back to his family. Absolutely not, Molly growled. Not after what they have done to him. Albus nodded sadly before turning to take his leave. I will see you both tomorrow. Then, Albus said sadly before he spun around and disappeared on the spot. After he had gone, Molly slowly walked to her son Bill's room. He had graciously said they could place Harry in there for the night, and he would sleep in his brother Charlie's room, which Molly had gratefully accepted. As she entered the room, the first thing she saw was little Harry clutching his bear as tight as he could. Thankfully still asleep after the events of earlier, carefully she sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at him. Noticing with sadness how skinny he was and how he seemed to twitch in his sleep, she gently stroked his hair and the touch seemed to calm the boy as he stopped twitching and nuzzled his bear. Making Molly smile sadly. No one will ever hurt you again, Harry, she said softly. I promise, you'll never need to be scared again. Author's note. I have often wondered, why Albus Dumbledore would leave Harry with such vile and cruel people like the Dursleys, and what kind of life would Harry have had if he had been raised with a family that loved him instead. As I was banging my head on the wall, trying to find inspiration for my other fanfic, this story suddenly popped into my head. Strange how that happens, huh? I'm only planning on writing until Harry turns 11, if people like the story. I might keep going, but for now, I've only got the story figured out up to the point that Harry steps on the train. I hope you enjoy Harry's new, and I promise, and happier life. Harry Potter is owned by J.K. Rowling and Universal Studios. I claim no ownership over it. The next morning when Molly entered Bill's room, the first thing she noticed was that the room seemed too quiet. As she opened the curtains, she turned and saw with alarm that the bed was empty and was about to run out when she heard a whimper coming from under the bed. Slowly she bent down and Dee looked to see Harry staring at her with wide eyes, his bear clutched tight in his grip. Hello Harry, Molly said softly, my name is Molly Weasley. Would you like to come out? Harry whimpered and tried to shuffle back but stopped when he found he had no more room. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry, Molly said softly, extending her hand towards him. Instantly, the boy flinched away from her hand. And Molly felt tears prick the corners of her eyes at the thought of what he must have experienced to be so afraid. I know you're afraid, Harry, Molly said soothingly, her hand still extended to him. But I promise you need have no fear of me. I'm not going to hurt you, nor will I allow anyone else to. After a few moments of tense silence, Harry spoke in a scared whisper. Why do you keep calling me Harry? Molly's heart broke at the question, and she had to focus on not crying as she answered. Because that's your name, sweetie, Harry Potter. Harry's eyes seemed to widen at the revelation, and he frowned in thought before replying in the same scared voice. That's not when my aunt and uncle said. Molly felt anger course through her at the words, and before she could stop herself, she replied severely. Your aunt and uncle were vile people, Harry. You should never have been placed with them in the first place. Molly was going to say more but stopped when she saw how scared she had made Harry, and with a sad sigh, she said in a much calmer voice, I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to scare you. I knew your mummy and daddy, and I know they would have been very disappointed too. Oh no, that you had been given to your aunt and uncle. Harry's eyes widened at that, and he replied in a soft voice, you knew my mummy and daddy. I did, yes, Molly replied with a smile, I can tell you about them if you'd like. But first you have to come out, is that okay? Harry looked at her in tense silence for a few moments as though trying to decide if he should trust her, when he finally spoke. Are you a monster? He asked, making her smile sadly at the thought of those he must have encountered beforehand. Of course not. Do I look like one? She asked, trying to give the warmest smile she could. No, Harry answered softly, but you've got a stick, just like the one the other monsters had who tried to hurt me. Molly lowered her hand to her apron where her wand was poking out and slowly pulled it out to show Harry, who flinched and again tried to shuffle back away from her. Seeing his reaction, Molly had to again fight back the tears as she answered. This is called a wand, Harry, she said as she placed it on the floor in front of her. It's what witches and wizards use to perform magic. Harry's eyes widened at the words, and Molly hoped that she was beginning to earn his trust. Like the fairy godmother? Harry asked. Yes, just like that, Molly answered, not understanding what he was talking about but glad that he seemed less afraid of her. I used to dream about a fairy godmother coming to rescue me like she did for Cinderella, but she never came, Harry said sadly, breaking Molly's heart despite not understanding them. I'm so sorry, Harry, Molly said. Had I known what you were being subjected to, I would have come and gotten you myself. The monsters had wands. Then, as a tear ran down his cheek, they chased me every day and tried to hurt me, but Teddy saved me. Harry hugged his bear affectionately at that, and Molly smiled at him before a sad expression took over. Unfortunately, Harry, not all those who practice magic are good, some are very bad. But I promise that I am not one of those, nor is anyone here. We all simply want to protect you and keep you safe if you let us. Harry stared at her for another minute before he began to slowly shuffle towards her, making her smile as she took his hand gently. There we go, sweetie, Molly said soothingly as she helped him. Now let's go downstairs, and I'll introduce you to everyone, and we'll get you a spot of breakfast. Does that sound good? Harry nodded slowly and took Molly's hand. She led him downstairs to the dining room, where the rest of the Weasleys were enjoying their breakfast while chatting about their new arrival. I can't believe it, Fred said excitedly, we've got Harry Potter staying in our house. It really is brilliant, to be sure, George added as he wolfed down his second bit of toast. How long do you think he'll be staying? Percy asked out loud as he lifted his eyes from his book. As long as he needs to, came the reply from Molly as she entered the room, holding Harry's hand gently and making the table jump up excitedly. Hello, I'm Fred, Fred cried out as he raced towards the boy. And I'm George, a pleasure to meet you, Harry, George said, racing alongside his brother to be the first to greet the famous boy they had heard so many stories about. Rather than answer, Harry let out a squeak of fright at the sudden movement and dove behind Molly for protection, making the twins frown in confusion as Molly gently coaxed Harry forward. It's okay, Harry, she said softly, these are my sons, and they're not going to hurt you, they just wanted to say hello, is all. Harry slowly nodded at Molly and, after a few moments of tense silence, replied in a mumbled voice. Hello, my name is Harry Potter apparently, though I'm used to being called Freak. You can call me that if you like. They absolutely will not, Molly said, giving both boys a stern look before turning to Harry, who had flinched at her and now stood stock still with fright, with a sad sigh. Molly leaned down and placed her hands on Harry's shoulders, noticing with even greater sadness the way he flinched at her touch, and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Listen to me, Harry, your name is not Freak. You are not a freak in any way, shape, or form, do you understand? Your aunt and uncle should never have called you that, and so long as you are under my roof, I promise that you will never be called that again by anyone. Okay. Harry looked at her tearfully for a moment before nodding, bringing a smile to Molly's face. Good, now let's introduce you to everyone and get you set up, you must be hungry. Quote, at the mention of food, Harry's stomach gave a loud rumble that made everyone laugh and brought a grin to Harry's face. Molly pulled out a chair next to the he called George and picked him up to sit in it. You've already met my twins, Fred and George, Molly said as she began to pile Harry's plate with eggs and meat. The little girl next to you is my youngest, Ginny. And next to her reading is Percy. Both Weasleys nodded at Harry, who was trying to remember the names but was transfixed by the food in front of him. He had never been allowed to eat as much before and was sure there had been some mistake in Molly giving it all to him. The two on the other side of you are named Charlie and Bill. Bill is my eldest, the two across from Harry flash. Ed him a smile which Harry tried to return but only managed a weak grin. The last one is Ron, whom you met last night, Molly concluded as she added toast to Harry's plate. Harry looked across and remembered Ron as the boy he had seen last night holding the broomstick. And this is my husband, Arthur, Molly added as she sat down next to an adult who gave Harry a warm smile. Hello, Harry, Arthur said. It's a pleasure to have you here. Hello, everyone, Harry mumbled softly, it's nice to meet you all. Smiles and hellos followed his words before everyone began to return to their breakfast, and the chatter resumed. So tell us, Harry, how'd you get here? Percy asked as he placed his book down and reached for a banana. Teddy saved me, Harry said softly as he stared at his food. I was being chased by monsters. And Teddy brought me here. Harry hugged his bear at that, and the table smiled at the action. Well, that was very noble of him. He should be rewarded, don't you think? Molly said with a warm smile. May I see him? Harry hesitated, and Molly gave him another warm smile. I won't hurt him, I promise, Molly said softly. After another minute of tense silence, Harry slowly reached out his hand to her and handed over his little bear, staring at her in worry as she examined it. The bear was a simple brown, the kind you could find in any store, with a tear in its GHT arm from which stuffing was protruding and its left eye missing. He looks like he could use a little fixing, Molly said as she gazed down at it. He used to belong to my cousin Dudley, Harry said softly. Still eyeing her warily in case she tried to hurt the bear, but he didn't like him because he was so small, so when Aunt Petunia threw him out and bought Dudley a bigger one, I rescued him from the trash and kept him safe. Molly nodded and gave Harry a smile, making the boy shift nervously. Well, seeing as how Mr. Teddy here saved your life, it seems only fair that he should be fixed up as a reward. Without another word, Molly placed the bear on the table and drew her wand, making Harry jump with fright at what she was about to do. Before he could say anything, however, Molly waved her wand over the bear. And Harry watched wide-eyed as its eye grew back and the tear on its arm magically disappeared. Here you go, Harry, Molly said as she handed the bear back to him. Harry stared at his bear for a moment in awe before giving it a hug and whispering, Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Molly choked back tears at the innocent display and said in a soft voice, You can call me Molly if you like, Harry. Mrs. Weasley makes me sound like an old lady. Molly winked at Harry at the last part, making Harry grin at her as he nodded. Now, eat up, Molly said as she poured the boy some orange juice. You're far too skinny. This is all for me? Harry asked as he stared at the plate in front of him, his eyes shining with tears. Well, of course, it is, dear boy, Arthur said happily. Surely your aunt and uncle fed you. Didn't they? Harry was silent for a moment, making Arthur's smile drop slightly before he asked. They did feed you, didn't they, Harry? Sometimes, Harry mumbled, if I finished all my chores. What chores? Molly asked, aghast at the words. I had to make breakfast for everyone and then clean the house. Whatever else they told me to, I wouldn't be allowed to eat if I didn't finish in time. Harry said sadly, making the table quiet with shock. They made you cook them breakfast? Molly asked in shock. You're just a boy, and they made you cook them breakfast? That's bloody awful, Bill said. And they made you cook and clean as well? Fred asked, his face pale at the news. They treated you like a bloody house elf. George added, his face equally pale. What kind of monsters would do that? Molly thundered, making Harry flinch. Molly, Arthur said softly, nodding his head at Harry, who looked terrified and like he was trying not to cry. Molly quickly rose from her chair and approached the boy who flinched away from her, making Molly inwardly scream with rage at the muggles who had so hurt this innocent boy for no other reason than their own prejudice. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm not mad at you. I'm angry with your aunt and uncle. They had no right to treat you like that. No child should ever be treated like that. Without another word, Molly enveloped Harry in a warm hug, making him gasp in surprise. I promise that you'll never have to worry about being treated like that again, Harry, Molly whispered as she gently stroked his hair. Now, let's get some food in you, okay? Molly pushed Harry's chair back into place with a nod and retook her own, watching happily as Harry began to slowly eat his eggs with pure happiness across his face. In contrast, the rest of her children began to ask him questions. After breakfast, Molly sent Harry outside with the other children to play while they waited for Dumbledore to arrive. "Keep an eye on him," Molly had told Bill. "Don't let him do anything too dangerous, understand?" Bill had nodded before extending his hand to Harry, who looked up at Molly for assurance that it was safe. After she nodded warmly at him that it was, Harry had cautiously taken Bill's hand and been led outside to join the others who were currently playing a game that involved a brown ball. Molly and Arthur had watched for a little while as the children tossed the ball back and forth, laughing as they did so, before George or Fred had given the ball to Harry and told him to run with it. After a few moments of indecision, Harry had taken off like a rabbit, smiling as the others chased him. "I can't believe what those muggles did to him," Arthur said sadly, forcing him to perform all those things just to eat. "It's disgraceful." Molly nodded her head angrily in agreement before replying in a growl. "If Dumbledore thinks that I'll allow him to send Harry back to them, he's got another thing coming. That's for sure." Before Arthur could respond, there was a loud, whooshing noise that made them turn towards their fireplace to see Dumbledore walking out of it, followed closely by another woman. "Good morning, Arthur." "Molly," Dumbledore said wearily. "Good morning, Albus," Arthur said quickly before turning to the woman at his side. "Good morning, Madame Pomfrey." "Good morning, Arthur." "Molly," Madame Pomfrey said softly, noticing Molly glaring at Dumbledore. "Is the boy ready for the examination?" "He's outside playing at the moment, but I'll go and fetch him for you, Poppy," Molly said curtly before disappearing out the front door. "I take it she's still mad at me?" Dumbledore asked as he watched her go. "It's worse than before, Albus," Arthur said quickly, during breakfast. "Harry told us about his life with the Muggles. He said he was forced to complete chores before eating. They treated him like a slave." "Albus." Dumbledore turned pale at the words, followed almost immediately by Madame Pomfrey, who had been listening to the conversation. "I can only imagine what his family put him through based on how he flinches every time someone tries to touch him," Arthur added sadly. A moment later, Molly returned, holding Harry's hand, and Dumbledore's heart sank at the sight. The boy was far too skinny, made worse by the overlarge clothes he was wearing. A barely faded bruise could be seen around the boy's neck as if someone had grabbed him there. His glasses were held together with a great deal of tape as though they had been broken many times before. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said in a sad voice. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. This is my friend Poppy Pomfrey. We'd like to examine you if that's all right with you." Harry quickly ducked behind Molly, making Dumbledore's heart break at the terror he saw in the boy's eyes. "It's okay, Harry," Molly said softly. "They just want to make sure you're not hurt, that's all." "They're not monsters?" Harry asked softly, making Molly shake her head. "No, they're good and want to help, and I promise I'll be right here through it all." "You won't leave?" Harry asked, looking up at Molly and making her bite back tears. "Never," she said simply as she flashed him a warm smile. Harry smiled back and allowed Molly to lead him to the living room, where she sat him down on the couch and slowly removed his shirt. As she did so, Molly heard the gasps of shock as Albus and Poppy saw the scars and half-healed bruises that littered his front. Harry immediately grew self-conscious and tried to grab the shirt back when Molly whispered, "It's okay, sweetie, just relax." Slowly, Harry lowered his arm and fixed his eyes on the floor as Madame Pomfrey set out a roll of parchment and quill. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the quill stood up on its own, much to Harry's surprise, and began to jot down notes as she traced her wand over him. After nearly 20 minutes of this, Poppy finally stopped and nodded that she was done. Molly's heart had almost broken as Harry was asked to turn around. She had seen the injuries the night before, but seeing them again was somehow worse than the first time. And as Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey saw the welts and bruises on his back, their eyes widened at the horror that the boy had had to endure. "Where did you sustain these injuries, Harry?" Dumbledore asked as Madame Pomfrey began to look at the list the quill had made. "Most of them came from Uncle Vernon," Harry mumbled as he looked at the floor, sniffing miserably. Harry had then explained, Ed why he'd gotten punished and why he deserved it, repeatedly calling himself a freak, much to the frustration of Molly and Arthur. Dumbledore seemed to lose a little more color with every word until, at last, he was as white as bone. "That's enough, Harry," Molly said gently as she pulled the shirt back over his head. "Why don't you rejoin the others outside, okay?" Harry nodded sadly and gripped Ed his bear tighter as he hurried out the door, leaving the adults alone. Molly was about to round on Dumbledore when she turned and saw the man slowly sink into a nearby chair, looking weaker than she had ever seen him. "What have I done?" Dumbledore said sadly. "That poor boy, and I'm the one who sent him to those monsters." "Albus," Arthur began before stopping, unsure what to say. "It wasn't your fault." "Then whose was it, Arthur?" Dumbledore asked in a broken voice. "It was my decision to send Harry to his aunt and uncle. I alone can be held responsible for what the boy has endured." Before he could say more, a slight cough interrupted them as Madame Pomfrey showed that she was ready. With a nod from Dumbledore to proceed, she began. "According to the diagnostic spells I performed, the boy has sustained extensive damage, though most of it lies on his back and buttocks." "How bad is it, Poppy?" Dumbledore asked. "Bad, Albus," Madame Pomfrey responded with a frown. "The boy has Br. Okay and several bones as well as received quite a lot of damage to his back and skull." Molly opened her mouth to respond, but Madame Pomfrey held up her hand to stop her. "The bones are no longer broken, Molly. If that is what you are worried about, it would seem that Mr. Potter has been healing himself without realizing it, and thank goodness for it, too, for the damage might have been much worse if that were not the case." "He's been healing himself?" Arthur asked incredulously. "Indeed," Madame Pomfrey said with a nod. "For quite some time now, it would appear. If I had to guess, I'd say that Mr. Potter has probably broken almost every bone in his body at least once. Were it not for his healing he would probably be dead." As she said the last word, Madame Pomfrey glared at Dumbledore, but he could not feel any worse if he tried to. "What do you suggest, Poppy?" Dumbledore asked softly. "I will be prescribing him the draught of dreamless sleep, for any pain he might have as well as some healing salves for his bruises. They will need to be administered every day until the boy is completely healed." Molly nodded quickly as Madame Pomfrey continued. "Also, his weight needs to be brought up as he is incredibly malnourished. But you must be careful not to overfeed him. His stomach won't be able to handle too much food at first, and if he overeats, he could cause himself further injury." "If I ever get my hands on those muggles," Molly growled, her face turning an impressive shade of red. Dumbledore chuckled at that for a moment before replying. "I'm sure it would be a grand sight to behold, Molly. Don't you try and butter me up, Albus Dumbledore, I'm still mad at you." Molly hissed, making Dumbledore chuckle sadly. "As well you should be, my dear. So what happens to Harry, now?" Arthur asked softly as he watched the children from the window. They were laughing as they chased Bill around the yard, and Arthur smiled as he saw Harry being pulled along by the twins. "Now, I must find Harry a new place to live," Dumbledore said softly as he joined Arthur. "Lily must have another living relative who would be willing to take the boy in." "And if there isn't one?" Molly asked as she too joined the group. Arthur putting his arm around her gently. "Then, my dear, I simply don't know what to do," Dumbledore said sadly. "I'll take him with me. He can stay at Hogwarts until I find him a new home." "You'll do no such thing," Molly hissed, turning on him. "He'll stay here for now." "Are you sure it will not burden you, Molly?" Dumbledore asked, making Molly turn red again. "I told that boy I would protect him. Albus, I will not have you make me a liar." Molly growled. "Very well, then," Dumbledore said softly, "then I shall return as soon as I have news." With a final bow at the Weasleys, Dumbledore turned and walked to the fireplace. Madame Pomfrey handed a large brown bag to Molly and patted her on the shoulder sadly before following. The pair were gone in a flare of green fire a moment later. Turning back to the window, the Weasleys watched happily as Harry laughingly ran with his bear in one hand and a ball in the other, chased by the rest of the children. "We must protect him, Arthur," Molly said sadly. "The boy has suffered enough." "We will, Molly Wobbles," Arthur said as he placed his arm around her again. "We will." Author's note: I'm not gonna lie, I did not think so many people would enjoy the first chapter. I'm amazed and honored that you all are enjoying it so much, and I promise I will give each chapter its due and make sure they are all as good as I can make them. To the guest who PM me asking if Molly will confront the Dursleys, I can say yes, it will happen but not yet. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Molly smiled sadly as she watched Harry sleep. His arm wrapped tight around his little bear. After Dumbledore had left, she had allowed the children to play and get to know one another for a few hours as she busied herself about the house, hoping that they would accept the little boy who had suddenly appeared in their lives. To her joy, it seemed that was indeed the case, as when she had called the children in for lunch, Harry had discovered that Bill had carved Harry's name into a chair at the table, making the boy stare at it in confusion for a moment before Bill explained. "It's all yours, Harry." The boy had looked close to tears as he replied, "All mine." "Yup," Bill had said with a smile, "no one else can sit there but you." Harry had rubbed his face quickly to try and hide the tears as he mumbled, "Thank you, Bill." Bill had beamed at the boy at that and lifted the boy up in a great hug, not noticing the way Harry had flinched as Bill picked him up, but Molly had, and it broke her heart even as she smiled at the little boy's joy at having something as simple as a seat with his name on it. After lunch, Molly had asked the kids to round up any clothes that no longer fit them or that they no longer wanted so she could give them to Harry so he wouldn't have to wear his cousins anymore. To her surprise, an avalanche of clothes was donated, ensuring that Harry would have clothes to wear for a long time to come. Most had come from Bill and Charlie. Though Ron had offered to give Harry his extra set of Chudley Cannon's pajamas, Molly had to fight back the tears at her son's innocent display of charity. After charming the clothes to resize to Harry, Molly had taken the boy upstairs to give him a bath and was alarmed at how afraid Harry had been of getting into the water until he had told her why. "Aunt Petunia used to hold me under," Harry had told the horrified Molly. "She said I was wicked and unnatural and that it would help make me better." Molly had taken Harry in a hug at that and held him for a while as he sobbed into her shoulder. "Am I wicked?" Harry had asked Molly softly, making her force the tears back as she answered, "No, sweetie, you are not. You are a decent, good, brave little boy. There isn't a wicked bone in your body." "I imagine. But my aunt and uncle," Harry began before he was cut off by Molly, "were wrong. Don't you worry about anything they told you, Harry. They were cruel and vile. And you never should have been placed with them in the first place, and as long as there's a breath in my body, I promise you'll never have to go back to them." "Never?" Harry had asked wide-eyed. "Never," Molly answered quickly as she stared the scared little boy in the eyes, willing him to believe her. Harry had given her another hug at that and then allowed her to put him into the tub, sitting as still as possible as she began to wash him as gently as she could. As she washed him, Molly saw with sadness how many white lines there were on the boy's body from scars and previous injuries and had to bite back the rage that threatened to break loose. How could his own family do this to him, she had thought angrily as she washed Harry's hair. Finally, with the boy nice and clean, Molly had dried Harry off, had him put on his new clothes, and run downstairs to play with Ron and Ginny while she prepared dinner. She had been worried about Ron the most, to be perfectly honest, fearing that he would be jealous of the attention Harry was getting, but to her delight, Ron and Harry seemed to get along just fine, laughing as they played war with Ron's army of tiny soldiers while Ginny cheered them on. As they sat down to dinner that night, Molly again noticed how skinny Harry was and how little he ate, much to her chagrin. "Harry dear, do you want some more?" she had asked the boy when he had finished his meager portion, frowning when he shook his head. "Okay, but if you get hungry later, let me know." "All right, darling," she had said warmly. "Okay, Molly," Harry replied with a smile that melted her heart instantly. Before anyone else could ask Harry anything else, the ghoul in the attic had caused a loud crash which had so frightened poor Harry that he had dived under the table. And it was several minutes before Molly was able to coax him back out. After dinner, the conversation turned to where would Harry sleep. Bill offered to continue to stay with Charlie, but Molly wouldn't hear of it. "We can't use your room forever, Bill," Molly said quickly after thanking him for his generosity. "I can sleep in the cupboard," Harry had answered. "That's where I slept when I lived with my aunt and uncle." The warmth in the room seemed to evaporate at Harry's words, and he looked at them in confusion as they stared at him in shock. "What?" Harry had asked after a moment. Harry, sweetie, Molly had said gently, lowering herself to his level, we're not going to make you sleep in a cupboard. That is no place for a boy to stay, and if I ever get my hands on those muggles. Molly dear, Arthur had said softly, bringing her up short. Why do you call them that? Harry had asked, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Because that's what they are, dear, Molly explained. Muggles are people who cannot use magic, people like your aunt and uncle. Am I a muggle? Harry had asked, making Molly laugh. Heavens, no, Harry, you are chock full of magic and will be a great wizard one day. Molly answered, bringing a smile of pleasure to the boy's face. Turning to Ron, Molly had asked, Ron, would you be okay with it if Harry stayed in your room for a little while? Ron, to her joy, had nodded so fiercely that Molly thought the poor boy's head would fly off and had run to Harry and embraced the boy in a great hug, not noticing the way Harry flinched, but again, Molly did. Before she put him to bed, Molly put a few healing salves on Harry's back. It took a great effort for her not to show any emotion as the poor boy winced despite how gentle she tried to administer them. When she was done, she gave the boy a long hug to ensure he didn't see her misty eyes. Now Harry and Ron were curled up next to each other, sound asleep. Its innocence made Molly want to weep as she saw how peaceful Harry looked. With a final sigh, Molly softly shut the door and made her way to bed. The first thing Molly noticed the following day as she came down the stairs was the smell of something burning. Suddenly afraid, she quickly made her way down the stairs to see Harry standing on a stool in front of the oven and struggling to make eggs, with a determined look on his face. Harry James Potter, what do you think you are doing? Molly yelled out, making the boy jump in fright and land on his butt on the floor. After quickly turning off the oven, Molly bent down to make sure Harry was all right and was alarmed to see him shaking with fear as tears began to run down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Molly, Harry sputtered as he rubbed his eyes. I was just trying to make breakfast for everyone. I didn't mean to make you mad. Quickly, Molly drew Harry into her embrace, gently stroking his hair as he sobbed into her shirt. Harry, it's okay, sweetie, she said softly, I'm not mad. I was just worried that you might hurt yourself, is all. You're far too young to be using the oven without supervision, dearie. But I used to make meals all the time for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Harry cried, making Molly frown as she remembered him telling her how he would cook for them. Well, you don't need to worry about that anymore, Harry, Molly said CKLY as Harry finally began to settle down. I don't, he asked, confused. No, dear, you don't, Molly clarified. I'll take care of making the meals. You just worry about being a good boy and doing the occasional chore. Okay, Molly, Harry replied with a smile. Now, why don't you wake up the others and have Bill show you how to collect eggs, okay? With a nod, Harry disappeared up the stairs, and Molly slowly got to her feet before turning to survey the oven. It's a miracle he didn't hurt himself, she thought as she pulled out her wand and began making breakfast. Poor boy is used to slaving away that he doesn't even realize that he's far too young to be doing it in the first place. Molly growled as she imagined how she would like to punish the muggles for treating such a kind boy in so beastly a manner. But it wasn't right, and she'd be damned before she allowed Harry to return there. You've never heard of Quidditch? Fred, or was it George? Asked Harry after breakfast as the children went outside to play. Harry shook his head quickly, making the twins' eyebrows rise in disbelief. That is completely unacceptable, Harry. The other twin said, come on, we'll teach you everything to know. You'll love it. Before Harry could reply, he was dragged away as the twins explained the game to him, Ron, Ginny, and Percy following close behind. Bill, honey, have you seen Harry? Molly asked as she came downstairs. Bill was sitting at the table, an open potion book and a roll of parchment in front of him. Not since breakfast, Mum, Bill replied, turning away from his homework. Last I saw, Fred and George were dragging him off somewhere. Molly paled at the revelation. Knowing her sons were born troublemakers, Bill immediately saw her reaction and smiled warmly at her. Mum, relax, I'm sure he's fine. Fred and George aren't as devious as everyone makes them out to be. Oh yes, they are. Molly countered with a grin, making Bill laugh as he turned back to his homework. "Bill, there's something I wanted to say to you, if you've got time, that is," Molly said as she pulled out a chair next to her eldest child. "Sure, Mum, what's up?" Bill replied as he set down his quill and turned to face her. "I just wanted to say how happy I am that you all have taken to Harry so well and that I'm grateful for it. The boy has been through a lot." "Yeah, I know, Mum," Bill said seriously, making Molly pause. "What do you mean, you know?" Molly asked softly. "Mum, I know," Bill replied, looking at her in the eye to ensure she knew what he meant. "How?" Molly asked softly, making Bill blush with embarrassment. "When Madame Pomfrey came over, and you took Harry inside, we were curious, so we kind of listened at the window." "You shouldn't have done that, Bill," Molly said sadly. "I know, Mum," Bill replied downcast, "but the kids should know, this way, they won't be too rough with Harry." "Is that why they're all being so nice to him?" Molly asked carefully. "Partly, but I think they actually like him and want him to like them back, honestly." "Well, he certainly does, that," Molly said with a laugh that made Bill grin in agreement. Before Molly could say anything else, Percy came bursting into the house looking extremely excited. "Mum, you've got to come see this, you're not going to believe it." Instantly Molly began to fret as she approached her son. "What is it? What's wrong?" she exclaimed as Percy tried to catch his breath. "It's Harry." Molly paled at the words and placed a hand on the table to steady herself. "What's wrong? Is he hurt?" Molly cried, rushing after Percy, who had disappeared out the door. "No, he's not hurt, he's amazing is what he is." "Look," Percy cried as they came to the field just outside the yard, Molly's blood went as cold as ice at what she saw. Fred and George were laughing with delight as they hovered at least 20 feet in the air on their broomsticks, throwing golf balls into the air. Harry was also laughing as he plunged towards the ground on another broomstick, Ron's, she imagined, and managed to catch each one before it hit the grass. Sitting on the ground close by, Ron and Ginny were apping with delight as the boy dived again and again without missing a single catch. "Harry James Potter, you come down here this instant," Molly screamed, panic in her voice as he rose back into the air after another catch that was far too close to the ground for comfort. Harry looked at her in sudden alarm and seemed to panic and lose his balance, for he promptly slid sideways off the broom and fell towards the ground. Molly let out a shriek of terror as the boy fell and quickly ripped her wand from her apron and pointed it at the clearly terrified child who was falling towards the ground, yelling, "Arresto momentum." Slowly Harry's speed decreased until he landed on the grass as softly as a feather, his face torn between terror and awe. "Are you all right?" Molly asked as she pulled the boy into a tight embrace before releasing him to look him over. "He's fine, Mum," Fred or George said as he landed his broom next to them. "Did you see how good he was at catching the golf balls? The kid's a natural on a broom, no doubt." Quote. Molly turned on the twin with a growl that left him speechless for a moment. "Harry has never even been on a broom before, and you thought it would be a good idea to teach him to dive bomb the ground. He could have been killed, Fred." "Actually, I'm George," the twin mumbled. "And I'm Fred," the other twin said as he landed next to Molly. "Now is not the time to test my patience. Harry could have been seriously injured, and you both know better." "Please don't be mad at them, Molly," Harry said softly, making her turn to him. "They were teaching me to play Quidditch and said I was a natural on a broom. It was a lot of fun." Molly's expression softened as she saw the genuine look of pleasure on the boy's face, and she gently bent down to give Harry another hug before replying. "I'm glad you're getting along with the other children, Harry, but what you did was very dangerous. I don't mind you flying, but from now on, I want either myself, Bill, or Charlie to keep an eye on you, okay? Does that sound fair to make sure you don't get hurt?" Harry nodded quickly, earning another warm smile from Molly before she turned back to the other children. "And as for the rest of you, no more flying for today. That's your punishment," Molly growled, hands on her hips. Groans of discontent followed this announcement before Molly fixed them all with a stern gaze, and they promptly went silent. "Your Auntie Muriel sent over some books last night. Why don't you all go read them instead of thinking of new ways to give me a heart attack?" Molly said with a grin, making the children laugh. Except Harry, who looked crestfallen. "What's wrong, sweetie?" Molly asked. "Don't you like to read?" "I don't know how to," Harry mumbled, making Molly's mouth drop open comically. "You don't know how to read? Your aunt and uncle never taught you? Surely you must have gone to school and been taught there." Harry shook his head as tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. "Never went to school. My aunt and uncle said freaks weren't allowed." Molly was rendered speechless. Even the other children looked shocked by the revelation that Harry had never been taught to read or write. Percy most of all. "Well, that is certainly something we shall have to rectify, isn't it?" Percy said pompously as he took Harry's hand and began to drag the boy towards the house. The rest of the children not far behind. "We'll start with the alphabet and go from there. With any luck, we'll have you familiar with the basics by tea time." "What does rectify mean?" Harry asked as he tried to keep up. Molly smiled as she watched the children go inside the house, though she felt the simmer of anger just beneath the surface as yet another crime was laid at the doorstep of Harry's family. With a final sigh of annoyance at the thought of the Muggles, Molly acioed the broomstick from where it still sat hanging in the air and followed the children into the house. Following 2 weeks passed by relatively quickly. Each morning after breakfast, Harry would study with Percy or Bill, or Charlie to learn how to read. Afterward, he would help the rest of the children with the chores. When that was done, Harry would join the others in whatever game they came up with for the day. Most days were spent with the children teaching Harry how to ride a broomstick while Molly watched fretfully close by. Gradually, much to Molly's inward delight, Harry had begun to stop flinching when someone tried to touch him and was even beginning to grow some meat on his bones as Molly made him have second and sometimes even third helpings despite his protests, and even started talking more, losing his shyness as the children dragged him along on a new adventure every day. However, the one thing that Harry hadn't gotten over yet were the nightmares. Almost every night, Molly had rushed to Ron's bedroom to find Harry sobbing into his pillow as a frightened Ron tried to wake the poor boy up. When Harry finally did wake, he would cling to Molly and sob out how sorry he was for waking her. At the same time, she gently stroked his head and told him it was okay. Then, she would make him drink a cup of the draught of dreamless sleep Madame Pomfrey had left for just such occasions and stay with the boys until they finally fell back asleep. Much to her surprise, Ron never seemed to complain when Harry's nightmares woke him up, but instead seemed determined to help the boy he had chosen as his new best friend fight off the monsters in his dreams. Molly had brought the spare bed into Ron's bedroom. Yet, almost every morning, she would find the two boys curled up next to each other with Teddy standing guard in the middle between them. One morning after the children had eaten their breakfast and run off to do their chores, Dumbledore returned, stepping out of the Weasleys' fireplace and looking incredibly tired, as though the poor man had not slept since Molly had last seen him. "Good morning, Molly," Dumbledore said as he dusted himself off. "May I sit?" "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Of course, you may. Would you like some tea?" Molly asked, waving her W. And as Dumbledore nodded and collapsed onto her couch, a moment later, Molly sat next to him as a tray softly landed between them laden with teapot, cups, and biscuits. As Molly poured them both a cup, she noticed how weary the old man looked, and any thought of anger disappeared as she handed him his. "Thank you, my dear," Dumbledore said softly as he took his and drank deep. "Have you brought news?" Molly asked. "I have, and unfortunately, it is not good news." Molly frowned at the words and took a moment to compose herself before replying. "I take it you haven't been able to track down any more of Lily's family?" Dumbledore shook his head slowly as he took another drink. "It would appear as though Petunia Dursley is all the boy has. Loath though I am to admit it, I see no other options other than to send him back." Molly paled at the words and, for a moment, was rendered speechless as she choked on her own fury. "No, you cannot send him back, Albus. You saw what those horrible people did to him. And you want to send him back to them." "I see no other options, Molly," Dumbledore said wearily. "The blood wards are all that keep Harry safe from those who might hurt him, and Petunia Dursley is Harry's sole surviving blood kin. Well, obviously, they don't work very well. Do you not recall how many injuries Madame Pomfrey listed off when she examined him?" Molly exclaimed, making Dumbledore frown in remembrance. "I will never forget," I can assure you. My dear, Dumbledore replied sadly. I will create more wards to ensure they will not be able to hurt him again. He will be an image in the corner of their vision. It will ensure they will not be able to have any further interaction with the boy. My God, Albus, that's even worse. Molly cried angrily. You'll be sentencing him to a lifetime of loneliness without any human interaction from the ones raising him. It is the only way to ensure that Harry is safe from those who would harm him, both magically and non-magically, Dumbledore replied. No, Molly growled as she rose to her feet. I won't allow it. Harry will stay here, and Arthur and I will raise the boy ourselves. He will be loved and cared for as he should be. You may place any wards you think wise around the burrow to ensure Harry's safety, but he stays here. Molly, please be reasonable, Dumbledore replied as he set his cup down and looked up at her. You already have so many children as it is, and young Percy will be starting at Hogwarts in September. You can hardly afford another child. We'll manage just fine, thank you very much. Molly retorted. My decision is made. Albus. Dumbledore looked at her pleadingly for a moment before he tried another tactic, though he hated even considering it. Molly, think of your other children. It won't be safe for them if Harry remains here. For their sake alone, he should go back to his aunt and uncle. Molly's eyes widened in a fury at the words, and she immediately drew her wand and pointed at the fireplace. Get out, she said through grit teeth. My dear woman, if you would only listen. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, if you do not leave this instant, I will curse you with kidney stones the size of quaffles. Now get out. Dumbledore's eyes widened at the threat, and he quickly rose and stepped into the fireplace without another word, vanishing in a wall of green fur. As Molly slowly tried to calm herself down. A noise made her turn, and she saw with surprise that Harry was peeking from around a nearby wall with a scared expression on his face. Harry, dear, Molly called gently. I thought you were upstairs doing your lessons with Charlie. He said to take a break while he went to the bathroom. Harry mumbled as he slowly came up to her. Am I going to have to go back to them? Harry's lip trembled, and Molly quickly bent down and placed her hands on the boy's shoulders as he tried not to cry. I will never let that happen, Harry, I promise. But the man with the long beard said I had to go back to keep you all safe. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. What if the monsters come here? Harry cried, tears beginning to run down his cheeks. Then Arthur and I will fight them off. Molly said as she drew him into her embrace. We will never let anything happen to you, I promise. I like it here. I don't want to leave, Harry cried into her shoulder as she gently rubbed his back. Don't worry about Dumbledore. He'll see reason in time. You belong here, and I'll never let you go, sweetie. Author's note. I am astounded by how many people favor and follow this story. I never thought it would be so many, and it makes me happy that people are enjoying my writing. And now to address a few questions. To the following individuals. To the guest. Who med if I'm going to have Harry be abused sexually and physically? No, it's not that kind of story, and I don't want it to be. If that's the kind of story you want, you'd better seek it elsewhere. To Imaginer.012 Yeah, I was thinking of that. It would help the Weasleys not have to struggle as much with so many children. To Ironhide I don't know if I'm going to put Ginny and Har. Why together since he'll basically be her brother in this story. That might be gross, lol. I know some of you are wondering if I'm going to make this another Dumbledore bashing story, but I'm not. The reason being is that I don't believe he's a bad guy, just an old man who made a colossal miscalculation in his belief that the Dursleys would raise Harry with love and kindness. K. McGonagall standing up and shouting, thank you. Lol. I will try to get out a chapter a week as I'm still stuck on my other fanfic, but if it takes longer, I apologize. I just want to give you all the best story I can. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. I still can't believe you threatened to give Dumbledore kidney stones. Arthur laughed as he drank his coffee. It had been a week since the fateful encounter and Arthur still was finding the whole matter laughable, much to Molly's chagrin. Well, he shouldn't have been such a prat, and I wouldn't have had to threaten him, would I? Molly replied as she began to wash the dishes. Breakfast had been over for a while. Finally, the children were all out doing their chores, leaving the two adults some time alone, which was a rare occurrence in a house with so many people. So, Molly Wobbles, Arthur began. I've been thinking about what we discussed, and I think it's time we told the children our decision. Molly slowly put down the pot she had been scrubbing and turned to her husband. After chasing Dumbledore away, Molly had waited nervously for Arthur to return from work so she could talk to him about her decision on raising the boy who she was quickly looking at like another son. To her everlasting delight, he was thrilled at the idea and agreed that while it would be difficult financially to take Harry in, there was absolutely no chance of him allowing Dumbledore to send the boy back to his aunt and uncle. "How do you think they'll take the news?" she asked nervously. "I imagine they'll take it very well, honestly," Arthur responded with a smile. "Ginny adores the boy. And Ron and Harry haven't been separated since the boy got here. Even Percy has taken a shine to Harry, which is surprising in and of itself." Molly nodded in agreement. "I think he enjoys having someone in the house with a thirst for reading that matches his own, to be honest." And it was true. Harry had jumped into his studies with a surprising amount of diligence and, even more surprisingly, an extraordinary level of intelligence that seemed limitless as he wanted Percy, Bill, or Charlie to teach him more every day. "Speaking of which," Arthur said seriously, placing his cup down, "we'll need to go to Diagon Alley soon to pick up Percy's school supplies, as well as get Bill and Charlie's supplies for the new year. When do you think would be good?" "We can go this weekend if you can manage to get the day off," Molly said as she turned back to the pot in the sink. "That shouldn't be too difficult. My workload has been surprisingly light recently." "Sounds like a plan." Then, Molly beamed. "So do you want to tell the children now or later?" "Let's do it tonight when I get home, as it is I'm already late," Arthur said as he prepared to leave. "Then you'd best get going, dear, and I'll see you tonight," Molly said warmly, kissing her husband on the cheek. As he leaned in to return the kiss, their fireplace lit up in a wall of green fire as Dumbledore stepped through, looking surprisingly nervous. "Good morning, Weasleys. Might I have a word with the two of you?" he asked softly. "That depends on what exactly you wish to discuss," Molly growled softly as Arthur quickly drank his coffee to hide his grin. "I come in peace, my dear woman, I assure you," Dumbledore said, lifting his wand and producing a white cloth which he waved back and forth. Seeing this, Arthur began to choke on his coffee as he laughed out loud and inhaled a good portion of the drink, which made Dumbledore chuckle and even brought a grin to Molly's face. "You'll have to make it quick, Professor Dumbledore," Arthur said a moment later. "I'm relatively late for work, you see." "Then I shall endeavor to be as quick as I can," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "I take it that you both have not changed your mind regarding raising Harry." "We have not. Our mind is made up on the matter," Molly huffed. "Very well, then," Dumbledore nodded as though he never expected any other answer. "Then we should go over the details of Harry's being placed here." "Details? What details?" Molly asked. "Well, you see, my dear," Dumbledore said as he pulled a roll of parchment from his robe. Harry's aunt and uncle were receiving substantial monetary compensation for allowing Harry to live with them. Since he will no longer be doing so, it seems only fitting that the money comes to you, as it were. "That's not necessary, Albus," Arthur began before Dumbledore cut him off. "I understand your unwillingness to accept what some might refer to as charity, Arthur. But I can assure you it is the furthest thing from charity. This is simply to help you with whatever emergencies might occur regarding young Mr. Potter's living arrangements here, and I dearly hope you accept it, if for no other reason than for me to try and make amends to the poor boy." Molly and Arthur exchanged a look before looking back at Dumbledore and nodding in agreement, making Dumbledore smile warmly. "Excellent. Now as to the amount," Dumbledore said as he unrolled the parchment and began to read. Here it is. "You will receive 300 galleons on the 1st of the month, every month until Harry has reached the age of 17. Molly and Arthur visibly paled at the amount and, for a moment, were left stunned into silence before Molly finally found her voice. "Albus, that is far too much. We can't accept that." "You most certainly can, my dear," Dumbledore replied quickly. "Not only will it aid you in caring for Harry, but I imagine it will aid in the care of your other children as well. In this, my dear, I will not budge." Molly and Arthur looked at one another in astonishment. The money would help a great deal, it was true, and to be perfectly honest, they had been worried about how they would care for another child with their budget already so tightly stretched. After a moment of silent deliberation, Molly turned back to Dumbledore and nodded happily, smiling as her eyes began to tear up. Splendid. Now on to the other matters, Dumbledore said happily. I will, of course, need to place certain wards around your property to ensure Harry's safety, but I don't imagine they will be too much of a burden on his daily life here. In fact, I doubt any of you will even know they are there. What kind of wards? Arthur asked. Nothing dangerous, Arthur, just some security wards to ensure that no one may enter with hostile intentions, as well as alarm wards to alert you when someone enters your property unannounced. I have the complete list here if you would like to go over it. That won't be necessary, Professor Dumbledore, Molly said quickly. Is there anything else? As a matter of fact, there is, Dumbledore said softly, and he began to fidget, making Molly raise an eyebrow at him in curiosity. A few days after Lily and James's untimely death, I found myself confronted with someone who knew them both quite well and wished to know their location. Suffice it to say, this person took their death very hard, perhaps harder than anyone. Who? Molly asked. You can come out now, my dear, Dumbledore said softly, and as Molly and Arthur looked to see who he was speaking to, a small house elf appeared from behind Dumbledore. This is Jaya. She belonged to James Potter, and her mother belonged to James's parents before him. Molly and Arthur looked at the house elf in surprise at the revelation. She was taller than most of her kind, standing above waist level with dark purple eyes and short black hair that danced around her long bat-like ears. Like most of her kind, she wore a tea cozy rather than actual clothes. Hello, Mrs. and Sir, Jaya said in a soft voice. Hello there, Jaya, Molly said warmly before turning to Dumbledore with a raised eyebrow in expectation. You see, dear Weasleys, Dumbledore said sadly, when a house elf's master dies, they can feel it. It is a part of the magic of their service. When Jaya here felt James's passing, she immediately came to Hogwarts to try and discover what had happened to her master, and unfortunately she was left with no place to go since Harry had been sent to live with his aunt and uncle, and I imagine nay, they would have frowned on her presence. So, I offered her employment in the Hogwarts kitchens until such time as Harry was old enough for her to return to his service, as she is legally his mole. Lee and Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment, and their eyebrows seemed to disappear at the revelation. Where is young Master Harry? Jaya asked as she looked around. Can Jaya see him? In a moment, Jaya, Dumbledore said softly before turning back to the Weasleys. Though Harry is still too young to claim legal ownership of Jaya, she has decided that she would like to be closer to him rather than stay in the Hogwarts kitchens. Jaya nodded fiercely at this before saying in a high voice, I belongs to Master Harry. It's only right that Jaya is being close to him. Quite right, Jaya, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Now, if you two would find her presence here acceptable, she would stay here, and of course, I imagine she would be a great help to Molly around the house. Molly, for her part, was rendered speechless at the request and stared at Jaya, who was looking at her with pleading eyes. I mean, Molly began, searching for the right words. With Harry here, we're already tight on space. Where would poor Jaya sleep? Jaya doesn't need much space, Mrs. Jaya said quickly, and Jaya would help with the cooking and cleaning. Molly turned to Arthur questionably, and he shrugged at her. I'm sure we could find room for one more, and Dumbledore is right. She would be a great help around the house, and if she really does belong to Harry, what right have we to turn her away? Molly turned back to Jaya and smiled warmly at her as she replied, Very well, then, welcome to the burrow, Jaya. Jaya jumped into the air in joy, making the three adults smile at her in pleasure. Well, that's everything that I have, Dumbledore said as he stowed the parchment back in his robe. I'll be back tomorrow to set up the wards and to give you the first month's payment. Good day all. Without a backward glance, Dumbledore turned and quickly strode to the fireplace, disappearing a moment later. I should be off as well. I am fantastically late, Arthur said quickly, with a quick peck on Molly's cheek. He too turned to the fireplace and a moment later was gone. Well then, Jaya, Molly said as she was left alone with the house elf, would you care to help me with the dishes? Harry should be done helping with the chores soon, and you can meet him then. Jaya nodded happily as she followed Molly into the kitchen. A moment later, Both were humming happily at how much brighter the day seemed to become. An hour later, Harry was hiding behind Molly's skirt as she introduced the boy to Jaya, his eyes wide with awe at the creature. "Hello, Master Harry, I am named Jaya," Jaya said softly. Harry looked up at Molly, who nodded at him that it was okay before he replied. "Hello, Jaya, it's nice to meet you." Jaya smiled at the boy as she took him in, determined to capture every inch of him. "You look like Master James, except for your eyes, they are being your mother's." "You knew my mummy and daddy?" Harry asked in surprise as he slowly came from behind Molly. "Yes, Jaya was belonging to Master James before he passed away," Jaya said sadly, a teardrop falling from her eye. "My aunt and uncle said he was a drunk who died in a car crash. I don't remember him," Harry said sadly, instantly. Jaya turned red with anger, and she growled out in response. "That is being a lie. Master James never would have done such an awful thing." Harry quickly jumped back behind Molly at Jaya's fury, and Molly quickly bent down and put a calming hand on Jaya's shoulder. "Harry was placed with some rather vile muggles, Jaya," Molly said sadly, "you must forgive his ignorance. Perhaps you could tell him about James sometime. I'm sure he would appreciate hearing about his father from someone who knew him so well." Jaya nodded eagerly at Molly's words and smiled at Harry, who clung to Molly fretfully. "Yes, Jaya can be doing that. Master Harry should be knowing about Master James and not dirty lies from muggles who tarnish the Master's name." "Would you like that, Harry?" Molly asked as she gently coaxed him out again. "Yes, I would," Harry mumbled, "if you don't mind. That is, Jaya is not minding at all, Master Harry, it would be Jaya's pleasure," the house elf said with a broad, infectious smile. For Harry was smiling too, quickly followed by Molly. "No way," a voice cried out, making them all jump. As Molly turned to see who had called out, she saw Bill entering the room, followed by Charlie and Percy. "Mum, what's a house elf doing here?" Charlie asked with a smile. "Her name is Jaya, and she will be staying with us for the foreseeable future, Mole." Lee replied as Jaya nodded happily at the children. "But why?" Percy asked. Before Molly could reply, however, Jaya jumped in and happily squeaked. Jaya was belonging to Master Harry's father, now that he is being gone. Jaya belongs to Master Harry. The Weasley boys all looked at Molly in surprise before she nodded quickly, making them all smile. "That's brilliant," Bill cried out, "totally brilliant." Charlie agreed. "Indeed, she will be an asset to the house, I'm sure," Percy added pompously. Molly was about to respond when the rest of the children entered, and the whole process started all over again. Later that evening, Molly and Arthur called the children together as Jaya worked on dinner. Once everyone was assembled in the living room, Arthur took a deep breath and began. "Kids, Mother and I have something to tell you all." "What's up, Dad?" Bill asked. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine. In fact, everything is more than okay," Arthur said happily. "Your mother and I have been talking. And we've come to a decision, but we would like to hear your thoughts on the matter." At this, Arthur saw that he had everyone's rapt attention and nodded gratefully before continuing. "After discussing it with Professor Dumbledore, your mother and I have decided to have Harry live with us permanently, if you want to, that is, Harry." Everyone turned to Harry in astonishment, and the little boy seemed too surprised to speak for a moment as he clutched his bear fretfully. Finally, after a few moments, he said softly, "You mean I won't have to go back to my aunt and uncle? I'll get to live here with all of you." "If you want to," Arthur said happily. "What do you say, Harry? Want to be a Weasley?" Tears sprang to Harry's eyes, and he quickly wiped at them as the rest of the children looked at him expectantly. Ron and Ginny were practically bouncing with glee. After a moment of tense silence, Harry finally nodded happily and was immediately hidden from view as the saint of the kids tackled him in a great hug, each cheering happily at the news that he would be staying. "Now we can play every day," Ron cried happily, "and we can teach you to be a proper Weasley prankster." Fred or George added, "You'll do no such thing." Percy said, "Harry will be a scholar like his big brother, won't you, Harry?" "Nah, have you seen how good he is on a broom?" Bill said happily, "Harry will be playing for England one day." As each Weasley congratulated Harry and welcomed him to the family, Molly and Arthur watched, misty-eyed with smiles stretched across their faces, both Knowing they had made the right decision, a moment later, Jaya appeared, crying that dinner was ready, and the family moved into the dining room, Bill carrying a smiling Harry on his shoulders like a king. Author's note: I know I promised only one chapter a week, but writing helps me relax and calm my thoughts, and this week has been a bad one, so here's another chapter for you. Blows Raspberry. I'm sure many of you are asking, who the heck is Jaya? The answer is a simple one. Everyone knows that the Potter family was an ancient one and, I'm sure, a very wealthy one, therefore, it only makes sense that such a family would have much more affluence than what was shown in Harry's vault. If I decide to write all the way to Harry's 7th year, make no mistake, he will have one hell of a surprise inheritance when he comes of age. Hope you enjoy the new chapter. As always, reviews are welcome as they help me create a better story. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Are you sure you wouldn't like to come with us, Jaya? Molly asked the house elf before her. It seems terribly rude to leave you here all by yourself. Jaya shook her head happily at Molly and replied in her high voice. 'Tis all right, Mrs. Jaya will make sure the house is nice and clean upon your return. You go and be having a fun day with the little ones and, of course, with Master Harry. Jaya turned to Harry at the last part and bowed slightly, making the boy grin. Well, all right then, Jaya, if you're sure, just don't work too hard, Molly replied warmly. I don't want you to overexert yourself on my account. You needn't worry, Mrs. Jaya said quickly. Jaya will have it nice and tidy in no time at all. Without another word, Jaya quickly scurried away up the stairs, leaving Molly and Arthur alone with the Kai Eldren, who were busy getting ready for their trip to Diagon Alley. All of them had expressions of excitement on their faces, even Harry, though he was mixed with trepidation. Now, before we go, we need to set some ground rules. Arthur thundered, making sure everyone was paying attention. This is Harry's first trip to Diagon Alley, so I want you to stick close to us, okay, Harry? No wandering off, and the rest of you are tasked with keeping an eye on him, is that clear? 8 heads nodded quickly at the words, and Molly took Harry's hand as the group made their way towards the fireplace. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand, sweetie, we don't want you getting lost now, do we? Harry shook his head quickly and took Molly's hand in a tight grip, his other arm gripped tight around his bear. Molly put her hand into a nearby pot and walked into the fireplace before throwing what looked like dust onto the ground and shouting. Diagon Alley. Instantly a wall of green fire erupted around them. Harry jumped back in fear, taking Molly's hand in a death grip as they began to spin in place. Harry tried to keep his eyes open as he saw other fireplaces rotate past him but soon be gone to feel queasy and shut his eyes tight. A moment later the spinning stopped. Harry felt the sunshine warm on his face. As Harry's eyes opened, he gasped in amazement at what he saw. No longer were they standing in the living room of the burrow. Instead, they were standing on a cobblestone street with shops running down both sides of the street. In the distance Harry could see a tall white building that appeared to be made of marble. Unable to think of anything else to say, Harry simply whispered, "This is so cool." A moment later, the pair were joined by Bill and Charlie, then the twins, then Percy and Ron. And finally Arthur and Ginny. Everyone here. Good, Molly said as she quickly did a mental count. Right then, the first stop is Gringotts. Keep a firm grip on my hand, Harry. As the group walked down the street, Harry thought his neck would break from constantly whipping it back and forth at the various shops. They passed, each one more amazing than the last, until, at last, they approached what Harry assumed was Gringotts. It was an imposing snow-white multi-storied marble building that towered over the neighboring shops. As they approached the building, Harry noticed a dark alley off to the side with a sign that read, Nocturne Alley, but before he could get a better look, Molly hurried him up the stairs of the building. What's down there? Harry asked, pointing down the alley. Nothing you need concern yourself with, Harry, Arthur said quickly, and certainly no place for children. Harry nodded in understanding, making Arthur smile at him before he reached down to ruffle the boy's hair gently. When they had entered, Harry's mouth dropped open comically as he took in the interior. It was a magnificent chamber with a crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling. But the strangest thing of all were the creatures who sat behind the desks, and Harry gripped Molly's hand tighter as he saw them. It's okay, sweetie, Molly said gently. What are they, Molly? Harry asked softly as the group approached one of the desks. They're goblins, Harry, Molly answered. They're the ones who run the wizard's bank, but they're not always the friendliest of creatures, so it's best to stay close, okay? Quote. Harry nodded quickly as Molly quickly approached one of the goblins and said in a warm voice. Good morning. I would like to access my vault if you don't mind. Name? The goblin asked in a curt voice. Molly Weasley. Do you have your key? Yes, I have it right here, Molly replied as she held up a small gold key for the goblin's inspection, after a moment of careful examination. The goblin handed it back to her and replied. Very well. Everything seems to be in order. I will have someone escort you immediately. Molly nodded and turned back to Arthur as the goblin signaled for help. Arthur, do you want to stay with the children while I head to the vault? It shouldn't take too long, I imagine. Can do, my dear. Shall we wait for you out front? Arthur asked as the goblin approached. Yes, that sounds like a better option than waiting here, Molly replied before turning to Harry. Now, Harry, you be sure to stay close to Arthur, remember no wandering off. Okay, Molly, Harry said as he let go of her hand and took Arthur's. And that goes for the rest of you as well, Molly added, making a point of looking at the twins. Why Mum, I'm sure. Fred said, quote ellipsis dot, that we haven't the slightest idea what you mean, George finished. Molly flashed both of them a stern glare before nodding quickly at Arthur and following the goblin into the other room. Come on then, children. Arthur said quickly, let's go wait for your mother outside. Rita Skeeter sat at her table at Rosalie's teabag, trying to concentrate on the blank parchment before her. She was supposed to writing a story on a wizard who would be going before the Wizengamot in a few days for the attempted murder of some powerful muggle in the British government. Yet, she didn't muster her usual professionalism level in this particular instance. It wasn't that she wasn't up to the task of completely destroying the wizard's reputation and showing him as a muggle-hating jurist whose sole objective was to throw the veil aside and show muggles that magic existed to start a war, a rather stupid idea in her opinion, but rather it was the fact that the whole thing seemed like just another fluff piece that would be shuffled to the back of the Daily Prophet, and she wanted her stories to be on the front page, every time. As she sighed wearily, she looked up from the parchment just in time to see a group of redheads pass her by. Must be Weasleys, she thought wryly, they're the only ones I know of that have that many children and hair that red. She chuckled softly as she remembered the articles she had written not too long ago that had lambasted Arthur Weasley as a muggle-loving fool who seemed more interested in learning how their technology worked than keeping the magic world a secret. As she lifted her teacup to her lips, Rita froze suddenly as she saw the little boy holding whom she could only assume was the Weasley matriarch's hand. He certainly was no Weasley, judging by his black hair. She wondered what he was doing with them when he turned to look at her as they passed her by. He was very small, perhaps no more than 4 or 5, and was looking around in amazement as though he had never seen Diagon Alley before. How peculiar, Rita thought to herself, I wonder who the boy is. Perhaps Arthur has kidnapped a muggle to soothe his fixation with them. As though the universe had been listening to her question, the boy suddenly rubbed his forehead, and Rita saw the scar that lay there, only for a moment before his hair moved back into place, immediately. Rita's eyes widened in surprise as she suddenly realized who the boy was and began to choke on her tea. It can't be, she thought as she stared after the group, who looked like they were heading to Gringotts. That was Harry Potter, I'm sure of it. But what is he doing with the Weasleys? If there was one thing Rita prided herself on, it was her ability to smell a story, and right now, her senses were screaming that she had just wandered into possibly the biggest story of her career. Why was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, in the company of the Weasleys? She didn't know, but she was determined to find out. So, after quickly paying for her tea, she rose and headed after the family, careful to stay far enough back that they wouldn't notice her. Harry sat on the steps of Gringotts beside Ron and Ginny while the rest of the family waited close by. Ron was telling Harry about all the different shops that Diagon Alley had, but how quality Quidditch supplies was the best one of all. Fred said as he sat down on the other side of Harry, everyone knows that the best shop is Gamble and Jape's joke shop. You would say that, Percy added, God knows how much tea. Ruble you two have caused because of that shop. I'm surprised Mum hasn't banned you from it yet, to be perfectly honest. We'd still go, even if she did ban us. George said quickly, what's life without a little fun? I personally think Harry would enjoy Flourish and Blots, Percy said with a smile, they have hundreds of books of every kind. Harry's eyes went wide at the words, and he whispered in awe, that's a lot of books. How can one read so many? Well, that's the best part of becoming a reader early, Harry, Charlie said, you have your whole life to read as many as you can. He's only just learned how to read. And now you want him to spend the rest of his life with his nose in a book like some dull professor. George cried in mock outrage, for shame. Just because you two are a couple of dullards, who only think of pranks and schemes, does not mean I will allow you two to make Harry one. Percy said in a huff before he leaned down to rub Harry's head, not noticing the flinch. Everyone ready, Molly said as she suddenly stepped out of the doors behind them. Then let's be off, we have a great deal to buy today, and I don't want to take all day about it. Percy dear, what say we head over to Ollivander's first? Are you sure we can afford to get him a new wand, dear? Arthur asked softly as the group made their way down the steps, careful to keep his voice down so the kids wouldn't hear. With the money Dumbledore gave us, we will, Molly replied, but that's for Harry's upkeep, Arthur retorted with a frown. Yes, the 300 galleons are for Harry's upkeep, Molly said with a smile. However, the 500 extra is to be used as we see fit, he said. F500, Arthur cried incredulously, he gave us 500 galleons extra. Yes, he did, Molly said happily. I tried to turn it down, but the old man said if I didn't take it, he would hide it in the house somewhere for the kids to find. Why would he give so much, though? Arthur asked as he shook his head. Who knows? Molly laughed. Perhaps he still feels responsible for Harry's treatment, as well he should, in my opinion. I do feel for the old man, Arthur said softly, but at the same time. He should have known what would happen if he left Harry there. The abuse those muggles put the boy through is something I hold Dumbledore personally responsible for, and I may never forgive him for it. Let's not talk about that, now, dear, Molly said quickly as they approached Ollivander's wand shop. It's too wonderful a day to dwell on such awful things. Arthur no. Ded at his wife and put on his best smile as the group entered the shop, none of them noticing the small beetle that sat on Molly's shoulder. Harry was having the best day of his life, of that there was absolutely no doubt. After purchasing Percy's wand, the group spent the next few hours wandering from one shop to the next, getting everything that Bill, Charlie, and Percy would need for their new year at Hogwarts. Of course, in Harry's opinion, every shop they went to was better than the last, but as they entered Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Harry's jaw nearly hit the floor in amazement. The inside was huge, much bigger than the outside would suggest was possible, and just as Percy said, there were an uncountable number of books as far as the eye could see, as Molly began talking to T. He shopkeeper about the books that her children would need. Harry began to wander away, entranced by all the fantastic titles he was seeing. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had never allowed Harry to go with them when they went to bookstores to purchase new stories for their little Duddykins. If it hadn't been for the Weasleys, Harry doubted if he would have learned to read at all. As it was, RCY had lit a fire in Harry to read as much as he could. As he saw the interminable number of books before him, Harry couldn't help but smile in genuine pleasure. Hello there, Harry, a voice suddenly said, making the boy jump slightly before turning to see who had spoken. It was a tall blonde woman with a heavy jaw, wearing large jeweled glasses and wearing a deep purple dress. How do you know my name? Harry asked fretfully as he gripped his bear. Why, everyone knows your name, Harry, the woman said warmly. You're famous after all. I am, Harry asked, his eyes rising in surprise. Why? The woman looked shocked at that for a moment before a sly look came across her features. Don't you know your own story, Harry? The boy shook his head slowly before backing up. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers, Molly will be mad. Quote, an excellent piece of advice, to be sure, the lady said before putting out a hand with long green nails for him. My name is Rita Skeeter. You are Harry Potter. Now we know each other, don't we? Harry stared at the hand for a moment in thought before slowly he reached out to shake the lady's hand. I guess that's true. Hello, Ms. Skeeter. Please, call me Rita, Ms. Skeeter makes me sound so old, Rita said with a laugh which made Harry grin. Okay then, Rita, so, now that we know each other, Harry, can I ask you something? Rita said softly, grinning as Harry nodded slowly. I noticed that you are with the Weasleys. May I ask where your family is? Harry's head sank for a moment before he answered in a sad voice, my mummy and daddy are dead. Well, of course, they are. Dear child, Rita said quickly, everyone knows that. I meant, where are your guardians? The ones responsible for you. Harry looked confused for a moment before he replied. The Weasleys are responsible for me. They took me in after the monsters tried to hurt me. Monsters? What monsters, Harry? The ones with the silver faces, Harry said fearfully, and for a moment, Rita was at a loss for words. My dear boy, do you mean to say that you were attacked by Death Eaters? Is that what they're called? Harry asked, fear still etched across his face. Rita nodded quickly, her brain moving a mile a minute at the revelation before she finally calmed herself to speak again. And when did these monsters come after you, Harry? Right after I ran away from my aunt and uncle's house, Harry said sadly. You ran away. Why, dear boy, would you do that? Rita asked, her expression sharpening as she took in the way Harry fidgeted and looked at the ground. They weren't very nice to me. Before Rita could ask another question, Molly's voice split the air in a yell. Harry, thank goodness I found you. I thought I told you not to wander off, sweetie, she said as she took Harry in her arms. I'm sorry, Molly, Harry said quickly, I just wanted to look at the books, and then I met Rita here, and she was very nice, wanted to ask me some questions. Questions? What kind of questions? Molly asked before turning to Rita and realizing in an instant who she was. You, Molly hissed angrily, you have no right to be speaking to Harry without his guardian's permission. And who might that be exactly? Rita said with a sick smile, I've not heard anything about the Weasleys adopting Harry Potter, so why, may I ask, is he here with you in the first place? Should he not be with his legal guardians? We are his guardians, Ms. Skeeter. Molly growled angrily, and you have no more business with Harry. Without another word, Molly stormed away, dragging Harry behind her as Rita smiled at what she had learned from the boy. Her story would be front-page news, and the whole world would soon know what Harry had told her. With a small laugh, she hurried away, eager to write her story. I'm sorry, Molly, Harry cried when she had pulled him outside to join the rest of the family. I didn't mean to make you mad. You didn't make me mad, sweetie, Moll. Why said softly as she wiped away the tears that had rolled down his cheeks. She did. That woman is not a very nice lady, and I just wish I had found you, before she did. What happened? Arthur asked, confused. Rita Skeeter is what happened. Molly growled. I found her asking Harry questions about why he was with us and where his guardians were. Arthur's face darkened slightly as he took in the news. That woman is a menace. Always sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Molly nodded her head angrily in agreement as Ron gave Harry a hug. I imagine this time tomorrow, all of Britain will know that we have Harry. Should we tell Dumbledore? Molly asked with a frown. I think we should, Arthur replied. It's better to be in front of this before it happens than caught unawares. But for now, let's not let that woman ruin our day. Turning to the kids, Arthur put on his warmest smile and called out, who's up for ice cream? The kids cheered their support and started calling out W. Hat kind they were going to get as they made their way to Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. I want vanilla, Percy said happily. I want chocolate chip. Ron added, bubblegum. The twins called out as one. What about you, Harry? What kind would you like? Bill asked cheerfully. I don't know. I've never had any before, Harry said softly. Well, today's your lucky day, then. Charlie smiled. You can get whatever you want. And then if you like, you can try all of ours as well until you find the one you like best. Sound good? Harry nodded happily as Ron began listing off all the different flavors that the shop had. But Harry was too happy to fully pay attention. Today was indeed the best day of his life. A few days later, as Jaya and Molly were cleaning up after breakfast, an owl appeared carrying the day's edition of the Daily Prophet in its talons. Molly politely thanked the owl and took the paper, but as she read the first few words, her blood turned to ice, and she yelled out in fear and fury. "Arthur! Get down here!" A moment later, her husband came running down the stairs, looking alarmed, before saying, "What's the matter? You're going to want to see this," Molly barked as she handed over the newspaper. As he read the article, he knew immediately what had so enraged his wife and felt the same wave of fury wash over him as he read. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, abused by muggles and almost killed by Death Eaters. The article was written by Rita Skeeter. We all know the story of the night that he who must not be named was defeated. What many of my more loyal readers might not know, however, is what became of our world's savior after that fateful night. For many years now, most of us, I'm sure, have wondered what became of the child who defeated the most powerful dark wizard of our time. Well, this reporter has finally discovered the details, and it broke my heart when I discovered them, as I'm sure it will break yours. After losing his mother and father to you-know-who, Harry was cruelly taken by Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, who had been made Harry's magical guardian and placed the poor boy with a pair of muggles, namely Petunia Dursley, the sister of Harry's mother, Lily Potter, and her husband, Vernon Dursley. While one would think that Harry's aunt would show love and care for the son of her sister, this reporter must inform you that that was not the case at all. I have discovered during my investigation that not only were the boy's guardians horribly abusive to him but also starved the boy and forced him to sleep in a cupboard rather than an actual bedroom. So horrific was the boy's treatment that poor Harry finally decided to run away rather than suffer any more at the hands of his vile aunt and uncle. You would think that this would be the end of the poor boy's suffering, but alas, that was not the case. Not long after Harry ran away, he was attacked by followers of he who must not be named, called Death Eaters, and very nearly killed. As a result, it was only through sheer luck that the poor boy managed to escape and make his way to the home of Mr. Arthur Weasley and his wife Mrs. Molly Weasley, who upon discovering the horrible abuse that Harry had suffered promptly decided to adopt the boy into their family, though no official adoption paperwork has been filed as to this date, which leads this report chair to ask, by what right do the Weasley family have to Mr. Potter's guardianship? How did this happen? And more to the point, who is to blame for poor Harry's abuse for years at the hands of those who should have protected him? When this reporter reached out to Albus Dumbledore for a response, I was promptly and curtly told, no comment, which makes me wonder what else is the headmaster of Hogwarts hiding from the general public, and what will become of Harry Potter now that it has become apparent that he is no longer safe with his relatives and cannot nor should he be sent back to live with them. I'll kill her, Molly raged. By God, I swear I will kill her myself for this. You can't kill her, Molly wobbles, Arthur growled from between grit teeth. The bloody hell I can't, Molly snarled. How dare she do this to poor Harry? Hasn't the boy suffered enough without that vile bitch making his life harder than it already is? How did she get all this information? Arthur asked angrily. Surely Harry wouldn't have told her about his abuse, and it's not a matter of record, so how did she find out? That woman has a knack for uncovering secrets that people would rather stay hidden, Jaya snarled. Jaya remembers how much Master James disliked her. So now she comes after Master James's son. That woman is being evil. Too true, Jaya, a voice behind them said, making them spin in alarm to see a weary-looking Dumbledore exiting their fireplace. Professor Dumbledore, Arthur said respectfully, I take it you've read today's edition. I have, Dumbledore said softly, anger etched in every corner of his face. And it has created a problem that we must solve immediately. What problem? Molly asked as she took the paper from Arthur's hand and began to rip it to pieces. Before I answer your question, I have one for you, and you must think carefully about it, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Were you being honest when you said that you wanted to adopt Harry? Of course, we were, Professor. Molly said quickly, making Arthur nod beside her in agreement. Then I need you both to sign these immediately, Dumbledore said as he pulled several scrolls from his robe and handed them to the pair. What are they? Arthur asked as he began to read. Adoption papers, Dumbledore said simply, making Molly gasp in surprise and Arthur's mouth fall slightly. I have a friend in the DMLE, Dumbledore said. She was a good friend to James Potter, and when I told her about Harry's predicament as well as the trouble that he would soon face from the Ministry once Ms. Skeeter's story broke, She agreed to expedite the paperwork involved in Harry's adoption by the two of you. Who is she? Arthur asked after he had gotten a hold of himself. Amelia Bones. She and James worked together before his unfortunate passing. Dumbledore said, if you're serious about wanting to keep Harry here, then I'm afraid these must be signed now. All too soon, ministry officials will be swooping down on the Burrow. And if you have no legal right to Harry, I'm afraid they will take him away. They can't, Molly cried. The poor boy has come so far since he arrived. If they take him away, it will undo all the hard work we have done to help him. I agree, my dear, Dumbledore said with a nod, which is why all you need do is sign, and you will be Harry's legal mother and father, then. The ministry will not have a leg to stand on, as it were. Molly and Arthur shared a look before Arthur turned to Dumbledore and said seriously, have you a quill, Dumbledore? Dumbledore smiled happily as he pulled one from his robe and handed it to Arthur, who immediately signed his name several times in the appropriate places before handing the quill to Molly, who did the same, once both had signed. Arthur handed the paperwork back to Dumbledore, who smiled at the pair warmly. I shall file this immediately, and I have assurances from Ms. Bones that there will be no problems in its enactment. Then, with a little luck, I'll return in time for Harry's birthday with an exceptional present, for him, a new family. Molly began to cry happily, and Arthur quickly put his arm around her before she jumped suddenly. Bloody hell, Molly cried. What's wrong? Arthur asked quickly. Harry's birthday is in a few days, Molly said before turning to Jaya. Come, Jaya, we have a lot of work to do and not much time to do it in. As Molly and Jaya ran for the kitchen, Arthur and Dumbledore laughed as they heard the house elf squeak. Yes, Mrs., we have so much to do. Master Harry will be needing cake and tasty food. Turning back to Dumbledore, Arthur stuck out his hand to the old man and said warmly, thank you, Albus, I promise we will raise him like one of our own. I know you will, Arthur. Dumbledore said warmly as he shook Arthur's hand, and I hope one day both you and Molly will forgive me, Harry, too. With a final bow, Dumbledore turned and walked into the fireplace, only to disappear a moment later. With a last sigh of happiness, Arthur made his way back up the stairs to get ready for work as Molly began a battle plan with Jaya. A few days later, the children were outside playing while Percy was busy trying to teach his new pet to do tricks. They had discovered the rat the previous day when they had been doing chores, and after much pleading and begging, Molly had agreed to let Percy keep it, on the agreement that he take care of it. Fred and George had offered a whole host of names, but Percy had decided on the name, Scabbers. Why would you pick that? George had asked. I don't know, Percy replied, it just seems to fit, and that had been its end. Children, come inside for lunch, Molly cried suddenly, making the kids race to the door. Harry entered last and nearly jumped out of his skin when all of a sudden, he was met with shouts of surprise. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry's eyes went wide as he saw Molly standing by the table with an enormous cake sitting next to her. A moment later, she was hugging the boy and lifting him into his chair as he stared at everyone's smiling faces. You did all this for me? Harry asked softly. Well, of course, we did, Harry, Molly said warmly. Today is your birthday after all. Harry tried to fight back the tears, but as he saw Molly begin to place presents on the table, he lost control and began to sob happily. The other children were at first surprised and confused as to why Harry was crying, but soon, they all took him into a great hug, each saying how happy they were that he was here. A moment later they all began to sing Happy Birthday to him as he smiled in pure happiness at his first birthday party. After a truly delicious meal, followed by an even better cake, Harry began to open his presents with all the happiness that a 6-year-old could muster. From Fred and George, he had received a box of fireworks which Molly immediately confiscated. From Bill and Charlie, he received a toy wand that shot different color liquids out of the tip. Ron gave Harry a box of Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. Ginny gave him a box filled with half a dozen chocolate frogs, and finally, Percy gave Harry a book titled The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Thank you all so much, Harry cried happily as he smiled at everyone. Harry, we have another present for you, Molly said cheerfully as she nodded at Arthur, who pulled an envelope from his jacket and handed it to him. As Harry opened it, he saw it was a large group of papers, at the top of which read, "This paperwork does hereby certify that Harry James Potter is adopted by Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley and henceforth shall be known by his new name of Harry James Weasley." Harry's eyes widened as he read the words, then reread them. Before finally he lowered the paperwork slowly and stared at Molly and Arthur, who were looking at him nervously. "Well, Harry, what is it?" Ron asked curiously. "Yeah, tell us what great gift Mum and Dad got you." Fred added. "You adopted me," Harry asked softly, making the room go quiet in an instant. Ron's mouth was hanging open in shock, and Percy had frozen with a piece of cake raised to his mouth. "Yes, Harry," Molly said, misty-eyed. "Welcome to the family, son." Suddenly the quiet exploded as Ron let out a cheer of joy, followed immediately by everyone else before Harry disappeared under a mountain of bodies, each giving him an enormous hug. "Welcome to the family, Harry Weasley," Bill said happily. "Great honor to meet you, brother of mine." Fred added, "Another brother." Ginny cheered, "I've got another brother." Molly and Arthur watched happily as Harry sobbed happily into Charlie's shirt as each of the children patted him on the back and said how happy they were. "All right now," Arthur said happily. "Why don't you all take your new brother outside to play while your mother and I clean up?" With a cheer, Bill put Harry on his shoulders, and they all marched outside as Jaya laughed out loud. When they were finally alone, the little house elf squeaked, "Jaya is glad that Master Harry is finding a new family here. Master Harry is deserving to have a happy childhood." Molly nodded her head in agreement as Arthur responded, "Indeed he does, Jaya. And I intend to make sure he gets one." "Are you sure about this?" the Death Eater asked his companion cautiously. "Dumbledore will not take kindly to the brat being harmed." "Oh, the boy won't be harmed," the second Death Eater replied as he gave the package to the owl for delivery. "Not physically anyway, and besides, it would not do to allow the boy to escape vengeance for our master's defeat." As they watched the owl disappear, the first Death Eater turned to his companion. "Where did you find one?" "It was hiding in my attic. I had originally planned to destroy it, but this seems like a far better option, wouldn't you agree? And if they track the owl back to you?" "They won't. Now stop quivering like some pathetic mudblood, and let's be off. I don't want to miss dear Lucius' party after all." Without another word, the Death Eater spun in place and disappeared with a loud crack. The second Death Eater stared into the sky for a moment more before he whispered cruelly, "Happy birthday, Mr. Potter. I do hope you enjoy your birthday present. I can't believe you're officially a Weasley." Ron said happily. "Me neither," Harry replied with a smile. "This really is the best day of my life." "Well, Mr. Weasley," Bill said warmly, "shall we play some Quidditch to celebrate the newest addition to our family?" Harry nodded happily and was about to follow the others when a large brown owl landed in front of him holding an equally large package, upon which was written, "To Mr. Harry Potter, from an admirer who wishes you a happy birthday." "I wonder who it's from," Ron said as he looked at the package. "I dunno," Harry said as he took it, and the owl flew away. "We should give it to Mum and Dad before we open it," Bill said warily. "It could be something dangerous." "Don't be thick, Bill," Fred said quickly. "I'm sure it's perfectly safe. Go ahead, Harry, open it up." Harry smiled and began to tear the wrapping off until, at last, he held a large brown box. "It looks like a music box," Ginny said softly. As Harry opened the box, black smoke began to billow out, making the boy cry out in fear and drop it to the ground. And still the smoke issued forth, seeming to take form and shape until, at last, it took on the form of a man. "You're just a freak," the man snarled at Harry, who had gone white, and trembled. "Who would ever want something like you? The only thing you deserve is to be beaten." The other children stared in horror at the walrus-like man who was screaming abuse at Harry. Before Bill grabbed Harry's shoulder and shook him hard. "Harry, it's not real. Snap out of it." But Harry apparently didn't seem to hear him as he began to sob. "No, the Weasleys adopted me, they want me." "You really think they want you, freak?" the man snarled at Harry. "The first time you act up, they'll throw you into the street where you belong." Bill quickly turned to Charlie and screamed, "Close the box. Close it." Charlie, to his credit, dove on top of the box and began to struggle to close it, and yet no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't get the lid to close back down. Seeing this, Bill yelled at the twins. "Go get Mum and Dad. Run!" Instantly, the twins ran for the house, followed closely by Ron and Ginny, while Percy and Charlie struggled to close the lid. "I should have killed you when I had the chance. You little bastard," the man roared at Harry, who looked like he was having a panic attack. "You don't deserve to live." "No, no," Harry sobbed as Bill hugged him. "Harry," Molly screamed a moment later as she charged out of the house, followed by Arthur and the kids. As she got close and saw what was happening, Molly raised her wand and snarled. "Ridiculous. I.N.S. Tantley," the man screamed and turned to white smoke before disappearing back into the box, which Charlie and Percy slammed shut an instant later. Harry, look at me," Molly cried as she took the sobbing boy into her arms. "What happened?" Arthur asked as he bent down and took the box. "We don't know," Bill cried out. "We were going to play Quidditch, and then this owl shows up with a birthday present for Harry. Why didn't you bring it directly to your mother and me?" Arthur snapped as he read the wrapping paper. "I said we should," Bill cried. "I'm sorry, Dad, I should have taken it from Harry and brought it to you." Arthur nodded his head quickly before replying softly, "It's not your fault, Bill." Turning to Harry, Arthur saw with anger and fear that the boy was a mess. He was sobbing and stuttering into Molly's shirt as she tried to soothe him. There, sweetie, it's okay, it's all going to be okay," Molly said as she rocked Harry back and forth. "Molly, you've got to stun him," Arthur said quickly as the boy's breathing became more and more labored. "He's going to pass out." With a final cry, Harry's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he fell into Molly's arms. "Get him inside," Arthur cried as he raced towards the house. "I'll call Dumbledore and have him bring Madame Pomfrey." "And you have no idea who sent it?" Dumbledore asked softly, anger laced into every word. "No," Arthur growled as they looked at the box on the table between them. "Do you have any ideas?" "I can think of a few suspects who would do something like this," Dumbledore said. "Though proving them of culpability is another matter entirely. This was supposed to be a happy day, Albus," Arthur said sadly, "and now I fear we're back to square one with the boy." Dumbledore placed a warm hand on Arthur's shoulder and spoke in a gentle voice. "If that's the case, my dear boy, then at least Harry will be in the best possible care, with people who will love him." Arthur nodded and was about to speak when Madame Pomfrey and Molly came down the stairs, both looking grave. "I've given the child a sleeping draught. He'll be out for several hours, I'm afraid," Madame Pomfrey said sadly. "When he awakens, he will need to be treated with care. Facing a boggart is no easy thing, especially for a child." Molly said nothing, just collapsed into the chair beside Arthur, who placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'll also be prescribing more draught of dreamless sleep, in case he has nightmares. Don't be afraid to use it. If you run out, I'll issue more," Madame Pomfrey added. Arthur nodded sadly as he looked into the living room where his children were sitting quietly. Each looked like their world had been shattered, and he wished he had something to say to them. "Harry will need you all in the coming day," Dumbledore said loudly, turning to the kids to show he meant them as well. "You are his family now, and he will need to know that you will stand by him. It may take a while, but with love and care. He will recover, I promise." "He'll have it," Bill said, bringing a nod from the rest of his siblings. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the children before reaching out and taking the box off the table. "I'll make sure that this is properly disposed of." "Please see that you do," Arthur said curtly. With a slight bow, Dumbledore walked to the fireplace with Madame Pomfrey and a moment later was gone. "Where's Jaya?" Arthur asked as he sat down next to Molly. "With Harry. Poor dear refused to leave his side. I don't blame her," Molly said as she began to cry. "What monster would do this to a child?" "Don't worry, my love," Arthur said as he took Molly in his arms. "Dumbledore has said he will strengthen the wards to make sure it never happens again, and when Harry wakes up, we'll be here waiting for him. He's going to need us." Molly simply sniffled as she nodded her head. "When our son wakes up, we'll be here for him." Author's note: this is my longest chapter yet, and I make no apologies for that. Lol. I just couldn't stop writing. I was planning on stopping after the adoption piece, but then I got the idea for the boggart, and I kept going. I hope you all like it. Also, for future reference. Forget one chapter a week. I'll drop one as often as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The first thing that Harry noticed as he woke up was the feeling of something cold and wet resting on his forehead. As he slowly raised his hand to touch it, a gasp burst forth from his right, making him jump in fear before a voice squeaked out. "Master Harry, you are awake." Jaya was so worried. Harry squinted in the direction of the house elf before he felt his glasses being placed very gently on his face. A moment later, Harry saw Jaya looking at him with an expression of happiness mixed with weariness. "How long was I asleep for?" Harry asked slowly as he raised himself up and pulled the wet washcloth from his forehead. "Master Harry slept for a full day." Jaya squeaked. Jaya was beginning to worry that Master Harry might never open his eyes. "Jaya is so happy to see you finally awake." "You stayed by my side the whole time?" Harry asked slowly, frowning as Jaya nodded her head quickly. Mrs. Weasley tried to make Jaya leave, but Jaya wouldn't. "Not until Master Harry woke up. I'll be letting the missus know that you are being awake. She was awful worried about you too." Without another word, Jaya jumped off of the stool she had been sitting on and ran out of the room, quickly closing the door behind her. For a moment, Harry stared after her before bringing his knees to his chest and wrapping his arms around them. "You're nothing but a freak. Who would want something like you?" Harry shut his eyes tight as the voice echoed in his head, and the memories of what had happened came back to him. "They'll throw you in the street where you belong the moment you act up." Slowly, Harry began to sob as the words hit him again with all the force of a punch. Uncle Vernon was right. Harry was a fool to think anyone would want him. Nobody would ever want someone like him. Harry sat in the dark sobbing when suddenly the door was flung open, making him jump in terror as Molly entered. A look of relief on her face, followed almost immediately by Jaya. "Oh, Harry dear," she cried happily as she strode toward him. "I'm so glad you're finally up. I was so worried." Instinctively, Harry flinched from Molly's embrace and backed away as tears fell freely down his cheeks. Molly stopped as she saw the movement, and a sad expression came across her face before she turned to Jaya. "Jaya, would you please let the rest of the children know that Harry is awake?" "Yes, Mrs., right away," Jaya said happily as she turned to leave. Before she could, though, Molly added, "But don't let them up just yet. I'd like to speak to Harry alone for a little while if that's okay." Jaya nodded her head, that she understood before quickly leaving the room and softly closing the door behind her. When they were left alone, Harry brought his knees back up to his chest as he watched Molly slowly move to the stool that Jaya had occupied before sitting down next to him. After a few moments of silence, Molly finally said in a soft voice, "I am so sorry, Harry." Harry turned to look at her and saw that she looked like she was about to cry, which only seemed to make him feel worse. "For what?" he asked in a low voice. "I promised you that no one would ever hurt you again, and then I let this happen," Molly replied sadly. "It's not your fault." Then, before burying his face into his knees, Harry sniffled, "This always happens." "What does, dear?" Molly asked softly. "Whenever something good happens to me, it's always taken away," Harry sobbed, the words breaking Molly's heart. "When my aunt and uncle left me with Mrs. Fig, she let me play with her kitties," Harry said softly. "I had fun that day, but when I went back to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, they got mad and said I wasn't allowed to see her anymore, that freaks don't deserve to have fun." Molly bit her lip hard to stop her from sobbing. More than anything, she wanted to reach out and hold the boy. And yet she knew that if she did, he would just flinch away from her. She needed to go slow and show him that she wouldn't hurt him. "Harry, I promise you that you will never return to your aunt and uncle again," Molly said quickly. "You're a Weasley now. Remember, until you decide to kick me out for doing something wrong," Harry said sadly, making Molly pale slightly. "We would never do that, Harry," Molly cried, inwardly sobbing as Harry flinched away from her. "Uncle Vernon said that the first time I do something unnatural, you'll throw me out." Harry sobbed as he hugged his knees tighter. Molly's mind raced. She could see that Harry was standing on the edge, and if she said or did the wrong thing, it might push him over. She needed to show him that he could trust her. "Harry, listen to me very carefully," Molly said quickly. "That thing was not your uncle, it was a boggart." "A what?" Harry asked, looking up at her slowly. "A boggart," Molly said again, they're creatures that hide in dark places and show you what you're most afraid of. Your terror becomes their weapon. What you saw was not real. It was just a cruel trick sent to you by a very evil person who only wanted to hurt you. Do you understand? Quote. Harry stared at her for a moment in silence before lowering his face back to his knees. The monsters who were chasing me sent it, didn't they? Harry asked in a broken voice. When Molly didn't answer, Harry began to cry even harder. I'm sorry, Molly, I didn't mean to bring the monsters here. Uncle Vernon was right about me. All I ever do is cause problems. Harry, that is not true at all. Molly said soothingly. You are a bright, wonderful little boy. Harry said nothing, simply buried his face in the blanket and shook with sobs. Arthur and I would never throw you out, Harry. Molly continued as she scooted a little closer. We both love you and so do the rest of your new family. That's why we adopted you, and that is why we will never let anyone hurt you again. Slowly, Molly reached out and placed her hand under Harry's chin, forcing his head up until he was looking into her eyes. You are a Weasley now, Harry. And we will never abandon you. Nor will we ever hurt you or lie to you, do you understand? Harry stared into her fierce gaze in silence for a moment before his face crumpled, and he lunged, sobbing into her arms. There we go, Harry. Molly said softly as she rocked him back and forth, desperately trying to fight back the tears that threatened to come out. Everything will be okay, I promise. For several minutes, Molly sat there rocking Harry gently until he finally calmed down enough to pull away from her and rub his eyes. Now, why don't we go downstairs and get you something to eat? Molly said warmly, you must be starving after being asleep for so long. I know the other children will want to see you. We've all been so worried about you. Poor Jaya absolutely refused to leave your bedside, no matter what I said. Molly gently took Harry by the hand, and the two slowly left the room and began to descend the stairs as Molly told him how worried everyone was and how even though Arthur had had to return to work, he wanted to know the moment Harry woke up. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Harry jumped as multiple voices yelled out his name, and he quickly ducked behind Molly as the rest of the children ran up to him. We thought you'd never wake up, mate. Ron said happily. Gave us a right fright. You did, Charlie added with a smile. All right, that's enough, settle down. Molly said after a few moments, Harry dear. It's all right to come out. No one is going to hurt you. Harry slowly came out from behind Molly and saw that all the Weasleys were smiling at him, happy that he was all right, and he found himself crying again. Much to the confusion of the room. What's wrong, Harry? Fred or George asked quickly. I'm sorry for worrying you all, Harry cried, I didn't mean to. Harry, it's not your fault. Bill replied as he kneeled down before the boy, and we don't blame you one bit for that boggart. We're just happy that you're all right, that's all that matters, okay. Harry slowly nodded his head as Bill turned to Ginny. Ginny's got something for you, don't you, Ginny? Harry looked at her as she slowly approached, her hands behind her back. With a smile, she brought her hands out to reveal Harry's bear. I gave him a bath and kept him safe for you, she said happily as Harry slowly reached out and took it. Thank you, Ginny, Harry said as he smiled through his tears. Quickly wiping his face, Harry turned to Jaya, who was watching with a smile. Jaya, you can go get some rest now. I know you must be exhausted, Harry said softly. Thank you, Master Harry, Jaya said wearily. Jaya will go rest now that you are being awake and safe. With a final bow, Jaya quickly made her way up the stairs to the broom closet that Arthur had enlarged to make into her room. Now, let's all sit down and have a nice breakfast, and afterward, you all can go play outside while I let your father know that Harry is awake. How does that sound? Molly asked as she picked Harry up and sat him down in his chair. Cheers of agreement followed. Harry nodded happily as the others took their places, no one noticing the beetle that had just flown out the window. Molly considered herself a patient woman. She had to be after raising 7 children, especially after having to keep up with the Terror Twins, and yet the following months seemed to try her patience to the breaking point. Not long after Harry had awakened, the borough was bombarded with reporters from the Daily Prophet, asking to see Harry and asking a myriad of questions about the validity of Rita Skeeter's statement that he had been abused at the hands of Muggles. Accompanying the reporters were dozens of owls from the Ministry of Magic demanding a variety of answers as well, such as how did Harry escape his aunt and uncle? Did he have any information on who the Death Eaters were who had attacked the boy? How did the Weasleys manage to adopt Harry so fast? As well as 100 other questions, comments, letters of support, and requests to speak with the boy. It got so bad that Molly began to just throw the letters into the fireplace rather than read them and threatened to hex any reporter who stepped onto her property. Through it all, little Harry continually apologized for bringing the madness upon them, despite Molly's continuous assurances that she wasn't mad at him, nor did she hold him responsible. The breaking point came when Molly opened the Daily Prophet one morning to see another article by Rita Skeeter concerning Harry that made Molly turn red in incandescent rage. "What's wrong, Molly?" Arthur had asked as he saw the change in his wife. Without answering, Molly simply handed the paper to him and watched as he read. Harry Potter receives trauma in lieu of cheer for his birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be a joyous occasion, a time to celebrate with family and friends, a time for presents and cake, with warm well-wishers by your side to enjoy it with you. This is especially true for children. Yet, for Harry Potter, the boy who lived, this was not to be. Harry Potter was never given a birthday in his many years with the Muggles who abused him, the honor of giving his first went to his newly adopted parents, Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mrs. Molly Weasley, and it should have been a happy day filled with laughter and joy. Alas, this was not the case. Instead, Harry Potter was sent a truly monstrous present by persons unknown in the form of a boggart which took the form of his Muggle uncle who had previously tortured the boy and caused such terror and panic in Harry that he suffered a panic attack and had to have medical personnel rushed to his side. Who would send such a horrible gift to a child who had already suffered so much? And why was the gift not thoroughly checked by his new guardians before it was given to him in the first place? It is this reporter's opinion, and I know that many of my readers will agree, I'm sure, that perhaps Harry is not in as safe hands as the Weasleys would like us to believe. Perhaps he should be removed to more appropriate custodians who will better protect the boy from such trauma from reoccurring. And still, another question is unanswered. Why have the Muggles who so abused the boy that a mere boggart could send him into a full-blown panic attack not yet been punished? After requesting comment from Amelia Bones, the head of magical law enforcement, this reporter was rudely told to mind your own business, Ms. Skeeter. We are currently running an investigation and cannot speak about it until it is concluded. And yet, after a month, Harry Potter's abusers remain unpunished, leaving this reporter to ask, does anyone even really care about the poor boy? Arthur began to breathe heavily as he finished reading the article, trying with all his might to suppress the rage that threatened to consume him, while Molly looked positively murderous. How does she keep getting this information? Arthur demanded angrily as he threw the paper across the table. Excuse me for a moment, Arthur, Molly said suddenly as she rose to her feet and stepped outside. A moment later, there was a loud boom, as though a cannon had gone off. And the whole house shook. Arthur quickly jumped to his feet and ran outside to find Molly breathing heavily and standing in front of a large crater, her wand pointed at it and sparks racing along its tip. What the bloody hell was that? Bill cried as he ran out of the house and towards his parents, the rest of the children not far behind. Watch your language, Molly cried as she spun to face the children. Seeing her angry expression, the kids stopped short, and Fred let out a long whistle as he saw the hole his mother had created. Blimey, Mum, who made you mad? Never you mind who it was. Molly growled. Molly dear, Arthur said softly, nodding his head at Harry, who was holding Ginny's hand and watching her with fear. With visible effort, Molly slowly calmed herself down and smiled at the group assembled before her. I'm sorry, children, I did not mean to lose my temper. Why don't you all go take Harry and play some Quidditch? There's enough of you to make it an even game. And I'm sure Harry would enjoy learning to fly some more, wouldn't you, Harry? Harry shook his head quickly as a smile began to form on his face. Go on, then, Molly said warmly, off with you. And Bill will be in charge, so no funny business, understand? Grunts of approval followed her words before the children began to quickly disperse and follow Bill and Charlie towards the woodshed where they kept the brooms. A moment later, Molly and Arthur were alone. You shouldn't let her get to you like that, Molly Wobbles, Arthur said soothingly as Molly began to wave her wand and clean up the mess she had made. Unfit to care for Harry, how dare she say that? We're the only ones who even give a damn about the poor boy. Dumbledore wanted to send him back to them. I know, dear, Arthur said softly. We both know it's not true. Yes, but the rest of the world doesn't know that. Molly cried as she turned to her husband suddenly. What if they believe here lies and take him from us? We will never let that happen, Molly, Arthur said seriously. Harry is our son in every way that matters, including legally, and I shall be damned if they take him from us. Ollie looked him in the eye for a moment before he took her into his embrace and held her as she began to cry. Why can't they just leave the poor boy alone? Because they're vermin who feed off the misery of others. And Rita Skeeter is the worst of them all. Arthur replied angrily. On that point, you'll find that I agree wholeheartedly, a voice suddenly said, making the pair turn swiftly to say. Who had spoken and finding Dumbledore standing in their doorway with a sad expression. Professor Dumbledore, I'm sorry if you heard that, I didn't mean. Molly began before Dumbledore held up a hand for peace. It's all right, Molly, I completely understand, he said as he made his way over to them. The last few weeks have been exceptionally hard on us all, I imagine. They've been coming after you as well, then? Arthur asked, frowning as Dumbledore nodded. Indeed they have. I've had dozens of owls from the Ministry demanding answers as to my involvement in Harry's abuse. But you had no involvement aside from placing him there. Molly cried angrily. Alas, my dear, Dumbledore said wearily, that does make me involved. It is only due to the goodwill I have gained over many decades that I have not been charged. That and my assurances that the ones responsible will be brought to justice, which brings me to why I am here. What are you talking about, Albus? Arthur asked softly, not liking the direction the conversation was going. I tried every trick I know to avoid this, but unfortunately, there seems to be no other way, Dumbledore said sadly, his head drooping. I'll ask again, Albus, Arthur asked softly. What are you talking about? The Wizengamot have decided to pursue formal charges against Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley. Unfortunately, this means that Harry will have to testify in open court as to the nature of his abuse. Molly's face turned pale as the blood drained from it, and for a moment, she was rendered speechless before finally crying out. He can't, Albus, you can't let this happen. Believe me, Molly, I have tried every trick I know to try and find a way to avoid making Harry testify, Dumbledore said sadly. I have spoken to dozens of people, cashed in years of favors owed to me, and yet I cannot find a way to stop this. The minister himself demands it. He says that Harry Potter saved us. It would be a great dishonor to allow our savior to be abused and then have no justice for it. Albus, he's just a boy. Molly cried. You put him on the stand in front of those muggles, and he'll panic. I wouldn't be surprised if he's too terrified to even speak. And even worse, if he does speak, the whole world will know what was done to him. He'll be looked at with pity. No child deserves that, Arthur added angrily. That at least I can promise will not be a problem. Dumbledore said quickly. What do you mean? Arthur asked. As Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I have ensured that no press will be allowed to enter the courtroom. Nothing that is said inside will be reported. It will be a sealed trial, Dumbledore replied. How can you promise that, though? Molly asked angrily. I have made all of the members of the Wizengamot sign a magical document ensuring that should they ever speak a word of what occurs in the trial, they will find themselves in a great deal of anguish. Dumbledore's eyes flashed dangerously at the words and Molly. And Arthur gulped suddenly. When is it to be? Molly asked sadly as a tear ran down her cheek. On the 15th of September, Dumbledore replied as he pulled a roll of parchment from his robe and handed it to the pair. I have been relegated to an observer position due to my involvement in Harry's abuse. I will be allowed to sit in on the trial, but I am not allowed to speak nor give a vote on verdict or punishment. I am so sorry that this is even occurring. I had hoped to spare the boy any more pain and report his aunt and uncle to the Muggle authorities to ensure their punishment. We'll make sure Harry is prepared for what is to come, Arthur said sadly as he put his arm around Molly. He will need to be ready. Please inform him how very sorry I am for this. It was never supposed to be this way. Dumbledore said sadly before offering a quick bow and turning to leave. A moment later, he was gone as he entered the house. "Oh, Arthur, will the boy's suffering never end?" Molly whispered sadly. "How much more must he endure at the hands of those muggles?" "This will be very hard on him," Arthur replied, "but Harry deserves justice, and when this is over, he shall have it." "And then?" Molly asked softly. "And then, it will be our job to ensure he gets to spend the rest of his life knowing what it means to be safe and loved," Arthur said softly. Molly read at him for a moment before kissing him gently on the lips. "I promise I will give him that," she said softly, "as do I, my love." "As do I." The next day saw the Weasleys and Harry all piling into Arthur's car and driving to King's Cross Station to get Bill, Charlie, and Percy on the train to Hogwarts. Harry had been curious as to how everyone would fit and was amazed when he saw that the inns had been magically enlarged so that everyone was able to sit quite comfortably. Percy's excitement at finally going to school was infectious. Soon the whole car was filled with laughter as they swiftly drove through traffic. Arriving 20 minutes before the train was set to depart, Harry had been afraid when Molly told him how they were supposed to get to the platform and had closed his eyes tight when they had run at the wall. Still, after a moment of no impact, he had warily opened his eyes. He saw with delight that she had been telling the truth and before them was a ruby-red train with Hogwarts Express written across it. "Now be sure to write us as often as you can, dear," Molly said as she gave Percy a final hug, "and make lots of friends, and don't be afraid to ask your brother for help if you don't understand something." "Mum, I'll be fine," Percy said exasperated. "I've been waiting my whole life for this." "And don't worry, Mum, we'll keep him out of trouble," Bill added as he gave his mother a hug. "I don't imagine it will require much work," Charlie said with a laugh. "It's not like we'll be dealing with the Terror Twins." "Hey," Fred said in mock horror, "we take offense to that," George said, finishing his brother's sentence and making Charlie laugh. The train whistle suddenly sounded, and the three hurriedly rushed to get on board as everyone watched them go and waved happily. A moment later, the three stuck their heads out of a compartment window and waved back, smiles plastered across their faces. The train rounded a bend a moment later and they were gone. "Well, who's up for some ice cream before heading home?" Arthur chirped as they made their way back through the wall and into Muggle London. Harry smiled happily and was about to reply and he heard a voice that stopped him in his tracks. "What time is Marge supposed to arrive, dear?" "Any minute now," another voice replied. Harry gripped Molly's hand tight and began to shake as he recognized the voices. "Harry," Molly asked quickly, noticing immediately that something was wrong. "Harry, what is it?" Molly, it's them," Harry whispered, his terror so great that he couldn't speak above a whisper. Before Molly could ask who Harry was referring to, a loud voice cried out. "Mum, Dad, look, it's the freak." Molly quickly turned towards the voice and saw that it had come from an enormous child holding the hand of a skinny woman. Standing next to the woman was an equally large man, and Molly recognized him immediately as the man whom the boggart had taken the form of. "Well, it is," the man said in a loud voice before storming over to the Weasleys. Harry immediately dove behind Molly's legs and a moment later was shielded by Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George. "Where have you been, boy?" the man thundered as he came to a stop a few feet from Molly and Arthur. "Do you have business with Harry, sir?" Arthur asked coolly, making the man stare at Arthur for a moment. "He's my nephew. Does that answer your question?" Vernon growled angrily. "No, it does not, I'm afraid," Arthur replied in forced politeness. "You see, my wife and I have adopted Harry, and that means that you no longer have any right to speak with him, especially since all you have ever done is abuse him." "Abuse?" Vernon snarled softly before staring down at Harry, visibly shaking behind Molly. "What lies have you been spreading now? Freak. His name is Harry," Molly snapped angrily. "Not that you ever cared to learn it, I imagine." "I'll call him whatever I damn well please. He was dropped on my doorstep. And it was my food he ate for 4 years and my roof he slept under." "Yes, Harry told us how you cared for him while he was under your roof," Arthur hissed angrily, his emphasis the word cared showed he was being sarcastic, and Vernon purpled with rage as Arthur continued. "You beat him, starved him and locked him in a cupboard, You should be ashamed of yourself, sir. How dare you speak to my husband that way? Petunia screeched. We never wanted the little monster in the first place. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts, and all he did in return was cause unnaturalness to occur every chance he got, despite Vernon's attempts to correct the boy. Correct him? Molly hisses from between clenched teeth. You call what you did correcting him? I saw his wounds when he first arrived at our home. What you did was torture. He deserved it. Vernon snarled. He's a freak. A wicked unnatural. Whatever else Vernon had been about to say died in his throat, as Molly pulled her wand from her purse and pointed it between Vernon's eyes. One more word, Muggle. She growled angrily. One more word. Vernon's eyes went wide at the wand, and he whispered in shock. You're one of them. Indeed I am. Molly snapped back. And if you say one more word against my son, so help me, I will turn you into a bug and stomp on you. Your son? Petunia laughed. He belongs to us. You have no legal right to him. Point of fact, we do, actually, Arthur retorted as he put his hand on Molly's arm and forced it down. As I said before, we adopted Harry more than a month ago. He is legally ours. And it is you who have no further right to him. Vernon and Petunia stared in shock at the words and were rendered momentarily silent before Dudley spoke up. Who will? D ever want to adopt a weirdo like Harry? Does this mean I don't get to watch you punish him anymore, Dad? It certainly does not, fat boy. Fred retorted. You will never hurt our brother again. George added. How dare you speak to my son like that? Petunia snapped at the twins before turning her attention to Molly. It would seem as though your boys are in need of some manners. I can only imagine how bad of a mother you were if this is how you raise your brats. A moment later, Petunia was lying on the ground, holding her cheek in shock. The reason for this was due to Molly having slapped her hard across the face and sent her to the ground. You have no right to speak of how to raise children. Molly snarled. I've only known you for 5 minutes, and I can already tell that your son is a spoiled, cruel monster like his father. And you are no better. I saw what you did to Harry. I saw the scars and bruises. He's your sister's son, your own flesh and blood, and you did that to him. How dare you? The platform had gone eerily quiet, and Arthur saw that nearly everyone was watching the confrontation with sick fascination. With a grimace of distaste, Arthur put his arm around Mole Lee and began to lead her away as Vernon knelt by his wife's side to see if she was all right. How dare you strike my wife? Vernon snarled. I'll see the lot of you arrested for this. The only one who will be arrested is you, Muggle. Arthur snapped. You should receive a letter in a few days demanding your appearance in court for the charge of abuse of a minor. If I were you, I would try and find a good litigator. You're going to need one. Vernon paled visibly at the words and suddenly seemed to have lost his voice as Petunia was helped to her feet by Dudley. No one will ever believe the boy's lies. Petunia screeched, though she looked just as pale as her husband. We shall see about that. Molly spat as Arthur led her and the children away. When they had reached the car, Molly stopped and knelt down, placing her hands on Harry's shoulders. Are you all right, Harry? She asked softly. The boy was still shaking and looked at her with wide eyes. I was so afraid they were going to take me back, he whispered, tears beginning to form in the corners of his eyes. Never, Harry, Molly said as she shook her head. I will never let that happen, I promise. Nor will I, Arthur added as he knelt down next to her. You called me your son, Harry said softly. Well, of course, I did, Molly said warmly. That's what you are, after all. Harry slowly smiled at her and wiped his eyes, before wrapping his arms around her neck in a hug, which she swiftly returned. Now, who's up for ice cream? Arthur asked quickly. Cheers of approval followed this. As they loaded up into the car, Red and George began a tickle fight with Harry and Ron in the back seat. While Ginny cheered them on, Molly and Arthur watched happily from the front seat. Author's note. I'm glad that everyone is enjoying my work. To be honest, I never expected this many people to like it and am astounded that so many do. To those who are saying that Rita Skeeter should be made worse or could have been made worse, try to remember that this isn't the monster that we will encounter in 8 years. While she is still a cruel woman, I am trying to show that at one time she did have a shred of decency, a tiny shred, lol. Now, I leave the next chapter up to you because I have 2 finished chapters for the Dursley trial. So, I'd like to see which one you would like to become the official Chapter 7. Both chapters are pretty much the same except for the ending. Option A has them found guilty and sentenced to Azkaban. Option B has them found not guilty because they are muggles and therefore not able to be tried in a magical court. Fred and George are so enraged at this miscarriage of justice that they set out to destroy the Dursleys, perfect slice of normalcy, by driving them mad with pranks and curses. Can't wait to see which one you choose. And always, I hope you enjoy the chapter. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Harry tried to be quiet as he slowly descended the stairs, dragging his blanket and sheet behind him. It was very late. Judging by how quiet the house was, he desperately wanted to hide what he had done before someone found out. Molly and Arthur had told him the previous night about the upcoming court case. Though they both had tried to assure him that everything would be okay and that his aunt and uncle would not be able to hurt him anymore, Harry still found the idea of confronting Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon terrifying. The news had brought fresh nightmares for Harry, and tonight had been the worst one yet and had resulted in Harry waking to find he had unfortunately peed himself in his bed. Thankfully, Ron was still asleep in the bed across from him, allowing Harry to quietly take his blanket and sheets off the bed and make his way down the stairs to find some way to clean them before it was discovered what he had done. He could only imagine how mad Molly would be if she discovered his accident. I just need some soap, and I can clean it before anyone wakes up, Harry said softly as he made his way to the kitchen. After carefully looking beneath the sink and not finding what he needed, Harry made his way to a nearby closet and slowly opened it, before jumping back quickly as a mop fell to the floor with a loud crack. Harry stood frozen in place for a moment at the loud sound, desperately hoping that no one had heard the noise. After a few moments of silence, Harry let out a breath of relief when a soft voice called out, "Who's there?" Harry spun on the spot in fear and saw that Molly was coming down the stairs with her wand held over her head, the tip emitting a soft light. For a moment, Harry considered trying to grab the blanket and sheet before realizing that he would never be able to get to it in time. So he stayed frozen to the spot as Molly reached the bottom of the stairs and saw him, her eyebrows rising in surprise. "Harry, what are you doing down here, sweetie? You should be sleeping." I was just," Harry stuttered, trying to come up with a valid excuse that wouldn't make Molly mad at him for wetting the bed. As Molly approached, she immediately saw the wet stain across Harry's pajamas, and her expression softened. A moment later, she flicked her wand, and the living room was flooded with light as she stowed her wand in her nightgown. Seeing Harry's worried expression, Molly gently lowered herself down onto one knee before giving the boy a quick hug and staring at him in understanding. "Did you have another nightmare, Harry? Is that what caused the accident?" Harry nodded his head slowly as he began to sniffle before lowering his eyes to the floor. "I'm sorry, Molly," Harry said piteously. "I was trying to clean it up before anyone noticed, honest." "Harry, there is nothing to be ashamed of," Molly replied softly as she placed her hand under his chin and forced him to look at her. "These things happen." "You're not mad at me?" Harry asked softly. "But I peed the bed. I'm too old to be peeing the bed." Molly laughed at that, making Harry look at her in bemusement for a moment before she spoke. "Harry, there's no age limit for accidents, sweetie," Molly said gently. "Why, Bill was still wetting the bed when he was your age." "Really?" Harry asked in surprise. "But Bill's so cool." "He may be now, but he wasn't always," Molly said with a smile. "Everyone makes mistakes, sweetie, and everyone can have an accident. It's nothing to be ashamed of, understand?" Harry slowly nodded as he rubbed his runny nose. "Now, let's get you cleaned up, and you can tell me about your nightmare, okay?" Molly sighed softly as she stood up and withdrew her wand and made a quick wave with it. A moment later, Harry discovered to his surprise and enjoyment that his pajama bottoms were now dry, and he giggled happily, making Molly smile warmly as she flicked her wand at his blanket and sheet. Instantly the fabric rose into the air, and the stains disappeared. A moment later, they began to fold themselves before falling neatly onto the couch. "Now, tell me what happened," Molly said softly as she sat down at the table and patted the seat next to her for Harry to join her. After a moment's hestation, Harry P. pulled his chair out and slowly climbed into it while Molly watched with a warm smile. I had another nightmare about Uncle Vernon, Harry said slowly. He was hurting me again. Harry, as long as there is a breath in my body, I will never let that man hurt you again, Molly replied, gently placing her hand atop Harry's. Do I really have to go? Harry asked, not bothering to specify as he knew Ollie would understand what he was talking about. I would give anything to be able to tell you no, Harry, Molly said sadly, but I promised I would never lie to you, and I won't start now. I'm scared, Harry said so softly that Molly almost missed it. I know you are, sweetie, Molly said sadly, but Arthur and I will be there with you, and you'll have Teddy there as well. Harry smiled slightly at that, and Molly continued in a warm voice. After tomorrow, I promise that you'll never have to see your aunt and uncle ever again. Harry felt tears beginning to form in his eyes, and Molly quickly pulled him into a hug. Now, let's get you back to bed. You'll need all your rest for tomorrow, Molly said as she helped Harry out of his chair. A few moments later, as Molly was tucking Harry back into bed, he suddenly lunged forward and embraced her in a tight hug, which momentarily took her by surprise before she quickly returned it. After tucking Harry in and placing Teddy next to him, Molly began to softly hum a lullaby as she gently rubbed her hand over his head. A few moments later, his eyes began to close, and Molly smiled at him. Good night, sweetie, Molly said warmly as he gently took off Harry's glasses and placed them on the table next to him. Good night, Mummy, Harry mumbled drowsily. Molly's eyes widened in surprise at the words, and for a moment, she sat and stared at Harry before she leaned down and kissed Harry gently on the forehead before rising and walking to the door. Casting one last look on the two boys who were sleeping, Molly smiled happily and left, closing the door softly behind her. Nothing was said at breakfast the following day as the family sat silently and ate their food. Every once in a while, Molly would glance at Harry and try to offer a reassuring smile. But the look of tension and fear on his face made it a struggle for her. Harry was dressed in a simple black suit that Molly had purchased for him earlier in the week, while the saint of the children were wearing similar suits, albeit of different colors. Finish your breakfast, children, Molly said quickly. We will need to leave soon for the ministry. Will we be taking the car, Mum? Ron asked as he finished his plate. No, we will be flowing there, Molly answered, waving her wand and causing the plates to rise into the air and fly to the sink, where they began washing themselves. Now, I want everyone on their best behavior, is that clear? Molly said sternly as she began attacking Harry's hair with a comb. No pranks, no games, and no mucking about, is that understood? She stared pointedly at the twins at the last until they nodded sheepishly that they understood, and Molly narrowed her eyes in suspicion. I mean it, you too, Molly said sternly. Harry will need his family with him today and especially his big brothers for what he has to face, so I need you both to do your part, understand? A determined look came across Fred and George's faces, and the both nodded before each stepped behind Harry and placed a hand on his shoulder. We understand, Mum, George and Fred said as one. Harry felt tears come to his eyes at the words, which was made were say when Ron and Ginny smiled and nodded at him that they would be there for him as well. Thank you, Harry said softly. Of course, Ickle Harrykins, Fred said with a smile. That's what family is for, George added, making Harry giggle happily. Arthur smiled at the interaction before pulling a watch from his pocket and looking at it. It's about time we were off. Everyone ready? He asked as he finished the last of his coffee. After one last check, Molly led everyone to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flow powder before taking Harry's hand in her own. Ready, Harry? Molly asked, smiling down at him. Harry nodded slowly, and the two entered the fireplace, disappearing a moment later as Molly threw the powder to the ground and shouted, Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, green fire erupted all around him. Harry shut his eyes tight as the familiar spinning sensation took hold of him. Then, the spinning stopped a moment later, and Harry felt Molly pull him gently. Slowly opening his eyes, Harry's mouth dropped in amazement at what his eyes beheld before him. They had stepped out of a large fireplace into an enormous atrium. Around him, hundreds of witches and wizards were quickly making their way to their various destinations, but the thing that caught Harry's attention was a large fountain that was surrounded by 5 golden statues of multiple creatures and from whom water was spouting into the pool below. "This is so cool," Harry said softly, but apparently not softly enough, for Molly turned to look down at him with a warm smile. "I had the same reaction the first time I came here," she said with a grin. A moment later, Arthur joined them, holding Ron and Ginny's hands, quickly followed a moment after that by Fred and George. "Follow me, everybody," Arthur called. Out as he began to move through the crowd, the rest of the family close behind. As they made their way through, Harry's head swung back and forth as he tried to look at everything going on around him, trying desperately to not miss anything. They entered a lift a moment later, and Harry was pressed against Molly as the group squeezed inside suddenly. The lift jerked hard, and Harry's stomach felt as though it had fallen through the floor as the lift began to rapidly drop until at last it stopped with another jerk and the doors opened slowly to Dumbledore and a witch with a squared jaw, colossal cropped hair and a monocle in her left eye. "Ah, Arthur, Molly, right on time," Dumbledore said warmly before turning to Harry. "Good morning, Harry, how are you doing today?" "I'm well, thank you, sir," Harry answered nervously as he took in Dumbledore and his guest. Both were wearing plum-colored robes with a large silver W emblazoned on them. "It's always a delight to warmly encounter children with manners," Dumbledore said. His eyes twinkled before he flashed Harry a quick wink, making the boy giggle softly. "Allow me to introduce my associate," Dumbledore added as he motioned toward the witch. "This is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She will be acting as a prosecutor for today's trial." Harry mumbled a polite hello, which was echoed by the rest of the family. Amelia nodded quickly before turning her attention back to Harry. "You look just like James," she said in a sad voice, "except for your eyes, of course." "You knew my daddy?" Harry asked. "Oh yes, I knew him well," Amelia said with a sad smile. "I considered him a friend. I felt his passing dearly. I'm glad I was able to expedite your adoption. I owed James that at least. I wanted to personally thank you for that," Molly said quickly. "Harry deserved a family that loves him, and thanks to you, he now has one." Amelia nodded quickly at Molly's words before turning to a man who suddenly appeared behind her carrying what looked like a large stone bowl. After a quickly whispered conversation with the man, Amelia turned back to Harry and bent down to his level. "I intend to see to it that your aunt and uncle are punished to the furthest extent that the law allows, Harry, but I need your help. Do you see the man standing behind me?" Harry nodded slowly as he leaned over slightly to look at the man, who smiled at the boy. "Well, he's carrying something called a pensieve," Amelia continued. "Do you know what that is?" Harry quickly shook his head as he stared at the thing that the man was carrying. "It's an extraordinary magical item that will allow us to see your memories, thereby allowing us to witness what your aunt and uncle did to you. It will greatly aid in proving culpability. And even better will make it so that you will not have to testify." Harry's eyes widened in awe at the words, and he was rendered speechless, giving Arthur the chance to speak up in his place. "I thought pensieves were not allowed in criminal trials due to the possibility of memory manipulation." "Ordinarily, that would be the case," Dumbledore replied quickly, "but due to Harry's age and who he is, Minister Fudge has suspended that rule in this instance." "Who I am?" Harry asked in a confused voice. "What does he mean, Molly?" Molly looked at Arthur and Dumbledore for a moment, and before Dumbledore subtly shook his head, and Molly turned back to the boy. "We'll talk about that another time, okay, Harry?" Harry looked at her for a moment before slowly nodding his head and mumbling, "Okay." "Now, getting back to our earlier conversation," Amelia said quickly, "if you will allow me to, Harry, I will extract your memories. They will be entered as evidence, which I think will greatly swing the verdict in your favor." Harry gripped Molly's hand tight at the word, extract, and he began to shake in fear for a moment before he managed to squeak out, "Will it hurt?" "Not at all, dear," Amelia said softly. "It will only take a moment, and I promise you won't feel a thing." Harry nodded slowly, and Amelia motioned for the man behind her to approach. When he had done so, Amelia pulled her wand out of her robe, not noticing the way Harry flinched, and gently pressed it to Harry's temple. A moment later she drew a long silvery strand from his head and dropped it into the bowl that the man was holding. She repeated the process several times until it looked as though the man was holding a bowl of silver before finally she put her wand away and rose to her feet. "Now, I suggest you all head inside. The trial will begin momentarily," Amelia said warmly before turning on her heel and heading down the hall to the courtroom, the man carrying the pensieve following closely behind her. Dumbledore gently patted Harry on the shoulder and issued a warm smile that seemed to immediately make Harry feel better about what was about to occur. "Courage, Harry, Dumbledore, it will all be over soon, I promise." Harry nodded and tightened his grip on Molly's hand as the group followed Dumbledore into the courtroom. Harry sat between Molly and Arthur, desperately trying to avoid looking at his aunt and uncle. When they had entered, Vernon and Petunia Dursley had both stared daggers at Harry. They were seated next to a balding man with glasses who was wearing a dark black suit with a blood-red tie. Dudley was sitting in the gallery next to Vernon's sister, Marge. Harry shuddered slightly as he remembered how the woman had enjoyed torturing him almost as much as his uncle had. Sitting high above the court were at least 50 wizards and witches, all wearing the same plum-colored robes that Harry had seen Dumbledore and Amelia wearing before Harry had been about tea. Ask what everyone was waiting for when Dumbledore rose and proclaimed in a loud voice. "This court is hereby called to order. Today we are here to oversee the trial of Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley. The defendants are hereby charged with the abuse of a magical child, namely Harry James Potter. Amelia Bones has been chosen as prosecutor for this case, and Mr. Drexel stands as defense litigator for the defendants. Madam Bones, you may begin when ready." Dumbledore retook his seat as Amelia rose to speak. Before she could, however, Mr. Drexel rose and called out in a deep voice. "Point of order, your honors." "Proceed, sir," Dumbledore replied after a moment of surprise. "My clients hired me to represent them in this matter as they were unable to find a magical litigator to take their case." "With good reason," Amelia retorted angrily, casting a sneer at the pair. "Their guilt has yet to be proven, ma'am," Mr. Drexel said coolly, "and until such time as it is, they are entitled to qualified and experienced representation. The point of this matter is that my clients are being charged with abuse of a magical child and yet are not members of the magical community themselves, herefore they do not fall under your laws and as such cannot be charged." A cruel grin spread across Vernon's face as his litigator retook his seat, and the members of the Wizengamot began to whisper amongst themselves. "Objection, your honors," Amelia cried angrily. When Mr. Potter was left with the defendants, Chief Warlock Dumbledore left them a note explaining why Harry was left with them in the first place. He ensured that they were made aware that Mr. Potter was a member of the magical community, and that they were responsible for his upkeep. The defendants were even given financial compensation for taking care of Mr. Potter in the form of 300 galleons per month or £1,800 per month in Muggle money. By taking this money, they agreed to be a part of the Mag-Ical community for so long as they were responsible for Mr. Potter's care. Mr. Drexel scowled at the words before turning to Vernon and Petunia and engaging in a furious whispered argument. Before Mr. Drexel could counter Amelia's logic, however, Dumbledore stood and said in a loud voice, "Madam Bones is correct. It would seem, while not a part of the magical community, the Dursleys were tasked with raising Mr. Potter, who is a member of our community and therefore protected under our laws. As such, the trial will continue as planned, Madam Bones, whenever you're ready, my dear." The Dursleys seemed to grow pale at the news as Amelia stood and began her opening statement about how horribly Harry had been treated, how he had been starved, beaten, and forced to live in a cupboard under the stairs. Throughout the speech, Vernon grew more and more purple until at last he jumped to his feet and snarled, "We never wanted the little bastard in the first place. He was forced on us and only brought unnaturalness to our home." Harry trembled slightly at the words, and Molly wrapped her arm around him as he tried not to cry. "If you cannot control your client, sir, I will be forced to do so for you," Dumbledore thundered as Mr. Drexel forced Vernon to sit down and whispered something into his ear, making Vernon scowl angrily. Amelia nodded gratefully at Dumbledore before continuing her speech about how the evidence provided would show the defendant's culpability and how the only punishment for such cruelty was a long stay in Azkaban. Petunia turned white at the words and seemed as though she might faint. As Amelia took her seat and Dumbledore motioned for Mr. Drexel to begin his opening statement. Mr. Drexel, to his credit, did paint a good defense for the Dursleys. He told how they had been forced to raise a boy that they never wanted and even threatened with magical retribution should they attempt to leave Harry at an orphanage or something similar. He tried to paint them as just simple muggles who had done the best they could with the boy, but the looks he received from the court at the end of his statement showed that he had convinced no one. Your Honors, I would like to present my first piece of evidence, Amelia said in an angry voice. Proceed, Dumbledore said simply. Amelia nodded and pulled a roll of parchment from a stack next to her. This, Your Honors, is a list of injuries sustained by Mr. Potter at the hands of his relatives. It was taken by Madame Poppy Pomfrey, the chief medical witch of Hogwarts, when Mr. Potter arrived at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the parchment rose into the air before suddenly multiplying into 50 copies, each landing in front of the members of the court. The courtroom was silent for several moments as the wizards and witches read the report. A few turned pale at what they read, and more than one witch had tears in her eyes as they turned to look at Harry, who fixed his gaze on the floor, wishing at that moment he was anywhere else. Even Mr. Drexel looked pale upon reading his copy. He turned to look at his clients with a horrified expression before swallowing tightly and placing the report on the table. Unable to finish it, Vernon looked murderous at the members of the Wizengamot, while Petunia was growing paler as each member looked down at her with barely concealed outrage and contempt. After several moments of silence, the last witch nodded that she was done reading, and Dumbledore looked at Mr. Drexel expectantly. Your Honors, Mr. Drexel began, I have my own children, as I'm sure most of you do. As we all know, children sometimes play rather rough and sometimes do themselves an injury while playing. While these injuries are most deplorable, there is no evidence that my clients are responsible for them. Many of these injuries appear to be that of broken bones. Yet, there are no reports of any hospital visits regarding the boy while in the care of my clients. Therefore, it must be assumed that he received them elsewhere. That's your defense? Amelia asked in a loud voice. That is by far the stupidest thing I have ever heard in all my years as a prosecutor. It may appear stupid to you, Madam, Mr. Drexel replied with a sneer, but that doesn't change the fact that there is no evidence that these injuries came from my client aside from the word of a medical witch. While the injuries are quite awful, how do we know that they came from my clients and not from the boy being foolish and then blaming it on his aunt and uncle? Molly turned red with rage at the words, made worse by the fact that Harry looked as though he was fighting very hard not to start crying. Before she could say anything, however, Amelia rose again and replied in a voice of cold rage. You think he did those things to himself? Do you think that a 6-year-old boy could possibly injure himself so severely like that and then blame his family for it? How dare you, sir? I am simply stating the facts as I see them, Madam, Mr. Drexel replied stiffly. For a moment, it looked as though Amelia was fighting back her rage, before finally, she swallowed and turned to the members seated above her. Very well, then, if that's how you wish to play, then I shall accommodate you, sir, she said in a cold voice. Your Honors, I would like to present my next piece of evidence, Mr. Potter's memories of the injuries in question. Objection, Your Honors. Mr. Drexel retorted loudly. You cannot honestly expect the boy to give an accurate testimony in this case when the truth might be that he is simply lying. Ah, but that is the best part, sir, Amelia said coldly. The boy will not be testifying. Rather his memories will. I'm afraid that I don't understand, Mr. Drexel said, looking between Amelia and the members seated above him. You see, Mr. Drexel, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, in our world, we have a pensieve that allows one to remove memories from their head and display them for all to see, much like would one view what you muggles call a television. Vernon turned white as a sheet and opened his mouth to say something but found he no longer had the ability to speak. Petunia looked, if possible, even paler and, like her husband, seemed to be rendered mute. Mr. Drexel's mouth hung open at the words. He slowly sat back down, unable to TNK of an objection to this new information. Dumbledore smiled at the litigator for a moment before turning back to Amelia and nodding. Proceed, my dear. Amelia nodded grimly before dipping her wand. into the pensieve and pulling out a long silver strand, she threw it into the air a moment later. The strand stretched out into a long shimmering screen visible to all, and the memory began. The courtroom was dead silent when the last memory finally ended and returned to the pensieve. Even Mr. Drexel had grown pale at what he had seen, and he was used to defending the worst of clients. Vernon had been placed under a silent spell after several outbursts, despite his attorney's repeated attempts to stop him. Now, Vernon sat in angry silence, glaring at Dumbledore. In the gallery, the Weasleys were all sitting with their mouths hanging open at what they had witnessed. For almost an hour, they had sat silently and watched one memory after another as Harry was horribly abused repeatedly. Arthur had tried to take the children out of the hall after the first memory, but they had all refused, choosing instead to stay with their brother. Harry had been forced to stay. He was quietly sobbing into Molly's shoulder as she held him and rocked him back and forth. She looked at the Dursleys with murder in her eyes, which was copied by almost every member of the Wizengamot. Your Honors, Amelia began, trying to find her voice after what she had just witnessed. After what we have all witnessed, I feel that there is little, if any, doubt in the defendant's culpability in regards to the charges. I now ask that you vote in favor of punishment. You have witnessed what the poor boy has gone through with your own eyes, and there must be justice for it. Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet. Anger etched in every corner of his wrinkled face, and when he spoke, it was in a voice as cold as ice. Mr. Drexel, do you have anything more you wish to say regarding your client's defense? Mr. Drexel slowly licked his lips as he stared up at Dumbledore before looking at his clients. Vernon was purple with rage, while Petunia had slumped into her chair in despair at what she thought would happen to her. Slowly Mr. Drexel rose to his feet and cleared his throat before replying in a soft voice. Your Honors, I once again state that while my clients are truly the most awful I have ever had the discourtesy of defending. Vernon glared daggers at his litigator as Mr. Drexel continued. They are not a part of the magical community and therefore cannot be held accountable to your laws. The charges should therefore be dismissed and my clients released. Mr. Drexel then retook his seat as the courtroom exploded with noise as almost every member of the Wizengamot began hurling insults at the Dursleys and their litigator, who had fixed his gaze on the table in front of him. Silence! Dumbledore roared, bringing the noise to an end instantly as every head turned towards him. As much as I am loath to admit it, Mr. Drexel is correct in his assessment that Mr. and Mrs. Dursley are not subject to our laws as they are not members of the magical world. Dumbledore, you cannot be serious. A man with long silver blonde hair retorted angrily, whether they are muggles or not, Potter deserves justice for what they did to him. Indeed he does, Lucius, Dumbledore said quickly, he shall have it. However, due to their status as muggles, as you have stated, they cannot be sent to Azkaban prison as they so justly deserve. Vernon's face lit up with glee as he heard the news. Petunia seemed to regain some of her color at the news that she would not be going to Azkaban. Molly, however, looked at Dumbledore in shock and rage, which seemed to be shared by the rest of the court. We will now vote on a verdict. I, of course, will not vote as per this court's previous decision. All those in favor of guilt. Every wand rose as one, and Vernon purpled with rage before he began to silent shout at the assembled members of the court. After a careful count, Dumbledore nodded and rose to his feet. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, you have been found guilty by this court of abuse of a magical child. This crime usually carries a sentence of Azkaban, the length of which varies depending upon the severity of the abuse. However, as previously stated, you both are not a part of our world and so cannot be sent to Azkaban. Vernon sneered at this, and Petunia attempted a smile before Dumbledore continued. However, the fact remains that you horribly abused a child for no other reason than your own prejudice. If you think you will escape punishment for it, I'm afraid you both are terribly mistaken. Dumbledore's voice had gone icy cold by the end. Both Dursleys paled slightly as Dumbledore turned towards the other members around him. My fellow members of the Wizengamot, while I cannot vote on sentencing, I can offer my own recommendation on the matter, and it is this: I propose that we impose a fine on these two. A fine, a witch snarled, after what they did to the poor boy. A hefty fine, my dear, Dumbledore replied, "one which will ensure that the defendants will most likely spend the rest of their lives attempting to pay it." Murmurs of approval followed this, and both Dursleys' eyes widened in horror at the words. "All in favor of sentencing?" Dumbledore asked Ed with a smile as he stared down at the Dursleys again, every wand raised in approval, and Dumbledore nodded before speaking again. "Very well, then, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, this court hereby sentence you to a fine of £2 million in Muggle money, to be taken from your future assets until the full amount has been paid. The amount will, of course, go to Harry Potter as recompense for the cruelty which you have enacted on him. This court is hereby adjourned." Petunia turned white at the words and fainted instantly. Vernon barely managed to catch her before she hit the ground and began to scream silently at Dumbledore, his face growing redder as he tried to make his voice heard. A moment later, 2 Aurors approached the Dursleys and began to escort them from the courtroom. Vernon cast one last venomous glare at Harry before he and Petunia were gone, followed closely by Marge and Dudley and finally, Mr. Drexel, who looked as though he had aged 10 years since arriving and looked at Harry for a moment with an expression of sorrow before he too left the courtroom. "A fine, that's all they get after all they've done. A fine," Molly growled angrily. "It is a rather large fine, Molly dear," Arthur said, though his voice too showed he was angry at the verdict, and as Dumbledore stated, they will most likely spend the rest of their lives trying to pay it. "It's not enough," Molly snarled. "Not nearly enough." Harry looked up at Molly sadly, tears running down his cheeks as he asked in a small voice, "Molly, can we go home now?" Molly silently wept at the expression on Harry's face before she offered a warm smile and gently rubbed Harry's tears away. "Of course, darling," she said softly, "let's go home." Quickly, the group rose before anyone could approach them to offer comments or regret and swiftly made their way out of the courtroom towards the nearest fireplace and home. Molly silently watched from the doorway as Harry and the other children played a game of tag. It had been 2 weeks since the trial. Still, Molly fumed at what she deemed a cruel injustice. Dumbledore had come by a few days after the trial to strengthen the wards around the burrow. Molly had refused to speak with him, despite his attempts to explain his decision. She had been thinking about her decision for the past few days, torn between fear of being arrested for what she planned and the desire to see justice done to those who had hurt her son. Molly's commitment waned and strengthened interminably until, at last, she decided that she would go through with her plan, tomorrow once the children were asleep. From what Harry had told her, Molly knew that the Dursleys loved normality and order, so she would take that from them. Then, she would consider their debt to Harry paid. Only then would she consider justice done. The street was quiet when Molly Weasley apparated in front of the Dursleys' home carrying a large brown burlap bag that was moving as though something were alive inside of it, silently. She approached the house before turning the sack upside down and emptying its contents, which consisted of a dozen gnomes, onto the Dursleys' lawn. Instantly, the gnomes Ed away into the Dursleys' bushes as Molly approached the house and pulled her wand from her robe. "Alohomora," she whispered softly before stepping inside the dark house. Casting a quick glance around, Molly saw at once the cupboard under the stairs and her gaze hardened at it for a moment before she composed herself and began her work. An hour later, Molly exited the home with a smug smile of satisfaction on her face. Never again would the Dursleys find normalcy so long as they lived at Privet Drive, she had seen to that. While ordinarily, she would feel guilt and shame for what she had done, she felt only satisfaction. She had placed several curses on the Dursley home, ranging from making it so that no matter how much Petunia Dursley scrubbed, she would always find a spot of dirt in her pristine kitchen to making it so that a constant bad smell would appear in all of their bathrooms, to making it so that the Dursleys' hedges would constantly grow into the most untamable of shapes. As well as a dozen other minor curses that would ensure that so long as the Dursleys lived in that house, they would never again have the normal magic-free life that they craved so much. Adding in the gnome infestation that she had given them, Molly was sure that the Dursleys would either be driven mad or flee somewhere far away. After that, Harry would never have to worry about seeing them ever again. As Molly walked silently down the street, She began to hum happily to herself as she thought of what the Dursleys would awaken to in a few hours and how her son had finally received the justice that he so surely deserved. Now I know where Fred and George get their love of pranks from, she thought with a smile before turning on the spot and apparating away. Author's note. Once again, then, KU to all of those who are enjoying the story. I originally began writing it as a way of therapy, but I'm having so much fun doing it that I actually look forward to writing now, just as I hope you all enjoy reading it. Someone brought up an interesting point about the story. Percy shouldn't be attending Hogwarts yet, as he is only 4 years older than Harry, rather than go back and fix this mistake on my part. I will be making Percy a year older, a cheap way to cover my mistake, but it's all I got. I know I said I would have the twins be the ones pulling the pranks on the Dursleys, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't make it work as much as I wanted to, so Mother Molly gets to be the one to drive the Dursleys mad, lol. And to the ones who think I am Jew Saint writing a sadistic story and I enjoy hurting Harry, I can assure you that that is not the case. For Harry to have a good and happy life, I first have to get him through his unhappy one, which thankfully is finally here. Now I can start writing Harry the life he deserves. Hope you enjoy this newest chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Molly was humming happily to herself as she cleaned the dishes. Tea was just after lunch and had been 3 days since her night of mischief at Privet Drive, and she still found herself giggling impishly when she thought about what the Dursleys must be going through. She knew she should feel guilty about what she had done, but the memory of what she had seen in Harry's memories quickly made any guilt promptly fade. A loud voice from outside suddenly made her start, and she quickly made her way out the door to find Ron and Harry red-faced and yelling at one another as they fought over a toy broomstick. "What's going on here?" Molly demanded as she approached, hands on her hips. "Harry and I were playing, and he said I was being selfish." Ron barked, his face as red as his hair. "Because Ron won't share," Harry countered, his face equally red. "He keeps taking longer turns." "That's enough. Both of you," Molly thundered, making both boys go quiet instantly and stare at their feet. "Ron, you need to share," Molly said sternly, "and Harry, you shouldn't fight with your brother. If he's taking a longer turn, come get me, and I'll take care of it, understand?" Both boys mumbled that they understood, and Molly nodded quickly. "Good, now both of you apologize to each other." "Sorry, Harry," Ron mumbled softly. "Sorry, Ron," Harry mumbled back. "Good," Molly said quickly. "Now I'm taking the broom away for the day as punishment. You two can go find something else to do." But Mum," Ron began before he was cut off by Molly. "No buts. Now both of you go play and no more fighting." "Understood," Molly said with a stern gaze. Both boys nodded before Ron took Harry's hand, and the two ran off to find something else to do. Molly looked after them for a moment before a smile spread across her face. Madame Pomfrey had said that when Harry began to get into trouble, that would mean that he was finally starting to think of the Burrow as his home and the Weasleys as his family. After so long, Molly had begun to worry about whether Harry would ever truly think of the Burrow as his home. Harry was always so polite, something that Molly was grateful for, but she worried for the boy at times. He was always apologizing despite Molly's assurances that he had nothing to apologize for. "It's about time," Molly said softly to herself, a bright smile across her face as she stared at the boys who were currently talking to Ginny about something. The ran around the house a moment later and were lost to view, and Molly made her way back inside. A few days later, the Weasley family was walking through Diagon Alley on a warm sunny day. Molly needed to purchase some more potion ingredients. Arthur had suggested that the whole family go to get out of the house for a little while. Harry was beaming, as usual, his hand held tight in Molly's as his head whipped back and forth to look at all the shops they passed. Molly smiled at the boy's elation at the world around him. Even though Harry had been around magic for some time now, he still reacted to everything as though it were his first time, and Molly loved it. "Mum, do you think we can visit Quality Quidditch Supplies before going home?" Ron asked quickly as they passed the shop. "I see no reason why not," Molly replied with a grin, making Ron jump for joy at the prospect. "Can we stop at the joke shop too?" Fred asked. "We're almost out of prank material," George added. "As if you need more of that." Arthur said quickly. It took poor Percy nearly a week for your last prank to fade. Ah, it wasn't that bad, Fred said with a grin. His hair was green for a week. Arthur added sternly. Well, he shouldn't have stolen our chocolate frogs, should he? George said darkly. Never come between a child and his chocolate. Fred added sternly. For a moment, Arthur looked at the twins before he burst out laughing at them. I swear, you two, Arthur said as he wiped his eyes. Don't encourage them, Arthur. Molly said, albeit with a smile of her own. If we have time, perhaps we can stop by the joke shop. Both twins grinned at each other as the group made their way into the apothecary, where they were greeted by a plump witch in green robes. Good morning. How may I help you today? Good morning, Molly said warmly. I need a few ingredients that I have unfortunately run short of. We can certainly help with that if you have a list of what you need, the witch replied. Molly instantly pulled a roll of parchment from her robe and handed it to the witch, who looked down the list carefully before replying. This shouldn't be a problem if you just follow me. Molly turned to the children before following and looked them over with a stern gaze before saying in an equally stern voice. Now, I want you all to stay with your father and behave yourself, understand? No funny business. No wandering off. Stay right here. Nods of understanding followed this as Molly stared sternly at the children for a moment longer before nodding and following the witch down the aisle. Harry walked over to the counter and was staring at a glass jar that appeared to be filled with tiny eyeballs when he heard a light cough next to him that made him turn around slowly to see a large man standing close to him. The man had long silver blonde hair and was dressed in what looked to be an expensive robe and was carrying a long cane with a snake head for a top. Good morning, Mr. Potter, the man said in a haughty voice. Hello, Harry replied nervously. How do you know my name? Everyone knows your name, dear boy, the man said with a smile. You're famous after all. People keep saying that, but no one will tell me why I'm famous, Harry replied, making the man tilt his head in bemusement. Do you mean to say that your guardians have not informed you of who you are? The man said with a sneer. I expected better from Dumbledore's lackeys. Who I am? Harry asked in confusion. I'm Harry, just Harry. Oh no, my dear boy, the man said softly. You are so much more than that, I assure you. Several moments of silence followed this announcement before Harry remembered something and softly said. You were at my aunt and uncle's trial. Indeed I was, and I wish to offer my sincerest apologies that those filthy muggles were only given a fine. The man growled. They should have received far worse for their crimes. Harry stared silently at the man for a moment before he mumbled. I wish they had too, but Molly says not to worry because I'll never see them again. Just the sort of thing a blood traitor would say, the man sneered, before Harry could ask what a blood traitor was. Arthur approached and suddenly put himself between Harry and the man. Good morning, Lucius, Arthur said coldly as he eyed the man. Is there a reason you are talking to my son? Your son, Lucius sneered. Quite a presumptuous statement, wouldn't you agree, Weasley? Harry is my son, Malfoy, Arthur said back angrily. He may not share my blood, but he is my son in every way that matters. Is that why you haven't even told the boy who he is? Lucius sneered. Or is it because your master hasn't given you permission to tell the boy anything? Arthur too, RNED slightly pink at that and quickly cleared his throat before responding. Harry is too young to hear that story, Malfoy, Molly, and I will tell him when he is older. Lucius, lip curled at the words, and he responded in a cold voice. I would have expected better from a wizarding family, Weasley, but then your family always was a disgrace to the name of wizard. Arthur turned red with anger. He took a step forward before replying in a growl. We both have a very different opinion about what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy. Clearly we do, Weasley, Lucius replied coldly. A pity that Harry Potter is forced to be raised by such a family. I can only imagine what the poor boy will be taught under your guardianship. Insult my family again, and I promise that I will knock that smug look right off your face. Arthur snarled, making Lucius smile contemptuously. I thought you were smarter than that, Weasley, Lucius sneered. What would become of your pathetic family if you were to suddenly find yourself a guest of Azkaban? Arthur's fists clenched and unclenched for a moment angrily as Lucius continued in the same cold tone as before. And no matter how much you tell yourself otherwise, he will never be your son, you're only deluding yourself. Without another word, Lucius turned and walked out of the shop as Arthur glared daggers at his back. Arthur, Harry said softly, making Arthur turn to face the boy who looked as though he were about to cry. I'm a Weasley, right? That man said I wasn't one. Arthur's anger seemed to melt away as he slowly kneeled down and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. Harry, that man doesn't know what he's talking about, he was just being mean and hurtful. You are absolutely a Weasley, and that will never change, understand? Harry nodded slowly and wiped his eyes as Molly reappeared with the witch and looked at her husband in confusion. Everything okay? She asked as she looked between the two. Everything is fine, dear, Arthur replied. I just had an unfortunate encounter with Lucius Malfoy. Molly's eyes turned cold at the words. She nodded in understanding before turning to the counter to pay. A moment later, the group was walking towards quality Quidditch supplies, and the encounter was all but forgotten. Harry stared at his reflection in the mirror with a grimace. He had had such a fun day with the Weasleys in Diagon Alley and had tried to forget the mean man's words, but they seemed to still ring in his ears when they had returned to the burrow. Molly and Arthur had both assured Harry that Lucius was wrong and that Harry was indeed a Weasley and always would be. Ron and the others had said the same thing and tried to cheer him up, but still, Harry felt the sting of the words and upon returning home had gone straight to the bathroom to study his reflection. As he stared at his reflection, Harry desperately wished his black hair would turn red so that he could look like the rest of the Weasleys. Then no one would ever be able to say that he wasn't a real Weasley ever again. But, as Harry looked at his reflection piteously, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as his black hair began to slowly turn red, just like he wanted. It started slowly, but soon his whole head was covered in fiery red hair. Slowly, Harry reached up and touched his head, sure that it must be a trick of some sort, but to his joy, it was real. And he let out a whoop of happiness. A moment later, Harry's eyes widened again in awe as freckles began to spread out across his face until he looked almost like he could be Ron's twin. Harry let out a cry of happiness before tearing the door open and rushing down the stairs into the kitchen where Molly and Arthur were quietly talking. Molly, Arthur, look, my hair changed, and I got freckles. Look, look, Harry cried happily as he dashed in and stood in front of them with a huge smile spread across his face. Molly and Arthur both looked stunned as they took in Harry's new appearance. Even Jaya looked at Harry with wide eyes. Master Harry, what has happened to your hair? Jaya squeaked from her place by the sink where she had been washing dishes. Cautiously, Molly approached and gently touched Harry's hair for a moment before she spoke in an odd voice. How is this possible? I don't know, Harry said happily. I was just looking at my reflection, And I wished I looked more like Ron so no one could say I wasn't really a Weasley, and then my hair changed, and I got freckles. Molly's expression saddened at the words, and she took Harry in a hug or a moment before she pulled away and looked into his eyes. Harry, just because you don't look like the rest of us doesn't mean you aren't one of us, Molly said warmly. You are our son, no matter what you look like. That's right, Harry, Arthur added as he too knelt down in front of the boy. No matter what, you will always be our son. But the man today said. Harry began before he was cut off. Never mind what Lucius Malfoy said, Arthur said quickly. He is an ass. Arthur, language, Molly growled, making Arthur mumble a quick apology. What Arthur means, Harry, Molly said gently, is that Lucius Malfoy is not a nice person, and you shouldn't listen to anything he says. Mrs. Weasley is right, Master Harry. Jaya squeaked, the Malfoy are being bad wizards. You should not be listening to their lies. For several moments, Harry stared at the two before a memory came to him, and he softly asked. What's a blood traitor? I heard Lucius call Arthur one, but I didn't understand what it meant. Both adults shared a dark look for a moment, and even Jaya was looking suddenly nervous before Arthur explained what the word meant and what kind of people the Malfoys were. When Arthur was finished, Harry looked shocked and angry at the same time, and to Molly and Arthur's shock, Harry's hair began to turn even redder. They think they're better than everyone just because of a stupid reason like that? Harry asked angrily as his hair turned bright orange with outrage. Harry dear, Molly said gently, how are you doing that? Doing what? Harry asked in bemusement, his hair slowly changing back to a Weasley red. Incredible, Arthur said in a whisper. Harry, you're a metamorphagus. I'm a what? Harry asked, suddenly afraid. It means you can change your appearance at will, Molly said in awe. It's an incredibly rare magical gift. Master James's grandfather was one. Jaya said in awe. He was being a great Auror because of it. Is that how I changed my hair and got freckles? Harry asked as he began to bounce up and down in happiness at his new gift. I imagine it is, Arthur said with a smile. That's so cool, Harry said with a smile. Can I go show Ron and the others? Yes, you can go show the others, Molly said with a smile. Just be careful, you just discovered your gift. It might take a while for you to learn to control it. Jaya nodded in agreement before saying quickly. It is being a rare gift. It will take time for Master Harry to control it. Harry nodded that he understood and a moment later ran out of the door into the front yard yelling for Ron and the others. We should tell Dumbledore about this, Arthur said as he and Molly watched the children through the window. Ron and Ginny were looking at Harry in awe, while Fred and George were exclaiming how brilliant it was and how many pranks they could do now that Harry could be anyone. Agreed, Molly said. She might still be mad at Dumbledore, but even she agreed that he needed to be told of Harry's new gift. This will certainly make things around here more interesting, Arthur said with a smile as they watched Harry laugh at something Ron had said. That's the understatement of the century. Molly laughed as she leaned into her husband. Arthur laughed back and wrapped his arm around her as they watched their children. Extraordinary, Dumbledore said softly as he gazed at Harry, who was sitting on the couch in front of him. Dumbledore had arrived a few hours after Arthur had flowed him, explaining Harry's new ability, and upon seeing Harry's new appear, Ants had burst out in a huge smile at how appropriate it was that Harry now looked like his new family. There hasn't been a metamorphagus in the Potter line since Harry's great-grandfather Henry Potter, Dumbledore explained cheerfully to the room of onlookers. The twins were grinning mischievously, no doubt thinking of all the pranks they would perform with Harry's help, while Ron and Ginny were still looking at Harry in awe. Master James would be so jealous if he knew, Jaya said with an impish grin which made Dumbledore chuckle slightly. James was enough trouble on his own. I shudder to think what he would have done had he the ability to change his appearance, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling merrily. What should we do, Albus? Arthur asked softly. Whatever do you mean, Arthur? Dumbledore replied. Well, being a metamorphagus is not a very common gift, as you said, Arthur clarified, so Harry will need someone to help him learn how to control it, will he not? Indeed he will, Dumbledore said thoughtfully as he rubbed his beard, and I think I have just the person to teach him. Who? Molly asked curiously. Why Andromeda and Ted Tonks? Daughter, of course, Dumbledore said cheerfully, making Arthur and Molly's eyebrows rise in surprise. Nymphadora? Molly asked. I haven't seen the girl in years. I didn't know she was a metamorphagus. Nor I, Arthur added. Isn't she a bit young to be teaching Harry? Not at all, Dumbledore laughed cheerfully. She just started her 3rd year at Hogwarts, and I know she would love to meet Harry. She's always talking about how she'd love a little brother, and I think teaching Harry to control his abilities would be beneficial for both of them. Harry doesn't need another sister, Ginny cried hotly. He already has one. Perhaps, Dumbledore said with a smile, but one can always have more, and if not a sister, then perhaps a friend. Harry smiled sheepishly at the thought of meeting someone else like him. As Dumbledore continued in the same cheerful voice, I'll owl Andromeda and see if she would be willing to bring her daughter to meet Harry for the holidays, with your permission, of course. Of course, Molly said warmly. I think it would do Harry good to meet Andromeda and Nymphadora. Dumbledore smiled warmly and made his way to the fireplace. Until we meet again, then, he said with a wink, before stepping into the fireplace and disappearing a moment later. All right, you lot, Arthur said after Dumbledore had left, go brush your teeth and get ready for bed, it's past your bedtime. Gr. Umbles followed this as the children began to walk up the stairs. Harry was the last to go and stopped at the bottom to turn to Molly. Molly, Harry asked sheepishly as he stared at his feet. What is it, dear? Molly asked curiously as she knelt down in front of him. I was wondering if it would be all right, Can I call you Mummy from now on?" Harry asked softly, his eyes fixed on his slippers. Molly's eyes instantly teared up, and she wrapped her arms around the boy in a tight embrace before finally pulling away and smiling as she replied, "I would love for you to call me that, sweetie." Harry's face split into a huge grin before he wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said happily, "Okay, Mummy, can you come read Ron and me a story?" "Ron and I," Molly corrected with a smile, "but yes, go get ready for bed." "And I'll be up in a minute, okay." Harry nodded happily, his hair turning a violent shade of pink, and ran up the stairs to join the others as Molly watched him go with a smile, slowly getting to her feet. She turned to see Arthur looking at her with a grin. "Now he really is a Weasley," Arthur said happily, unable to say anything else. Molly just smiled and embraced her husband before giving him a kiss. Chapter 9. The snow fell softly on Privet Drive. For most of the neighborhood, there was only excitement that Christmas was only a few weeks away, but for number 4, this was not the case. And whereas before, this home seemed to copy all the houses surrounding it, now it appeared as though it had no place in the rest of the neighborhood. Vernon Dursley cowled as he sat in the chair in front of his house. In his hand was a cricket bat that he was gently smacking into the palm of his other hand as a neighbor who was walking her dog stopped to stare at him for a moment. Vernon glared daggers at her until she quickly made her way down the street. As she disappeared from view, Vernon let out a breath of contempt for what his life had become in the paw. Few months since the trial with those freaks who had ruined his life. Since the trial, his checks from work had been reduced by almost half, and when he had complained as to why they were so small, he had been informed that the money was supposedly owed for unpaid back taxes, but he knew the truth. It was those freaks who were stealing his hard-earned money as recompense for his supposed crime. Vernon sneered at the word. He hadn't committed any crime as far as he was concerned. Those freaks were the ones who had dropped that little bastard onto his doorstep and never given the boy a second thought. Vernon had simply tried to correct the boy when he let his unnaturalness show. Ever since the trial, Vernon's life had become a living hell. That was the only way to adequately describe it, before that farce of a trial. Vernon had been proud of how normal his life was. His lawn and hedges were always kept in perfect order, and his home was always clean and bright. His home now was an entirely different story than what it had been before. Now, his hedges looked like they belonged in the jungle rather than a neighborhood, as they grew into the most unconquerable of shapes that used to be tamed no matter how many times Vernon attacked them with his shears. His lawn was, if possible, almost as bad. Dark yellow splotches covered his once green and beautiful lawn, and no matter how much Vernon watered it or how many hours he would spend on his knees trying to repair the damage, it made no difference, much to his anger. The house was worse, by far, and it was the reason that Vernon was outside at the moment. It was a nightmare in there. The bathroom had a constant smell as though someone had died. Despite how much air freshener Vernon and his wife sprayed into it, it had gotten so bad that the Dursleys had simply decided to keep the window open inside it at all times and to wear a mask when they had to use it. The rest of the house wasn't much better. The kitchen constantly had specks of dirt in it despite Petunia's attempt to clean it. Vernon remembered with a grimace how his wife had spent 6 hours scrubbing every corner of the kitchen, only to come down the following day to see several spots of dirt and dust that were not there the previous day. Petunia had collapsed at the sight and spent the rest of the day in bed with a bottle of wine. All the furniture in the living room had seemingly turned lumpy overnight, and no matter what position the Dursleys sat in, they never were able to get comfortable. The faucets dripped endlessly, despite Vernon hearing G.A. plumber 3 times to try and fix them until at last Vernon had just given up. As Vernon went down the list of everything that was suddenly wrong with his home, he began to grow red in the face. The lights constantly flickered no matter how many times they changed the bulbs, and the stairs would occasionally grow slippery, leading Vernon to more than once fall down them and almost break his neck. The carpet felt slimy and gross constantly, despite the numerous times Petunia would vacuum it. Nails that had held up pictures of his family seemed to suddenly lose their strength, and the photos would always smash to the ground moments after Vernon would hammer them back into place. It seemed as though a new problem would arise every day, and Vernon was at his wits' end. He'd already sent Dudley to stay with his sister Marge until he could get things under control here. At first, she had been stunned to learn that magic was real, but soon had made up her mind that it was evil and Satan. I see, and that her brother had done the right thing in trying to beat it out of the boy. On the other hand, Vernon's lawyer was a different story. Before the Aurors had obliviated him, Mr. Drexel had leveled such invectives on him that Vernon had actually been thankful when the man's mind was wiped. Today, however, Vernon had his mind on only one thing: those beastly little monsters that had destroyed Petunia's rose garden. Vernon had already killed 4 of them, but they seemed to multiply like rabbits, and he was determined to kill them all. Suddenly, Vernon yelled out in pain and anger as a stabbing pain appeared in his ankle. Looking down, Vernon saw that one of the monsters had snuck up on him while he was lost in thought and had sunk its teeth into Vernon's calf. Vernon rose to his feet with a roar of hatred and rage and swung his cricket bat at the gnome, as Petunia had called them, which promptly jumped out of the way just in time for Vernon to connect with his own leg. Vernon reamed in agony as he fell to the ground, holding his leg as the gnome squealed with laughter at the sight. Vernon snarled as he quickly jumped back to his feet and grabbed the cricket bat. The gnome quickly sped towards the nearest hedge, with Vernon trying desperately to catch it before it got away. A moment later, the gnome dove into the bush, and Vernon began to attack it in earnest, swearing obscenities as he swung the bat for all it was worth into the hedge. At the same time, a group watched, mystified at their once normal neighbor who seemed to have lost his mind. Harry was trying desperately to pay attention to the day's lesson that Molly was giving him. His literacy had come a long way since he had first arrived, but Molly still wanted him to do his daily lessons so as to not fall behind. Today, Molly had Harry read to her from a book about household pests. Harry didn't understand half of it. Molly cared about whether or not he could read the words, which he was currently finding very difficult. "What's wrong, sweetie?" Molly asked after Harry tried for the 3rd time to pronounce a particularly difficult word. "You're usually much better at your lessons." "I'm sorry, Mummy," Harry replied, making Molly smile. "It's just hard to concentrate today." "Because the Tonks are coming?" Molly asked shrewdly, making Harry nod. "What if they don't like me?" Harry asked softly, making Molly frown slightly. For months now, Harry had been so excited to meet someone with the same powers as him, but now that the day was here, he seemed afraid, and Molly felt herself tear up. "Now, why would you think something like that?" Molly asked gently as she placed her hand over Harry's. Harry shrugged as he stared at the book in front of him, and Molly gently placed her hand under his chin and raised his head until he was looking into her eyes. "Harry, there's no need to be afraid. I promise they will absolutely love you, just like the rest of us do, okay?" "Okay, Mummy," Harry replied with a smile which Molly returned. "Now, let's finish today's lesson, and then you can go join the others. I think they're having a snowball fight." Harry's eyes widened at the words, and he quickly began reading where he left off as Molly watched with a warm smile. Several hours later, Molly was setting the table for dinner when the fireplace suddenly glowed with green fire, and 3 people walked out of it. 2 adults with light brown hair and a teenager with bright pink hair. Harry had been sitting on the floor coloring with Ron and Ginny when the 3 strangers suddenly appeared. And the children quickly jumped to their feet before darting behind the couch. "Andromeda, Ted, how good to see you both," Molly said warmly as she placed down a plate and approached the group. "And this must be little Nymphadora." "How are you, dear?" "I'm all right," the girl responded, her hair turning slightly red, "but please don't call me Nymphadora. I prefer Dora or Tonks." Molly smiled at the girl before nodding that she understood, before motioning for the children to come out from behind the couch. As Harry did so, his gaze was fixed on the teenager who was making her hair quickly change color, to Harry's delight. "Hello," Harry said shyly as he approached the group. "I'm Harry Weasley." "Watch her, Harry," Dora said with a wink before turning her hair bright lime green and making the children giggle. "You look so much like your father," Andromeda said softly, "except for your eyes, those are lilies." "You knew my mummy and daddy?" Harry asked as he turned to stare at Andromeda. "Yes, I knew them well," Andromeda replied sadly. "I know they'd be happy to see you finally with a family that cares about you. I just wish it had been sooner." "That's quite enough of that," Molly said. Trying to quickly change the subject, Jaya and I have spent all day making us a wonderful dinner, and I won't see it spoiled with such talk. Who's Jaya? Andromeda asked as Molly led everyone to the table. A moment later, Andromeda's question was answered as the little elf appeared carrying a platter upon which sat a large, cooked goose that Jaya carefully placed on the table. Hello, Mrs. Andromeda. It has been a long time since Jaya saw you, the elf squeaked out. Andromeda paled slightly as she remembered the little elf who had belonged to her friend so long ago. It is good to see you again, Jaya, Andromeda said. At last, her voice thick with emotion. This is my husband Ted and my daughter Dora. Hello there, Jaya, Ted said in a warm voice. Hey there, Dora said with a grin. Hello, Mr. Ted, Mrs. Dora. Jaya squeaked happily. Dinner is almost ready. Why don't you go outside and play? Molly said warmly to her children. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Okay, Ron said happily. Let's go build a snowman. Jackets first, Molly called sternly. Would you like to come too? Harry asked Dora shyly. I'd love to. Lead the way, Dora chirped, making Harry grin as she took his hand. And the two went up the stairs to get Harry's coat. He's an adorable boy, Andromeda said as she looked at the stairs. Hard to believe what he's been through. He's come a long way, Molly replied softly. He was in much worse shape when he first arrived. I can only imagine, Ted said sadly. It's a travesty of justice that those muggles only got a fine after what they did. Molly nodded angrily and was about to say more when the children came barreling down the stairs, all dressed in thick jackets and pants and laughing warmly at Harry and Dora, who were sporting matching blue hair and green freckles. A moment later and they all ran outside into the snow. I think you may have lost Harry, Ted said with a laugh as they walked to the window and watched the children. What do you mean? Molly asked with a smile. He means that Dora has just claimed the boy for herself. Andromeda laughed as they watched her daughter put Harry on her shoulders and begin to run around. Her hair turning bright orange, much to Harry's delight. She always did want a little brother. Well, if she wants a war with Ginny, she's more than welcome to try and claim the boy, Molly said with a grin as she turned back to help Jaya make dinner. Several hours later, Harry was hugging Dora goodbye. It had been a truly wonderful evening, and Harry was sad to see her go. He had built a snowman before the twins came and knocked it down, which resulted in a furious snowball fight with the twins, Bill and Charlie on one side and Dora, Ron, Ginny, and Harry on the other. Percy had not participated as he was too busy with schoolwork. Afterward, they had all sat down to a beautiful meal that left them all stuffed and slightly sleepy. That was quickly remedied by Fred and George, who decided that an impromptu firework display was needed and promptly lit the house up with their secret supply for several minutes while everyone tried to hide for fear of being hit by one. Molly had immediately given both a stern talking to and sent them to their rooms without dessert, which the twins found to be an appalling miscarriage of justice. After dessert, which consisted of the best chocolate cake that Harry had ever tasted, Dora and Harry went up to Harry's room so the two could talk about his abilities, among other things. Unfortunately, the time eventually came to leave, and Dora gave Harry a big hug as her parents thanked Molly for a wonderful evening. You'll come back to visit again, right? Harry asked softly when Dora had let him go. Of course, I will, Dora proclaimed happily. Someone needs to teach you how to do things like this after all. Dora immediately turned her mouth into a duck's beak. Then, she began quacking, making the children burst into laughter and even bringing a giggle from Molly and Arthur. Besides, I've always wanted a little brother, and I think you will fit the bill nicely, Dora added, making Harry gasp before his hair turned bright pink and a smile crept over his face. Harry doesn't need any more siblings, Ginny growled. He has enough, and I'm the only sister he needs. I'll fight you for him, Dora joked with a wink. You'll lose, Ginny said with a grin. Oh, I like you, Dora said happily before taking Ginny into a fierce hug, making the room laugh. You're always welcome here, Molly said warmly to the Tonks, as they prepared to leave. Thank you for a wonderful evening, Molly, Andromeda chirped as the two shared a quick hug. We'll be sure to come by again soon. See you soon, Harry, Dora said PPILY as Ted threw some flow powder into the fireplace. A moment later, the three were gone. A week later, Harry celebrated his first Christmas, and it was a memory he was determined to preserve forever. Never before had he received presents or woken to find he had a stocking full of goodies waiting for him. Harry burst into tears upon seeing the gifts with his name on them. He had to be held for several minutes by Molly. She understood the reason perfectly, as did the rest of the family. Molly had given Harry a sweater, bright green to match his eyes with a large red H sewn onto the front, W. Which Harry had happily put on as soon as he opened it, and the presents only got better from there. Percy's present was a book that one of his Muggle classmates had recommended, titled, The Chronicles of Narnia. Fred and George's present to Harry was another box of fireworks, which was again promptly confiscated by Molly. Ron and Ginny had conspired together and given Harry a toy snitch, which Ari loved and spent a good deal of time chasing around the house. Bill and Charlie had likewise conspired together and bought Harry his own toy broomstick. Harry had been so happy that he had given both of them a long fierce hug and softly cried into their shoulders. Harry's best present came from Molly and Arthur. They had gone to Diagon Alley the previous day and bought Harry his own wizard chess set, which Harry looked at with wide eyes as the pieces moved around on the board. "Thank you, Mummy and Daddy," Harry said happily as he took them both in a hug. Arthur wiped his eyes at the comment. Molly looked like she was about to cry when Harry released them and began a chess game with Ron. Though Harry lost every game he played against all his brothers that day, he wasn't disappointed or upset. This was the best day of his life, and he was, for the first time that he could remember, truly happy. Chapter 10. Harry hugged his older brother Bill as tight as he could, not wanting to let go. Bill had recently graduated from Hogwarts and had managed to get a job as a curse breaker with Gringotts Bank, who were sending him on his first assignment to Egypt. "I don't want you to go," Harry whimpered into Bill's shirt, making Bill smile down. "I know, little brother, but it's not like I'll be gone forever, you know. I'll come back to visit before you even realize I'm gone. You promise?" Harry asked softly, looking up at his adopted brother. "I promise," Bill replied with a wink, making Harry giggle before he pulled away and stepped back so the rest of the family could give hugs of their own. "Now, you'll remember to be careful, won't you?" Molly asked as she gave her eldest a warm hug. "Don't worry, Mum," Bill laughed, "I'll be fine. I doubt they'll let me into any of the hazardous tombs until I have more experience." "I should hope not," Molly said quickly, making Bill laugh. "Be safe, Bill," Arthur said quickly as he gave his son a hug. "I will, Dad. I'll worry once I have something worth writing about," Bill said with a smile that made Arthur grin happily. With a final wave to his family, Bill took hold of an old tin can and disappeared without a trace a second later. It had been a year since Harry had first appeared at the Burrow, and were you to look at the child now, you would never be able to see the scared little boy he had once been. In contrast, once Harry had been shy and withdrawn, flinching any time someone tried to touch him. He was always smiling and laughing alongside his brothers and sister. Thanks to Dora Tonks, who had made it known to everyone that she had adopted Harry as her little brother. Much to Ginny's chagrin, Harry had even gotten much better at his shape-shifting powers. Though nowhere near as good as Dora, he was still able to change his hair on command now as well as his eyes and skin pigment, which he did quite often. Today, Harry was sitting in the living room with Ron, playing a game of wizard chess. So far, Harry had lost every game that he played against Ron, and yet it did not discourage him. Instead, it seemed to make Harry more determined than ever to finally beat his brother, if only once. As Molly began washing up after breakfast, a small gray owl suddenly swooped through the window and landed on the table in front of her. Curious, Molly took the letter it had in its beak and slowly read it, before producing a quill and writing back a quick response, which the owl took in its beak and flew off with. "What was that, Mum?" Ron asked as he put Harry in check for the third time. "It was a letter from the Lovegoods. They want to know if I would watch Luna for a few hours while they celebrate their anniversary, which I told them I would happily do," Molly replied warmly. "Who's Luna?" Harry asked. "She's a sweet girl, Ginny's age. You'll like her," Molly replied. "Mental is more like," Ron said softly. "Ron," Molly barked, making Ron turn pink. "Well, she is," Ron countered. "She is not mental," Molly said sternly. She is a sweet girl, and you will behave yourself when she gets here, do you understand me? Yes, Mum, Ron replied softly as he put Harry in checkmate for the third time in less than an hour. Want to play again? He asked Harry, who nodded quickly. An hour later, Harry was introduced to a small pale girl with long silver hair and silvery blue-gray eyes. What caught Harry's attention the most, however, was her outfit. Luna was dressed in a bright yellow dress with an equally bright pair of red shoes, and around her neck was a necklace of what looked like bottle caps. What are you wearing? Ron had asked thoughtlessly, making the girl tear up a little before Harry had elbowed Ron in the side and come to her rescue. I like your dress, Harry said softly as he approached her, it's very pretty. Quote, Luna had looked at Harry with surprise at that before a small smile came across her face, and she muttered something too softly for Harry to hear. Would you like to come play with us? Ginny asked as he held out her hand to her. We're going to play hide and seek. Luna nodded at Ginny, though her eyes were still on Harry, and a little pink had spread across her face, much to Harry's bemusement. As Ginny led Luna outside, Harry stopped Ron and whispered to him. Don't make fun of Luna anymore, okay? Why, she's freaky, Ron retorted quickly. So was I once, remember? Harry replied, making Ron pale for a moment before he nodded his head in understanding, and the two followed Ginny and Luna outside. Listening from the kitchen, Molly smiled and dabbed at the tears in her eyes. She had been about to say something when Harry had spoken up in Luna's defense and had been so proud of her adopted son when she heard what he said. Harry had come a long way from how he had been when he had first arrived, and it warmed her heart to see that he could understand Luna better than anyone else. Over the following weeks, it became evident how much of an impact Harry had on Luna, as she would often ask to come to the burrow to play, and even Ron had warmed up to her after a few tense visits. Harry seemed to be her favorite person at the burrow and could often be found close to Harry, who would often make her laugh by changing his hair color for her. One day, after a very intense game of tag, Luna was coloring with Ginny when Harry suddenly began laughing hysterically from the bathroom. A moment later, he came out to show how he had given himself a pig's snout, making Ginny and Luna collapse in laughter. Ron and the twins came downstairs a moment later to see what all the fuss was about, and seeing Harry, had begun likewise laughing without control. Suits you, mate, George called between breaths. Maybe we should start calling you Hoggy instead, Fred added, wiping tears away. What's going on out here? Molly asked as she and Jaya walked out of the kitchen from making lunch. Hi, Mum, Harry replied, turning to her, and making her stare at him for a moment before dissolving in fits of laughter. Master Harry, what happened to your face? Jaya cried as she, too, began laughing at the absurdity of what she was seeing. I was practicing like Dora taught me, and I finally managed to change my face. Harry laughed. Any chance you can change it back? Molly replied with a smile. I'd rather not have a piggy for a son if it's all the same to you. Harry closed his eyes tight for several seconds, and Molly began to worry as nothing happened. Then, to her relief, Harry's face began to morph and change until, at last, he looked the way he usually did. Albeit with bright green hair, that was currently his favorite color. The family shared another laugh before Molly ushered everyone into the dining room for lunch. As they moved to sit down, Molly noticed with a grin that Luna was holding Harry's hand, to his embarrassment and her delight. Author's note. Okay, I'll be honest with y'all, this is probably the shortest chapter I've ever written. And the reason for it is because I am running out of ideas for Harry, so the next couple of chapters will probably be just little excerpts of his life with the Weasleys until I can get him on the train and into Hogwarts, unless I can get my brain to start cooperating again, lol. My original plan was to end the story once Harry was on the train, but seeing how everyone is enjoying the story, I figure I'll just keep writing until I get to the end, or I come up with a good ending for this one. I have fallen in love with the Harry Potter Adopted by Others series, and I have a whole host of ideas for what my next story will be, including a few crossovers, but that doesn't mean that I'll be ending this one just yet. I imagine this one will go for a good while yet, so I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Remus Lupin stood in front of the door with his hand raised in indecision. Should he knock or just leave the boy alone? He had been living in America when he heard the news of his best friend's son. He remembered how angry he had become upon reading about how Harry had been abused by his Muggle relatives and wanted nothing more than to return to England to make sure the boy was all right. Yet, finances ensured it had taken him until now to return to Europe. Now he stood in front of the burrow, deciding whether to knock or just leave altogether. In truth, Remus was afraid of seeing Harry again. He had abandoned the boy the night that James and Lily had died, too consumed in his own grief to even consider checking in to see if Harry was all right, and now he—ing that Harry was abused all those years just made Remus feel worse about his actions. Steeling his nerves, Remus knocked hard on the door before letting his hand fall quickly to his side. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a small elf with a bemused expression on its face. "Can I help you, sir?" the house elf asked in a high voice. "Jaya?" Remus asked in a shocked voice, "Is that you?" For a moment, Jaya simply stared wide-eyed at Remus before she let out a cry of happiness and jumped into Remus' arms to deliver a fierce hug. "Mr. Mooney, you are being alive. Jaya thought you lost." For a moment, Remus was lost in memories of so long ago when he was younger and would visit James during the holidays, and little Jaya would bring them snacks. A tear slid down Remus' cheek at the memo. Right before a loud voice caused the two to end the hug. "Who is it, Jaya?" A moment later, Molly Weasley appeared in the doorway and went pale at the ghost before her. "Remus." "Hello Molly, been a long time," Remus said sheepishly. "Long time," Molly breathed, before she turned crimson. "Long time. Try 6 bloody years, Remus. Where have you been?" Remus began before he was cut off by Molly. "Do you even know how worried Arthur and I were when you disappeared? Lily and James were dead, Sirius was in prison for murdering Peter, and you were just gone. We thought you had been killed. I had to leave, Molly." Remus yelled suddenly, cutting her off before she could continue. "I lost everything that night. All of my friends were dead. I knew I couldn't take care of Harry. But, honestly, who would let someone like me care for a baby? I had nothing left here worth staying for. So I left. I went to America to try and lose myself. Things were dark for a long time before I managed to pull myself together. I work in a Muggle bookshop now in New York. Nothing worth staying for," Molly said in a cold tone. "Harry needed you, Remus. Do you have any idea what his aunt and uncle did to him? They tortured him. And where were you? Hiding away in the colonies when your nephew needed you." Remus hung his head in shame at the truth of the words. He knew Molly was right, that he should have stayed, yet remembering how broken he was, Remus knew he couldn't have. "I was a broken man, Molly," Remus said in a hollow voice. "Broken and alone. Would Harry really have been better in my hands? And if I had taken him, he would never have found you and had a family worth having." Molly's anger subsided slightly at the words, though she still held a stern look on her face. "I assume you're here to see Harry, then?" Remus nodded slowly before answering in the same hollow voice, "If you will allow it, that is." For a moment, Remus feared that Molly would send him away and prepared himself for such. When suddenly Molly was hugging him, tears running down her cheeks. "Of course, I'll allow it, you silly old man. Did you think I wouldn't?" For a moment, Remus was rendered stunned at Molly's altruism before tears slowly slid down his cheeks. "Thank you, Molly," Remus replied in a soft voice. "The children are out playing Quidditch but should be done by lunch. Why don't you come in? And we can talk while we wait for them," Molly said as she withdrew from the hug and walked inside. Remus nodded quickly and followed her, Jaya right behind him. Harry stared at the man in front of him in stunned silence. He and the others had just returned from a fun day of playing Quidditch when Molly had introduced Harry to Remus Lupin, his dad's best friend apparently, and to say that Harry was shocked was an understatement. As the silence stretched, Harry found himself studying the man intently. Remus was gray-haired and weathered, making him look far older than he actually was. He was wearing a heavily patched cloak that looked as though it had seen better days, but the thing that caught Harry's eyes were Remus' eyes. They looked like Harry's used to, hollow and sad. Despite himself, Harry felt the man needed a hug more than anything else. "You look just like your father," Remus said sadly, "except for your eyes, those are all lilies." "You said you're my uncle?" Harry asked after a moment. Adopted uncle, Remus clarified. James was my best friend. You probably don't remember, but you used to call me Uncle Mooney. If you're my uncle, Harry said in a tight voice, then why did you leave me? Remus paled at the question and had to clear his throat before answering. I'm so sorry, Harry, Remus said sadly. I shouldn't have, but I wasn't in a good place after that night, for a long time afterward. I was not well. I don't care, Harry suddenly yelled, making everyone jump. You're my uncle. You were supposed to protect me. Instead, I got sent to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who hurt me and called me names. Harry's hair had become blood red amid his tirade, and Remus stared at it in shock as the boy continued, tears now falling down his cheeks. They hated me just because I could do magic. They hurt me all the time, and I had no one to protect me. Harry, Remus began, unable to find the words. I hate you, Harry yelled before he ran up the stairs, crying hard. They heard a door slam a moment later. Almost immediately, Luna quickly walked toward the stairs, and Molly softly asked where she was going. To comfort Harry, of course, Luna replied as if the answer was obvious. He needs someone with him right now. Molly had to fight to keep the smile from her face at the words. It was clear that Luna really cared for the boy, and Harry was a good influence on her as well. In the past few weeks since meeting Harry, Luna had come out of her shell and seemed more outspoken than before, much to her parents' delight. We'll all go, Percy said simply, drawing nods from the rest of the children before they all began to climb the stairs after their brother, leaving Remus alone with Molly. I shouldn't have come here, Remus said sadly. I should have known that my presence here would not be well received. He'll come around, Remus, Molly replied, he just needs time. It was quite a shock after all. He hates me, Molly, Remus said in a sad voice. And he's right too. I abandoned him, and because of my decision, the boy was tortured for years. Then make it up to him, Molly replied quickly, show him that you will not abandon him this time. Remus said nothing, simply stared at the floor as Molly moved towards the stairs. Before she began to ascend them, she turned one last time to Remus. I'm going to go and talk with Harry now. I hope you'll still be here when we come back down. I will be, Remus said in a severe voice. I promise I will not abandon Harry again. Molly nodded her head quickly before turning walking up the stairs to check on her son. Harry was sobbing into Charlie's shoulder when Molly entered the room. Around him, the rest of the children were gently watching and saying words to try and cheer the boy up. But nothing seemed to help. Children, why don't you all go downstairs and enjoy your lunch? I want to speak to Harry for a moment, Molly said in a firm voice that left no room for discussion. Grumbling about its unfairness, the children slowly left the room and headed downstairs, leaving Molly and Harry alone. Molly then sat on the bed beside Harry and pulled him into her embrace, gently stroking his hair as he began to cry again. It's going to be okay, sweetie, Molly said soothingly. He just left me behind, Harry sobbed. He left me with them. Molly said nothing for several moments, just continued to gently stroke Harry's hair before finally speaking in a soft voice. It wasn't his fault, sweetie. Remus loved your parents like they were family. But, unfortunately, when they died, I truly believe a piece of Remus did as well. It broke the poor man. If he really loved my mummy and daddy like family, why did he just abandon me? Harry asked angrily. Why didn't he protect me from them? Sometimes, when something bad happens to us, we can make the wrong decision, Molly explained. Remus is a good man. He just made the wrong choice is all. I hate him, Harry sobbed. No, you don't, sweetie, Molly replied gently. You're just angry, and you have a right to be. But I think you should give him a chance to prove how sorry he is. For a few moments, Harry said nothing. Finally, he managed to get a hold of himself and pulled away from Molly, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. I'm sorry I acted that way, Mum, Harry said in a small voice. It's perfectly all right, Harry, Molly replied as she ruffled his now blue hair. But how about we go downstairs, and you and Remus can try again? Harry said nothing at first, but Molly could tell he was king hard as his hair began to quickly change colors. What if he leaves me again? Harry asked softly. That won't happen, Molly said firmly. Remus feels awful for what he did, and all he wants no. W is to rectify his mistake if you let him. Harry bit his lip in indecision for a moment as Molly watched tensely. I should go apologize to him. I was very rude, Harry said after a moment. Molly eared internally in pride at Harry's decision and nodded her head as she helped him off the bed. A moment later, Harry was once again standing in front of Remus Lupin, who looked as though he had aged. 10 years since Harry had last seen him. Harry stared at his shoes for a moment before he gathered his courage and mumbled. I'm sorry for saying I hated you, Mr. Lupin. I didn't mean it. That's quite all right, Harry. I understand the reason for it, and please call me Remus. You'll make me feel old if you call me Mr. Lupin. Slowly a smile began to spread across Harry's face before he nodded at Remus, who was likewise sporting a broad smile, which promptly vanished a moment later when Percy appeared with Scabbers resting on his shoulder. Remus paled instantly and began to shake slightly, making Harry ask in a worried tone. Are you okay, Remus? For a moment, Remus said nothing, only stared at Percy with an expression that Harry could not understand. Finally, after another moment, Remus replied in a tight voice. I'm fine, Harry. I just need to speak with your mother for a moment, if you'll excuse me. Quickly but calmly, Remus approached Molly and said in an agitated whisper. We need to talk right now. Is everything all right? Molly whispered back. I'll explain in a moment. Follow me, Remus replied quickly before turning and walking up the stairs and into the first vacant room he came to, Molly following close behind. Once they were alone, Remus quickly cast a silencing charm on the room, before turning to Molly, a wild look in his eye that made her suddenly nervous. The rat your son has. Where did he get it? Remus asked quickly. Scabbers. Molly asked bemused. Percy found him in the garden last year and has had him ever since. Why? Because that's no rat. It's an animagus, Remus replied, making Molly's eyes widen in alarm. And not just any animagus either. I know this one personally. His name is Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew. But he was killed by Sirius Black. How can that be possible? Molly said quickly, desperately trying not to panic. I don't know, Remus said, equally panicky. I thought Sirius killed him. But if he's alive, that would mean that Sirius was set up. What do we do? Molly asked in a terrified voice. I'll go to Dumbledore and tell him what I know, Remus replied, then have him summon the Aurors. You send the children out to play or something. The important thing is that they are not here when we try and capture Peter. I don't want him to hurt your children when we try to capture him. Molly nodded her head in understanding and quickly masked her expression of fear, replacing it with one of calm as the two left the room and went back downstairs, where the children were eagerly enjoying their lunch. As Remus walked to the fireplace, he cast one last look at the rat who seemed to be sleeping on the arm of the couch in the living room. Nodding quickly at Molly, Remus grabbed a handful of flow powder before throwing it into the fireplace and shouting, Hogwarts. A moment later, he was gone, and Harry looked at Molly in bemusement. Where did Remus go? Harry asked softly before taking another bite of his sandwich. He's just going to see Professor Dumbledore, sweetie, Molly replied warmly. He'll be back shortly. As the children began to talk amongst themselves, Molly said she was going to see the Lovegoo DS for a little while and that while she was gone, Charlie would be in charge and that the kids were to behave themselves. Quickly, Molly apparated to the Lovegood home and knocked hard on the door. A moment later, it was answered by Luna's mother, who looked at Molly in bemusement for a moment before ushering her inside. Is everything okay? Pandora Lovegood asked in a worried voice as Molly began to pace the living room. Luna's fine, Molly replied in a forced, calm voice, but I need to ask a favor from you, Pandora. Of course, Molly. What is it? Pandora asked. I need you to watch the children for a little while this afternoon. Aurors will soon be descending on the burrow, and I can't have the children at the house when the Aurors arrive. Molly, what is going on? Pandora asked in a worried voice. Molly took a deep breath to calm herself before sitting on the couch and patting the cushion for Pandora to join her. A few minutes later, once Molly had relayed the whole story, Pandora looked white as a ghost. And it took a few moments for her to find her voice. Pettigrew is alive, but how is that possible? Sirius Black is in Azkaban for killing him. Obviously, Sirius was framed, Molly replied quickly. But what's important right now is that the children are not harmed when the Aurors come to arrest him. I will protect them with my life, Molly, Pandora replied in a firm voice. I give you my word on it. Molly nodded her head gratefully at the words before looking around as though she had forgotten something. Where is Xenophilius? Molly asked. He had an appointment at St. Mungo's. Pandora replied quickly. Nothing serious, I hope, Molly replied. No, he's fine, Pandora said simply, just a routine checkup, but let's not get off topic. When will you be bringing the children over? I'll fetch them now. I don't know how long it will take for Remus and Dumbledore to return with the Aurors, Molly said quickly as she rose to her feet. Thank you so much for this, Pandora. No thanks are necessary, Molly, Pandora replied warmly. Your family has made a major impact on my Luna, and for that, I am eternally grateful. It's been Harry, more than anyone else, Molly laughed, making Pandora grin. Yes, it would seem as though Luna is quite taken with the boy. Molly laughed at the words before growing serious again. I shall return shortly with the children, and again. Thank you for this. Pandora nodded her head quickly before Molly turned in place and apparated back to the burrow with a loud crack. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. And you're sure it was him? Dumbledore asked as he paced in front of Remus Lupin. It's quite easy to mistake one rat from another, after all. I could spot Peter even if he hid amongst 100 filthy rats. Remus said with barely controlled anger. Dumbledore stopped pacing and turned to the man who had just a few moments ago leapt out of Dumbledore's fireplace after being missing for 6 years, and eager to tell him a story about how there had once been 3 illegal animagi running around Hogwarts, and how one of those former students of his, one who was supposed to have been murdered several years ago by another fellow illegal animagi, was now living in dangerous proximity to Harry Potter. Were it not for the fact that Dumbledore trusted Remus, word and his loyalty to James Potter's memory, Dumbledore would have had serious doubts regarding the story. As it was, Dumbledore's thoughts were moving at a mile a minute. If Pettigrew was alive, then that meant that Sirius Black had not murdered him. And if Sirius had not murdered Pettigrew, then perhaps Sirius had been innocent all along. If that were the case, then it was another sin placed at Dumbledore's feet, as he had been the one who had sent Black to Azkaban without trial. For a moment, Dumbledore stared silently at his former student. Remus looked far older than he should have, his condition and the scars, both mental and physical, having stolen from him his once youthful features. For a moment, Dumbledore remembered fondly how Remus and his band of marauders had declared war on the peace of Hogwarts with their endless ranks against both the faculty and student body. Sadly, the once prominent smile that seemed permanently glued to Remus' face was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a look of pure anger, mixed with hatred and despair. If it truly is Pettigrew, then we must move quickly to ensure he does not escape, as well as keep him from harming Harry, Dumbledore said quickly. Agreed, Peter has evaded justice for long enough. Remus spat angrily. If he's alive, then that means Sirius, that I hated the wrong man for 6 years. At the last word, Remus looked broken and misty-eyed, and Dumbledore gently placed a hand on his former student's shoulder before giving it a gentle squeeze. We cannot undo the past, Remus. All we can do is make sure that past mistakes are rectified, and the dead are properly avenged. So, what do we do? Remus asked as Dumbledore released his shoulder and walked to the fireplace. First, we will flow to the Ministry and inform Amelia Bones of what we know, Dumbledore said quickly. Then we shall have her and a few of her best Aurors join us at the Burrow where, if luck is on our side, Peter Pettigrew will be waiting. Now let's be off. We cannot give our quarry a chance to escape again. Molly quickly wiped her brow as she apparated into the front yard of the Burrow. For a moment, she looked at the house and felt panic rise up in her for herself and her children. If Remus was right and Percy's pet really was Peter, she had to make sure that the rat didn't know that she was onto him, or he might panic and hurt her children in his attempt to escape. Slowly, Molly took a deep breath and put a mask of calm on, adding a warm smile to try and help the illusion, before she quickly walked to the door and stepped inside her home. Children, Molly called, get ready to leave. You're going over to the Lovegoods for a little while. Molly suddenly stopped as she saw Jaya lying on the ground in front of the door, seemingly lifeless. Instantly, Molly felt the blood rush from her face. And she ran to where the elf was lying, quickly feeling Jaya's neck for a pulse. Thankfully there was one, and Molly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, she's not dead, Molly," a voice said, making Molly's blood freeze in her veins. She had heard that voice many times before and had thought she would never hear it again. Slowly, Molly rose to her feet and turned to face the living room. If any color was left in Molly's face, it quickly vanished as she took in the scene before her. Peter Pettigrew was holding Harry in front of him by his shirt, a butcher knife pressed to Harry's throat. Sitting on the couch, staring helplessly, were the rest of Molly's children, and each wore a look of confusion and fear. Luna looked close to panicking, and Charlie had his arms wrapped around her and Ginny protectively. For a moment, Molly simply stared in horror at the ghost who stood before her, threatening her son, who was looking at Molly in terror, his teddy bear clutched tightly in his tiny hands. Peter looked like a shell of his former self, and for a moment, Molly had trouble admitting that this was the jolly young man she had once known. He was dirty and pale and seemed to have lost a lot of weight far too quickly. The robes he was wearing, if they could be called that, were equally dirty and hung in tatters on his body, but what caught Molly's eye was the tattoo that lay on Peter's forearm. It was a tattoo that Molly had seen enough times to instantly know what it meant. "Hello, Peter," Molly said softly as her mind began to race with ideas on how to save Harry. "You're not looking too well." Quote, "Ah, well, years of living as a rat will do that to you, unfortunately," Peter said with a manic smile that chilled Molly to her core. "There's no need to harm Harry," Molly said quickly. "He's just a boy. If you have any love left for James and Lily, you'll let him go." Peter looked down at the boy he was holding and seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at Harry, allowing Molly to slowly inch forward. "He looks like James," Peter said softly, "except for the eyes, of course." Molly felt hatred and rage flow through her in equal measure at the mention of Harry's parents. And before she could stop herself, Molly snapped out, "They were your friends, and you betrayed them if that mark on your arm is anything to judge by." Peter quickly looked up from Harry at Molly, a look of anger taking over his features. "You don't know what you're talking about, woman," Peter snarled. "I knew the moment I saw Remus looking at me that he knew who I was, that my stay here was at an end. Pity. I was rather enjoying the company." Percy paled at the words, and his face contorted in disgust at the words, while Molly looked murderous. "How could you do it? They were your friends," Molly snarled. "Yes, they were," Peter spat, "but the Dark Lord offered what they never could, what no one ever did." "And what was that?" "Power," Peter said with a crazed smile. "Respect and position in the new world. All of you laughed at me. Called me weak and fat, but not him. He showed me what real power was, and I did what I had to. Now, why don't you drop your wand nice and slow before I send dear Harry here to meet his parents?" Harry's mind raced at what he was hearing. All the horrible things that had happened to him were because of the strange man that was holding a knife to his throat. All the abuse and torment he had suffered could be laid at the man's feet, and the realization brought a black rage to Harry that he had never known before. Molly Street. Ared at Peter in disgust and hatred for a moment, tempted to draw her wand and hex the bastard. Peter seemed to know what she was thinking, however, for he pressed the blade into Harry's neck, making the boy whimper softly. "Now, Molly," Peter growled. "Okay," Molly cried in terror as a bead of blood showed on Harry's neck. "Don't hurt him, I'll do as you ask." Slowly, Molly drew her wand from her robe and bent down to place it on the carpet in front of her before rising back to her feet. "Kick it over to me," Peter snapped. "Do it now. You killed my mummy and daddy," Harry whispered in a cold voice. "You're the reason I was sent to live with my aunt and uncle, the reason I was hurt all the time. And you were supposed to join them," Peter retorted. "You cost me everything that night, but you're going to make it up to me." "What are you talking about?" Molly said, her voice cracking in fear and anger. "The Dark Lord is still alive out there," Peter replied crazily. "I know it in my bones. And Harry and I are going to find him, and when we do, imagine how he will reward me for bringing him the last of the Potters." Molly felt her breath catch in her throat, and she twitched as though to grab for her wand, making Peter press the knife into Harry's throat. "Do it, and he dies," Peter snarled. "It's your fault," Harry said in a strangely cold voice. "It's all your fault." "Shut up," Peter roared. Harry was no longer listening. The black rage that he felt earlier had morphed into something else, something powerful, and seemed to respond to the only thing Harry wanted at the moment. To make the man who was responsible for Harry's misery pay. A bright light suddenly erupted around Harry's teddy bear, blinding everyone in the room and making Peter release his hold on Har. Try to shield his eyes from the sudden burst of light. When his vision finally cleared, Peter felt the blood run from his face. Harry was now standing next to Molly, and in between Harry and Peter stood a large grizzly bear. "Teddy?" Harry asked in an odd voice as he clung to Molly's side. The bear turned to look at Harry for a moment before turning its attention back to Peter, who was staring at the monster in terror. "Stay back, beast," Peter yelled as he swung the knife back and forth. "I'm warning you." The bear stared at Peter for a moment before issuing an ear-shattering roar that seemed to shake the whole house and made everyone clutch their ears in pain. The bear then lunged forward at Peter and sank its teeth into Peter's arm, whipping its head back and forth as Peter dropped the knife and screamed in agony. A moment later, Peter's arm was ripped from his body at the elbow, and he released a shriek of agony before collapsing onto the floor in a bleeding, sobbing mess. The children, too terrified to move from the couch, watched in horror as the bear devoured Peter's arm before taking a step forward toward the weeping man who lay before it. "Please, Harry," Peter sobbed, "don't let it kill me." Molly had been rendered speechless at the chain of events, but Peter's sobbing seemed to snap her out of it, and she quickly turned to Harry, who was watching wide-eyed. "Harry, call off Teddy," Molly said quickly. "Why?" Harry asked in a cold voice that shocked Molly. "He deserves it. He killed my mummy and daddy. He's the reason I was sent to them." Molly felt her heart break at the words. Yes, Peter deserved to die for what he had done, but if she allowed Harry to do this, she knew it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Slowly, Molly lowered herself onto one knee and looked Harry in the eye, trying desperately to drown out the noise behind her as Peter tried to crawl away from the bear that was now slowly stalking towards him. "Harry, I know that what he did was unforgivable, and he deserves to be punished for it, but if you do this, you'll be just as bad as him. I know your mummy and daddy wouldn't want that. Harry, this is not what they would want. You're better than this." "He was their friend," Harry cried, angry tears beginning to run down his cheeks. "He was their friend, and he killed them. He's the reason I was hurt all the time." "I know, sweetie," Molly said softly, gently wiping the tears away, "but you know this is wrong. You're better than this. I promise you will regret it forever if you do this." Harry stared at Molly for a moment in indecision, and Molly feared that Harry would ignore her request. Turning to see what was happening, Molly saw with horror that Teddy had risen onto his hind legs and was raising a paw to finish off Peter, who lay curled in terror before the bear. At the same time, the children watched from the couch in horror. "Teddy, stop," Harry cried out suddenly, rushing forward to hug the bear's leg. The bear froze and looked down at the boy who was crying into its leg. "Molly's right, Teddy," Harry cried. "Why, you saved me. You don't need to hurt him anymore, so please stop." Slowly, the bear lowered itself to the floor and wrapped its paws around the boy. A moment later, the same blinding flash of light surrounded the bear. When it finally dissipated, Harry was once again holding a regular-sized teddy bear. Much to everyone's astonishment, so shocked at what happened was the room that no one seemed to notice Peter inching toward the knife that lay on the floor until he lunged for it with a wild scream of fear and anger, only to be sent crashing into the fireplace a moment later by a stunning spell from Molly, who had quickly grabbed her wand. "Harry, that was," Charlie began, before falling silent, unable to properly word what he had just witnessed. "That was amazing," Fred said in awe. "Incredible," George added. "I'm sorry," Harry sobbed. "I didn't mean to make Teddy do that." "He was protecting you," Luna replied. "He's a good bear." "Luna's right, Harry," Ron added quickly. "If he hadn't protected us, who knows what might have happened." Molly quickly dropped to her knees in front of Harry and pulled him into a tight hug before motioning the other children to join in, which they promptly did. For a moment, no one said anything, just knelt there in a group hug as Molly tried not to sob in happiness that her children were unharmed. A moment later, the fireplace erupted in green fire, and Remus strode out, followed almost immediately by Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, and two others whom Molly did not recognize. The visitors' jaws fell open in horror as they took in the blood that covered the floor in front of them. "Is anyone hurt?" Dumbledore asked quickly. "Just the rat," Molly replied. Pointing at the unconscious body that lay against the wall, Dumbledore turned to see who she was talking about, and his face paled at the sight. Peter lay unconscious, his right arm was gone. And a large puddle of blood lay around the stump. "We must see to it that he receives medical attention immediately," Dumbledore said quickly. "If he dies, then any hope of proving Sirius Black innocent will die with him." Amelia Bones was kneeling next to Peter, his left arm clasped in her hand as she gazed down at his Death Eater tattoo, an angry expression on her face. "I had hoped you were wrong, Albus," Amelia said in a tight voice, "but you were telling the truth. He really is alive, and this tattoo proves he is one of you-know-who's followers. Now, we must ensure that he lives long enough to pay for his crimes." Remus snarled as he looked down on the face of his former friend. "Agreed," Amelia said quickly before turning to her companions. "Shacklebolt, Scrimgeour, take this scum and get him to St. Mungo's immediately. Then make sure that he is guarded every minute. If he manages to escape, I'll sack you both. Is that clear?" "Yes, ma'am," the pair replied as Ey reached down and grabbed the unconscious body before quickly apparating away. Once they were gone, Amelia turned to the Weasleys, who were still shaking after what they had just witnessed. "Okay, who wants to tell me what happened here?" Quote. Amelia demanded, her hands on her hips as she took in the carnage around her. Author's note: I can't believe that over 100 people are now reading my story. I am truly astounded at how are enjoying it. I'm trying to put out as many chapters as I can before the 17th because I'll be going on my honeymoon then and won't be able to publish for a while. Expect maybe 1 or 2 more chapters before then. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Sirius Black Framed. Article written by Rita Skeeter. The wizarding world was rocked today when the revelation came to light that supposed mass murderer Sirius Black may, in fact, have been innocent all along and that, in fact, his supposed victim Peter Pettigrew is the guilty one. This miscarriage of justice is exacerbated by the fact that this reporter has discovered that Sirius Black, in fact, never received a trial in the first place, a gross miscarriage of justice and one that no one seems to be able to explain. Even though Sirius Black is the heir to the ancient and noble pureblood House of Black, it has long been believed that Sirius Black was the secret keeper who betrayed Lily and James Potter to he who must not be named, resulting in their deaths and the attempted murder of Harry Potter, who somehow not only managed to miraculously survive but also destroyed you-know-who in the process. It is THN believed that Sirius Black was confronted by one of James's best friends, Peter Pettigrew, who attempted to avenge his fallen friend by killing Sirius Black, only to himself be killed, along with T.W. Elv Muggles when Sirius Black supposedly blew up the street that he and Peter Pettigrew were dueling on. However, this reporter can now report that the events of that night so long ago have been nothing short of a complete fabrication and that, in fact, the wrong man may have spent the last 6 years in Azkaban prison without trial, a member of the pureblood nobility no less. According to Eyewitness reports that this reporter has obtained from both Aurors and eyewitnesses who were on the scene at the time, Peter Pettigrew is, in fact, an illegal animagus capable of transforming into a rat. This ability allowed Mr. Pettigrew to fake his death and frame Sirius Black for his murder and supposed loyalty to he who must not named. For the last 6 years, Peter Pettigrew then hid in his illegal animagus form in the home of Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mrs. Molly Weasley as a pet of their son Percy Weasley, a fact that raises concerns of its own, of a more pedophilic variety. It was only when Mr. Remus Lupin, another of James Potter's friends, decided to call on the Weasley home to visit with his friend's son that Mr. Pettigrew's deception was revealed by Mr. Lupin. Peter Pettigrew was one of my best friends growing up. I saw him change into his animagus form perhaps 100 times, and I'd know him anywhere, so when I saw him in such close proximity to Harry, I knew I had to do something about it, Mr. Lupin is quoted as saying when interviewed. Upon Mr. Lupin's departure to summon the Aurors, Peter Pettigrew immediately reverted to his human form. He took the Weasley family hostage in an attempt to kidnap Harry Potter for reasons unknown. What happened next is unknown, as this reporter has been unable to find anyone willing to discuss the events, but what is known is that when the Aurors arrived, they discovered that Mr. Pettigrew had been severely injured to the point where he had lost his right arm, though how is still a mystery. Mr. Pettigrew was immediately arrested and taken to St. Mungo's for medical healing. Several days later, Mr. Pettigrew was moved to a ministry interrogation cell where he was force-fed Veritaserum, and the whole sordid story came out at last. Sirius Black was never the Potter's secret keeper, it was Peter Pettigrew all along, and it was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed his own friends to their deaths, not Sirius Black as has been believed all these years. It was also Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black, who murdered those 12 muggles when Mr. Pettigrew blew up the street in his attempt to escape justice by slicing off his own finger, the only piece of Mr. Pettigrew found, and escaping into the sewers in his animagus form. This revelation has left more questions than answers in its wake, such as why was the heir of a noble pureblood house denied a trial? And why was his case not given further investigation, rather than just dismissed and forgotten? Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has immediately demanded that Sirius Black receive the trial that he was so unjustly denied. The trial is scheduled to begin sometime next month. Still, with the mountain of evidence collected so far, it's safe to say that Mr. Black will no doubt be released, and the ministry will have to defend its egregious actions as best as possible. Molly set the paper down on the table wearily. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Pettigrew's arrest, and she and her family had to repeat the story of what had happened more times than she cared for to a legion of ministry officials. Even the minister had called on T. He Burrow and demanded answers as to how Peter Pettigrew was alive and how he had received his injuries. Harry had received the worst of it as he had been forced to repeat the story interminably to Aurors, ministry officials, and even the minister himself, forcing the poor boy to relive the horror of what had happened. Unfortunately, the interviews came with a terrible price, as Molly had been forced to comfort a sobbing Harry on more than one occasion when he had awoken from a nightmare. Jaya had suffered a severe concussion and had to be taken to St. Mungo's for a week for observation. Since coming back, Jaya had tried to return to her duties but had been placed on bed rest on Molly's orders, much to the little elf's annoyance. "He'll have to be told," Arthur said wearily as he took the paper from Molly and read the article. Like Molly, Arthur had been pushed almost to his breaking point as the ministry scrambled to repair the damage done by Pettigrew's confession. Molly said nothing, only stared sadly at her husband as she considered his words. Pettigrew's confession would no doubt lead to Sirius' release, and given the fact that the Potters had made him Harry's godfather, there was a very high chance that Harry would end up being taken from them and placed in Sirius' custody. "We adopted him," Molly replied in a small voice. "He's our son legally. Surely Sirius won't challenge that, will he?" "I don't know," Arthur replied sadly, "but he has the right to do so once he is free, and Harry should be told what might happen." A small gasp made both adults stiffen, and Hay quickly turned in shock to see Harry staring at them from around the corner, a look of shock and fear on his face. "Harry, sweetie," Molly said softly as she rose from her seat and slowly approached the boy. "I thought you were outside playing with the other children." I wanted a glass of water," Harry said in a small voice. "What did you mean when you said that Sirius Black might take me away?" Molly paled slightly, and she turned to look at Arthur in a silent plea before her husband slowly rose and approached the pair. "Harry, do you know what a godfather is?" Arthur asked. Harry shook his head quickly, and Arthur continued softly, "Well, a godfather is someone who is appointed by a child's parents to take over raising the child if something happens to the parents, and Sirius Black is your godfather." Harry's eyes grew wide at the revelation, and a moment later, he suddenly threw himself into Molly's arms and buried his face into her chest. "I don't want to leave," Harry cried softly, his hair turning dark blue. "I want to stay here with you. I want to be a Weasley." Molly felt tears spring to her eyes at the words and had to bite back a sob as she embraced Harry in a tight hug. A moment later, Arthur wrapped his arms around the pair and joined in the hug. "You will always be a Weasley, Harry," Arthur replied. "No matter what happens, I promise you that you will always be our son. Understand?" Harry slowly nodded, his face still buried in Molly's chest as she gently stroked his hair. But what happens if Sirius tries to take me away? Harry asked quickly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay, Molly replied. You shouldn't worry about things that may never come to pass. All you need to worry about is continuing to be a good boy, okay? Harry's slow. WLY pulled away from Molly and nodded his head. A moment later, Molly gently wiped the tears from his face. Now, why don't you go back outside and play with the others, and I'll get started on dinner, sound good? Harry slowly nodded and gave Molly and Arthur one final hug before slowly walking out the door to rejoin the others, leaving Molly and Arthur alone. What do we do if Sirius does decide he wants Harry to live with him? Molly asked as the pair walked towards the window and watched Ron throw a ball to Luna as Harry joined them. We'll have to try and convince Sirius that Harry is better placed here, happier here. Arthur replied quickly. And if that doesn't work? Molly asked as she looked up at him. Then, as you said, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it, Arthur said softly, for now. Let's just worry about Sirius' trial. Whatever happens after that, we shall face it as a family. Molly nodded slowly, and a smile stretched across her face as she watched Ron say something that made the other children laugh before they all charged over the hill to play a new game. The trial of Sirius Black was shaping up to be the most significant event in recorded memory as hundreds of wizards and witches descended upon the ministry. Desperate for any news of the proceedings, the Weasleys had to fight through the crowd to enter the courtroom and then fight for a place to sit, as almost every seat was taken by reporters or others who wished to see the trial of the century, as it was being called. They were finally able to find a seat next to the Tonks family, Andromeda. I had come to see that justice was finally done for her favorite cousin, and Dora had obtained permission from Dumbledore to miss school and join her parents. She was sitting next to Harry, her hand clasped in his. And both were sporting matching pairs of dark purple hair. Once the members of the Wizengamot had taken their places, Dumbledore loudly banged his gavel before yelling in a loud voice. Silence. This court is now called to order, and any interruptions will result in the ones responsible being removed from the court. Instantly, the noise in the courtroom stopped, save that of the CL. Icks and flashes from the cameras of reporters. We are here today to ameliorate a gross miscarriage of justice that should have never occurred in the first place, Dumbledore continued in a loud voice. I am, of course, speaking of the negligence of this court to provide Sirius Black with a trial. Several of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore included, had the sense to look suitably ashamed. However, EY were outnumbered by the ones who instead looked annoyed or angry at being called out in such a fashion. Aurors, please bring in the defendant, Dumbledore called. A moment later, the courtroom doors opened, and a collective gasp was heard as 4 Aurors led a dirty and disheveled man into the courtroom. My God, Andromeda breathed in shock as she took in her cousin. He looked nothing like he had in the past. Gone were the healthy glow and happy grin that seemed perpetually glued to his face, and in its place was a scowl and a deathly pale visage. His hair was as dirty and unkempt as his clothes, if clothes were what you could call the rags he was wearing. The Aurors moved Sirius to a chair in the center of the room, and the moment he sat down, chains sprang from it and wrapped their way around him. Lashing him tightly to the chair, Sirius glared angrily at the chains for a moment before redirecting his gaze at the assembled members of the Wizengamot before him. Are these chains really necessary? Sirius grinned in a voice that sounded as though it hadn't been used in a long time. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were afraid of little old me. A few members of the Wizengamot grinned at the joke. Far more glared down at Sirius, who seemed amused at the court's impotent anger directed at him. Mr. Black, do you know why you are here today? Dumbledore asked in a loud voice. I suspect it has something to do with the fact that you all forgot to give me a trial 6 years ago for a crime I didn't commit, Sirius replied with a wry grin, tilting his head slightly as though it were obvious. Laughter rippled across the courtroom, making several members of the Wizengamot turn red with impotent rage before Dumbledore smacked his gavel down and again called for order. Mr. Black, you are here because certain critical pieces of evidence have come to light which brings your culpability into question regarding the crimes for which you were sentenced, Dumbledore stated calmly. At the same time, the reporters wrote down every word. So, in layman's terms, you all screwed up, Sirius said simply, a wolfish grin on his face. How dare you? A wizard shouted in rage as He rose from his seat next to Dumbledore. "You should be grateful we've even decided to entertain this farce. If I had my way, you'd be thrown back in the hole you came from. So glad to see that the Wizengamot is still full of hypocrites who pretend to uphold justice." "Then," Sirius replied with the same wolfish grin. The wizard turned crimson with rage, along with a few of his fellow members, as the wizard opened his mouth to retort. Dumbledore quickly cut him off. "Enough. We are here to correct a mistake that this court made 6 years ago. Take your seat, or be removed." The wizard glared at Dumbledore for a moment before slowly lowering himself back into his seat and looking down at Sirius with hatred, which seemed to amuse the prisoner further as Sirius flashed a grin at the wizard, followed up with a wink. "Mr. Black, before we begin, I must ask, do you consent to the use of Veritaserum?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "I do," Sirius replied quickly. "Very well, then," Dumbledore said, before motioning toward an awaiting Auror, who quickly stepped forward and poured 3 drops into Sirius' mouth. "What is Veritaserum?" Harry whispered to Dora. "It's a potion that forces those who take it to tell the truth." Dora answered back, making Harry's eyes widen in shock before he turned back to the trial. "Please state your name for the court," Dumbledore asked. "Sirius Orion Black. Are you now, or have you ever been a Death Eater?" Dumbledore asked. "No, I would never have followed that mad bastard," Sirius growled angrily. Instantly, the courtroom began to buzz with whispers. A.N.D. Dumbledore banged his gavel down 3 times to restore order. "Did you betray the Potters to Lord Voldemort?" Dumbledore asked, ignoring the collective flinch that erupted from the onlookers. "No, James was my brother in all but blood," Sirius replied in a broken voice, "and I loved Lily like a sister. I would have died before I betrayed them." "But you were their secret keeper, were you not?" Dumbledore asked. "No," Sirius replied. "James, Lily, and I decided to make someone else the secret keeper at the last moment. We thought that because I was James's best friend, I would be the obvious choice and that Voldemort would be sure to come after me, and when he did, it would be a waste of time." "And who was the Potter's secret keeper?" Amelia Bones asked. "Peter Pettigrew," Sirius snarled, as though the name were poison. "Please explain the events of that night for the court," Amelia Bones said calmly, "if you can remember them, that is." "I'll never forget that night," Sirius said sadly. "I went to pay a visit to Peter to make sure he was okay, but when I got there, I immediately knew that something was wrong. Peter was missing, yet his home looked untouched. There was no sign of a struggle. So fearing the worst, I jumped on my motorcycle and flew as fast as I could to James and Lily's, but by the time I got there, it was too late. They were both gone." Tears slid down Sirius' cheeks as he told the story, and it took him a moment to compose himself enough to continue. "I came just in time to see Hagrid pulling Harry from the rubble. I asked him to give Harry to me, as I was his godfather, but Hagrid refused. Said he had orders from Dumbledore to deliver Harry somewhere safe. I knew there was no arguing with Hagrid, so I gave him my motorcycle to make sure Harry got wherever he was going safely. Then I went hunting for Pettigrew. I tracked him down a few hours later. He was shouting some nonsense about me being the one who betrayed Lily and James. I went for my wand, and the rat hit me with a tickling charm before he blew up the street. That's why I was laughing like a lunatic when the Aurors arrested me. By the time the charm wore off, I was in Azkaban, and no one believed me when I said I was innocent." The courtroom was dead silent when Sirius finished, save for the clicks and flashes of cameras. "Perhaps if you had listened to me then, you all wouldn't be so embarrassed now, would you?" Sirius asked with a grin that made many members of the Wizengamot turn red with shame and anger in equal measure. "Let the record show that the defendant, Sirius Black, under Veritaserum, has told he had no part in the Potters' deaths, nor is he now nor has ever been a Death Eater," Amelia Bones stated in a firm voice that echoed in the silent chamber. "Does anyone else have any other questions?" Dumbledore asked. When no one stood or raised a hand that they did, Dumbledore continued, "Then it is time to bring in the next defendant. Aurors, please bring in Peter Pettigrew." Sirius' eyes widened in shock at the words, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless. "What?" Sirius snarled. "He's alive. That bastard is alive." "Silence," Dumbledore thundered, "if you cannot control yourself. Mr. Black, I will be forced to do so for you." Sirius glared angrily at Dumbledore as a second chair suddenly appeared next to the one Sirius was sitting in. A moment later, 2 Aurors entered the courtroom dragging a one-armed man between them. They roughly placed the man in the chair, and the chains sprang to life, strapping the man to the chair, just as they did for Sirius. Sirius breathed in shock. "Hello, Padfoot," Peter said with an insane smile. "You don't look so good. Are they not feeding you well in Azkaban?" Sirius snarled as he thrashed against his bonds. "You were our friend. How could you?" "Silencio," Dumbledore thundered, pointing his wand at Sirius, who instantly went quiet, though his mouth still moved with unheard obscenities and threats at Peter. "Aurors, administer the Veritaserum," Dumbledore thundered, his eyes flashing angrily at Peter, who attempted to act unafraid, yet the sweat coming off him showed otherwise. Immediately, 2 Aurors walked forward, one grabbing Peter's head and forcing Peter's mouth open, while the other poured the potion down Peter's throat. "State your name for the court," Amelia Bones said contemptuously. "Peter Pettigrew. Are you a Death Eater?" "Yes," Peter replied with an insane smile. "Did you betray the Potters?" "Yes." The courtroom erupted in noise as members of the Wizengamot shouted to be heard while the audience talked to each other about what they had just heard. "Silence," Dumbledore shouted, immediately silencing the noise. "Another outburst, and I will clear the courtroom." Dumbledore quickly nodded at Amelia, who returned the nod and turned back to Peter. "Why did you betray the Potters? They were your friends, were they not?" "They were," Peter replied. "But they only ever saw me as the leftover, the fat one. Lord Voldemort offered me power and respect. He saw the darkness in me and didn't shun me for it, but rather helped me see that it was not something to be afraid of, but something to be used to make others fear me." Peter was grinning like a maniac by the end of his speech, and the silence in the courtroom stretched for a moment before Amelia finally spoke again. "What all have you done in service to he who must not be named?" For a moment, Peter simply grinned at Amelia before he began to speak. For almost 20 minutes, he told of the horrible things he had done, of the perverse and monstrous things he had done to Muggles and magic folk alike, and how he had enjoyed every moment of it. As he spoke, the audience grew pale with horror and disgust until, at last, Dumbledore stopped him with a silencing charm, and the courtroom grew as quiet as a graveyard. "I believe we have heard enough of your filth, Mr. Pettigrew," Dumbledore said in a cold voice. "And we have heard your confession in regards to the Potter's murder and that of the 12 Muggles. As such, I now call for a vote for those who feel as I do, that Mr. Black's sentence be overturned, and he be released immediately. All in favor?" Almost every wand raised as one, with only a handful abstaining. After a careful count and a second count to verify, Dumbledore nodded his head and said quickly, "The majority has spoken. Mr. Sirius Black is hereby found innocent of his former crimes and shall be remanded to St. Mungo's immediately to begin treatment to heal the injuries he has sustained while a prisoner of Azkaban, both mental and physical." Sirius sagged in his chair at the words, and tears of joy began to fall down his cheeks as the Aurors released him from the chair and began to carefully help him out of the courtroom. Before he exited, Sirius locked eyes with Harry and smiled at the boy. A moment later he was gone, and Harry stared after him, his hair slowly turning to its original black. "Peter Pettigrew," Amelia Bones thundered, bringing the crowd's attention back to the prisoner who was still strapped to the chair, "for your disgusting and heinous crimes against both Muggles and magical alike, I now call for a vote that you receive the Dementor's kiss, as I feel that is the only punishment fitting for filth such as yourself. All in favor?" Peter Pettigrew's eyes grew wide in horror as every single member of the Wizengamot absent Dumbledore raised their wand in approval of Amelia's suggestion. "No," Peter cried in horror. "No, please. You can't do this. Please. Aurors, take him to Azkaban and let the Dementors enjoy their meal," Amelia said coldly as Peter struggled against his bonds. Peter was still begging and crying. As he was dragged out of the courtroom. "Mummy, what's a Dementor's kiss?" Harry asked softly, bringing a dark look to Molly's face. "I'll tell you when you're older, sweetie," Molly replied after sharing a look with Andromeda. "It's not something a child needs to know about." "This session of the Wizengamot is now closed," Dumbledore said loudly. "Court is adjourned." Author's note: I'm back from my honeymoon, and it was so much fun. I got to see Disney World and Harry Potter at Universal, and it gave me some great ideas for the story. The next chapter will be the last one of young Harry. Then we'll see him on the train to Hogwarts and a few other changes throughout his tenure there, which I hope you will enjoy. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The room was quiet as Sirius Black read the Daily Prophet while waiting for his breakfast. It had been a week since his trial ended and his freedom was returned to him, a week since his treatment began to repair the damage he had received, both mental and physical, from his long years as a prisoner of Azkaban. His hair was no longer matted and covered in filth now, it was clean and hung in ringlets to his shoulders with a healthy glow. Likewise, his beard was gone and replaced with a handsome mustache and goatee. Even his skin looked healthier now that he was free from the nightmare of the Dementors. A slight cough caught Sirius' attention, and he slowly lowered the paper, his face grimacing as he saw Albus Dumbledore standing at the door to his room and looking at him with a pained expression. "Good morning, Sirius," Dumbledore said softly. "How are you feeling today? I'm told that your rehabilitation is coming along quite well." "I have my good days as well as my bad ones," Sirius replied hoarsely as he folded the paper and laid it down beside him. "What are you doing here, Albus?" Dumbledore looked tired as he made a chair appear with his wand and placed it beside Sirius' bed before slowly lowering himself into it. "I came to apologize to you, my boy," Dumbledore replied softly. "I owe you a great debt that can never be repaid. I wronged you." Sirius' eyes narrowed as he listened to the words. "You abandoned me, Albus," Sirius replied in a tight voice. "I fought for you, spilled blood for you. How could you think I was the traitor? You abandoned me to 6 years in hell." Dumbledore paled under Sirius' wrath and for a moment was left speechless before he managed to find his voice and reply. "James and Lily never told anyone that they changed the secret keeper, Sirius. Do you not understand how it looked to me and the rest of the world when they were betrayed? I thought, oh, I know exactly what you thought." Sirius spat angrily. Sirius Black finally showed his true colors. "The rest of House Black is full of psychopaths and murderers. So it's only natural that I am one as well, right?" Dumbledore said nothing, simply stared at Sirius with sorrowful eyes while Sirius continued his rant. "You moved heaven and earth to save your pet Death Eater Snivellus, but me, the one who fought by your side from the start, you left me to rot." "Severus turned against Voldemort prior to his fall," Dumbledore said softly. "He risked much to bring us vital information that saved many lives throughout the war. And that gives him a free pass for everything he did as a Death Eater." Sirius retorted. "No, it does not," Dumbledore said firmly. "Severus will have to live with what he's done for the rest of his life." Sirius glared hard at Dumbledore for a moment before he finally said in a hoarse voice, "The first few days, I screamed for you. I thought for sure you would come and hear my side of the story, but as the days turned into weeks, I finally realized that you were never coming, that you left me in Azkaban to rot. I am so sorry, Sirius. Truly, I wish I could go back and change things," Dumbledore replied sorrowfully as he rested his hand on Sirius' arm. "I don't want your apology," Sirius growled as she shook the old man off. "I want my life back. I want what you stole from me. I want my godson, Harry." Dumbledore asked in surprise. "Surely, you've been told about his circumstances." "Oh, yes, Dumbledore," Sirius whispered angrily. "There's quite a lot that I've been catching up on that I've missed. Tell me, is there anyone's life that you haven't destroyed with your damned manipulations?" Dumbledore paled under the question and seemed to sink into himself. "I never meant for Harry to be harmed. I thought he would be safe with his aunt and uncle." "Safe?" Sirius demanded. "Why? Oh, you knew how much Petunia hated Lily in our world. How could you possibly think Harry would be safe? There was no one else to take him." "Sirius," Dumbledore replied softly, "you were gone, Alley. Ce and Frank were tortured into insanity. The only ones left who could have looked after Harry was his aunt and uncle. Then you should have found someone else." Sirius barked. "Anyone would have been better than Petunia. He's with the Weasleys now," Dumbledore countered. "They adopted him, and he is well cared for now." Sirius stared at the old man for a moment before turning his head and staring down at his lap. "Is he happy?" Sirius asked softly. "Yes," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "He is very happy with his new family, he's also a metamorphagus. Sirius raised his head to look at Dumbledore, and a small grin appeared on his face. Is he really? I saw him at my trial. He looked just like James, though his hair color was slightly different. Dumbledore chuckled at that and slowly rose to his feet. When the time is right, I'm sure he would love to meet you. I've already written to Molly and Arthur, Sirius replied in a tight voice. I've asked them to bring the boy here so that I can meet him. They've agreed to bring him later this week. Dumbledore nodded quickly as he turned to leave. I hope one day you can forgive me, Sirius, Dumbledore said, pausing as he reached the door. For a moment, Sirius said nothing, simply glared at Dumbledore angrily. Finally, Sirius growled in a tight voice. I may one day forgive you, Albus, but I will never again trust you. You lost that in me when you left me to rot. Dumbledore looked sadly at his former student as though he wanted to say more before nodding his head slowly in understanding and making his egress, softly shutting the door behind him. For several moments, Sirius stared at the closed door before letting out an angry breath and picking back up the paper and continuing where he had left off before Dumbledore's arrival. Harry tried not to fidget as he sat beside Molly and tried to concentrate on the day's lesson. Molly had told Harry that she and Harry would be going to St. Mungo's to see Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, tomorrow. Harry was understandably nervous, though he tried not to let it show. Harry, Molly's voice broke through Harry's daydreaming, and he looked at her quickly. Yes, Mummy, Harry asked quickly. Are you all right? I've been calling your name for a while now. Yes, Mummy, I'm all right, Harry replied, his hair turning bright red with embarrassment. You know it's okay to be nervous, Molly said softly as she put an arm around Harry's shoulder. What if? Harry asked nervously, what if he tries to take me away? Molly smiled sadly at her son and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Harry's head. Arthur and I will speak to Sirius about that. Don't worry, Molly replied warmly. I'm sure Sirius will understand why it's better that you stay with us. Harry looked up at Molly with worry in his eyes. Do you think he'll let me stay? I don't want to go. I know you don't, sweetie, Molly said sadly, and Arthur and I will do everything in our power to make sure you stay with us, I promise. Harry smiled at her, and Molly quickly returned it before pointing at the book on the table in front of them. Now, let's finish this chapter, and then you can go play with the others. I'm sure Luna is missing you. Harry nodded quickly and returned to the book as Molly smiled sadly beside him. It would all be decided tomorrow. Sirius laughed as his cousin Nymph. Hedora Tonks turned her nose into a pig's snout in front of him. She had emphatically told him not to call her Nymphadora when they first met, and Sirius had readily agreed to call her Dora instead. Quote, glad to see that some of my mischief has been passed down through the black line, Sirius said with a smile. Heaven forbid she takes after you, Andromeda replied in a mock serious voice. I doubt our family can survive two of you, cousin. Quote, Sirius grinned at Andromeda, though it was laced with sadness at the years that had been stolen from the pair, through no fault of their own. I've missed you, Andromeda, Sirius said sadly, making his cousin's face pale slightly. As I have missed you, Sirius, Andromeda replied softly, I never thought to see you again. Nor I, you, Sirius replied, I thought I would die in there. Hated by my family and friends for a crime I did not commit. But you didn't, Ted replied quickly, you're a free man, now. And you have a lot of missed birthdays and Christmases to make up for. Dora added quickly, making Sirius guffaw and Andromeda shake her head in mock annoyance. How about one big present, and we call it even? Sirius asked with a grin that made Dora bounce happily and nod her head quickly. Deal, Dora said happily. Don't encourage her, Sirius, Andromeda said quickly, though she fought to keep a slight grin from her face. I heard you're meeting with the Weasleys today, Andromeda said quickly, making Sirius nod his head. Have you given any thought as to what you want to do about Harry? What do you mean? Sirius asked. I mean, will you be pursuing your rights as Harry's godfather? Andromeda asked earnestly, will you be taking Harry from Molly and Arthur? Sirius was quiet for a moment as he stared at his lap. You should know that Harry is happy where he is. The Weasleys have been very good to the boy. Harry views them as his family, and Dora has adopted the boy as her little brother. Dora nodded happily, her hair turning to a happy bubblegum pink. "He's like me, and it's only right I look after a fellow metamorphagus." "I'm sure they have," Sirius replied softly, smiling at Dora, "but James and Lily want Harry to be raised by me in case something happened to them. He should have come to me." "You can still have a life with Harry," Ted offered, "without taking him from the place he now thinks of as home." Andromeda nodded quickly as Sirius stared at her husband in thought. "I'm sure that Molly and Arthur would not be opposed to you visiting whenever you so choose. Harry should get to know you after all." Sirius was silent for a moment before laying back on his bed. "I will think about it. They should be here soon, and I'm looking forward to seeing Promslet again." Sirius smiled at the memory of playing with Harry as a baby. The smile turned sad when he thought of his lost best friend and all the years that had been stolen from him. "Whatever I decide," Sirius said in a tense voice, "I will not lose any more time with my godson. I have lost far too much as it is." A few hours later, Harry was sitting in a chair next to Dora, desperately trying not to show how nervous he was, though. His hair betrayed him as it changed color at an alarming rate of speed, much to Dora's amusement. The rest of the children had been left at the burrow under the watchful eye of Charlie, while Molly and Arthur brought Harry to St. Mungo's to visit his godfather. Harry wished that at least one of his brothers could have come to ease his nervousness, especially as that thought that he might never see them again kept racing through his mind. When they arrived, Molly went inside with Arthur to speak with Sirius alone, leaving Harry to sit outside Sirius' room alone, until Dora came to join him and began morphing her face to try and make him laugh and forget his nervousness. "Everything will be okay, Harry," Dora assured Harry for the 100th time. "Sirius isn't as bad a guy as everyone tried to make him out to be." "But what if?" Harry began before Dora cut him off. "Stop worrying about what ifs. Whatever will be. Just focus on right now and breathe like I taught you, just breath." Harry nodded slowly and began to slow his breathing the way Dora had first taught him when he started to learn how to shift from her. Gradually, his hair stopped changing into a different color very few seconds to finally shifting into a warm apple red, as Dora nodded. "That's it, Harry," Dora said with a grin, "you're getting very good at this." "Well, I had a good teacher," Harry replied with a smile that made Dora turn pink. "Flattery will get you nowhere, mister," Dora said with a wink as she copied Harry's hair. "It's been a while since we practiced. Want to give it a go while we wait for our moms?" Harry nodded quickly, happy for the distraction as Dora began calling out different hair and eye colors and various facial features. Harry tried to morph into each one. "Sirius, no, one is trying to keep Harry away from you," Molly said in exasperation for the 5th time since the meeting began. "Arthur and I would be more than happy to let you visit Harry whenever you want. We're simply trying to explain that taking Harry from the only safe home he's ever known might prove detrimental to the progress that he's made this last year." Sirius glowered at the Weasley matron as wisdom of her words seemed to break through his stubbornness. "I'm his godfather," Sirius countered in a huff. "He should have gone to me, to begin with." "And he would have," Andromeda said quickly, "had you not gone off and gotten yourself locked up for the past 6 years. I was trying to avenge the murder of my friends." Sirius retorted angrily. "Yes, a very Gryffindor decision," Andromeda sniffed. "Running after a murderer when what you should have done is taken your godson and gone to ground. Hagrid wouldn't give him to me." Sirius sputtered back. "Then you should have gone to Dumbledore and explained what had happened instead of running off half-cocked. This whole situation could have been avoided if you had just used your head for once." Sirius glared daggers at his cousin, Then as the veracity of her words hit him like blows and the tension of the room seemed to become unbearable, until at last, Arthur cleared his throat nervously and said in a soft voice, "Sirius, when Harry came to us, he was a wreck. He was covered in scars and bruises, he was severely underweight, and he was terrified that we were going to hurt him for every little thing he did." Sirius looked at Arthur with a sorrowful expression on his face at the words as Arthur continued. "Molly and I are the ones who helped repair the damage done to the boy. We taught him what it was to be loved, we sat up with him when his nightmares would wake him up in the middle of the night. We taught him to read and write, and we love him like our own. He is our son in every way that matters. That's the point we're trying to get across to you." Sirius was quiet for a moment as he thought over Arthur's words. At the same time, Molly looked at Sirius with pleading eyes, and Andromeda looked at Sirius with an annoyance as though the answer was obvious. Sirius, it's going to be several weeks, perhaps months, before you are fit enough to leave Street Mungo's, Andromeda said quickly. There's plenty of time for you and the Weasleys to come to some sort of arrangement in regards to Harry's future, but if you want my honest opinion, I would let Harry remain where he is. Taking him from the only family he has ever known would only make the boy hate you, and I know you don't want that. Sirius looked pained at that and took a shaky breath before replying, Can I see him? Of course, Molly replied with a warm smile. He's outside with Dora. I'll go fetch him. Sirius suddenly felt strangely nervous at seeing his godson. Sirius quickly tried to sit up straighter in his bed, making Andromeda chuckle slightly and blush uncontrollably, which only made his cousin grin at him in evident delight at his state. A moment later, Sirius' breath caught in his throat as Molly returned with a small boy who looked like a clone of the best friend that Sirius had lost so long ago. Tears threatened to fall as Sirius stared at Harry, taking in every detail. The boy's hair was currently bright purple, but under Sirius' scrutiny it began to slowly change back to its standard black, much to Sirius' delight. Hello, Prongslet, Sirius said in a soft voice. It's been a long time, Prongslet. Harry asked in a soft voice as he looked at Sirius. Prongs was your daddy's nickname when we were at school together, Sirius replied with a smile as he remembered his best friend. When you were born, I gave you a nickname of your own to match his. Harry slowly digested the information, and a slight grin began to spread across the boy's face, which was mirrored by Sirius as the two faced one another. Would you like to hear some stories about your mum and dad when we were at school together? Sirius asked with a warm smile. Harry looked up at Molly, who smiled down at the boy in assurance. It's all right, Harry, Molly said softly. Yes, please, Harry replied in a shy voice as he turned back to Sirius, who was watching the boy, his smile never wavering. Why don't you come over here, and I'll tell you out the time your daddy pranked your mummy by making her unable to open any of her schoolbooks for 2 days, Sirius said with a wry grin. Slowly, Harry approached the chair next to Sirius, bed and CL. Embed into it as the adults watched the pair with smiles. We'll be just outside if you need anything, Molly said softly to the pair as the group began walking to the door. Harry looked nervous for a moment before Molly nodded at him that he would be okay, and Harry turned back to Sirius' story. As the door shut behind her, Molly heard Harry suddenly laugh at something Sirius said, and she felt a happy smile pull at her mouth. Several months later, Harry played chess with Ron. Not far away, Ginny and Luna played with their dolls as Molly made the finishing touches on the large dinner she had been working on since that morning. It was Christmas Eve, and the Weasleys were expecting a lot of company, hence the reason for the interminable amount of food that Molly and Jaya had been working on all day. Remus had just arrived not too long ago, quickly followed by the Tonks family, each of whom quickly placed their presents under the nearby tree before asking Molly if she needed assistance. Dora was the exception as she had been forced onto the couch by her mother and told to finish studying the chapter in her potions book. She had received dismal marks before the holiday break, and Andromeda was quite peeved with the girl, to say the least. Ron had just beaten Harry yet again when the fireplace roared to life with a green flame, and Sirius stepped out of it carrying a large red bag with an extended wrapped package sticking out of it. He was dressed in a fine black tailored muggle suit, absent a tie, that looked quite expensive and only helped to show how far he'd come from the man he used to be. Sirius, Harry cried happily, jumping to his feet and tackling the smiling man in a fierce hug. The months had been good for the pair, much to Molly and Arthur's delight. Harry quickly warmed up to his godfather as Sirius endured his rehabilitation. Hello, Prongslet, Sirius said happily as he wrapped an arm around the smiling boy and placed the bag on the ground. I didn't think you would be able to come, Harry cried happily as he pulled away from his godfather and smiled. Since Sirius' release, the poor man had been beset by lawyers and ministry officials to discuss his status as the newly appointed Lord of House Black, much to Sirius' continued annoyance. Well, you didn't think I would miss my first Christmas with my godson, did you? Harry smiled happily at the man. his hair turning a warm orange as Sirius smiled back at the boy. "Speaking of which, would you like to open your present a little earlier than usual?" Sirius asked, smiling as the boy began to bounce with barely controlled glee. "It's nothing dangerous, I hope?" Molly asked quickly as she entered the living room and dried her hands on the apron. "Not at all," Sirius laughed, "the dangerous stuff comes later." Molly rolled her eyes as Sirius winked at her before pulling the long-wrapped package from the bag he was carrying and handing it to Harry. The latter instantly ripped the wrapping off like a child possessed before gasping in shock at what his eyes beheld. "It's a Nimbus 1000, Ron breathed next to him in awe. "It's their fastest model yet." "Don't you think Harry is a bit young for a racing broom?" Molly asked anxiously as Harry held the broom as though it were the greatest thing in the world. "Not at all," Sirius replied with a smile. "James and I were far younger when our fathers bought us our first brooms." After all, Molly chewed her lip nervously as she watched Ron and Harry go over every inch of the new broomstick before the pair ran over to her. "Mum, can we go try it out? Please, please." "All right, but I want Sirius to go with you to ensure you don't injure yourselves," Molly replied with a smile. A moment later, Harry and Ron had dashed out the door, quickly followed by Sirius, Ginny, and Luna. While Molly watched with a small smile, Sirius had agreed to let Harry remain with the Weasleys on the condition that he be allowed regular visits and spoil tea. He boy rotten, that part had been non-negotiable. Molly had cried with happiness at Sirius' decision. "Mrs. Molly," Jaya suddenly called as Molly watched the group from the window, "the ham is ready." "Coming, Jaya," Molly called back, casting one final look at the children before heading back to the kitchen to finish dinner. Author's note. And that's it. The next chapter will see Harry onto Hogwarts and a few changes along the way. I haven't decided if I'll write up to Harry's final year or just a few. Still, as long as people keep reading, I'll keep writing. I hope you enjoy these new chapters as much as I enjoy writing them. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Slow down, Harry, Molly said with a laugh as she watched her son wolf down his third bit of toast. "You're going to choke if you continue to eat that fast." "I can't help it, Mum." Harry smiled back. "Today's the day." Molly smiled warmly at Harry as he began to eat his eggs with all the enthusiasm of a boy possessed. Both Ron and Harry had received their Hogwarts letters the previous week and had been overjoyed when Molly and Arthur had promised to take the family to Diagon Alley to purchase their school supplies. Sirius and Andromeda both said they'll meet us at Diagon Alley later today, Arthur said from behind the paper he was reading, and both Ron and Harry smiled happily at the news, much to Molly and Arthur's bemusement. Sirius had taken it upon himself to spoil not only Harry but also the rest of the Weasley family, with gifts and other acts of altruism, despite Molly's assurances that such gifts weren't necessary. The previous year, Sirius had scored front row seats to a Chudley Cannons Quidditch match for Ron's birthday, and Ron had sobbed in happiness into Sirius' shirt in thanks. While Sirius' visit always brought a smile to the children and, despite her best attempts to Molly as well, Sirius had also taken over as the unofficial trainer in all things mischief and prank-worthy to Fred and George, which may have contributed to Molly's graying hair. Under Sirius, and sometimes Remus, as well tutelage, the twins' pranks had gone far and beyond what they once were, and it seemed that poor Mo. LLY received over a dozen owls a month from Dumbledore for some new prank that Fred and George had done and landed in detention for. "I'm looking forward to seeing Dora," Harry replied happily as he filled his plate yet again. "It's been too long since I've seen her last." "Well, you have to remember," Molly replied, "this is Dora's last year at Hogwarts, and she'll need full marks in her NEWT if she wants to realize her dream of becoming an Auror." Harry nodded in understanding, and Molly smiled warmly at her son. It had been 5 years since Harry had come into the Weasleys' life, 5 years since he had shown up on their doorstep with nothing but an overgrown pair of clothes covering a body covered in bruises and scars. Now, Harry was almost as tall as Ron, though Harry could change his height and appearance any time he chose, thanks to his metamorphagus abilities. In contrast, before, Harry had been shy and withdrawn, always afraid of doing or saying the wrong thing lest he be punished. Harry was now a happy child who constantly brought a smile to his family by changing his appearance whenever he felt like it. They had finally told the boy his story the previous year after carefully discussing it with Sirius and Dumbledore. Needless to say, Harry was astounded at hearing why he was so famous in the wizarding world and said very little for several days afterward as he tried to process his history with Voldemort. Currently, Harry was sporting messy shoulder-length red hair, combined with deep green eyes that seemed almost unnatural in their color, his current favorite. Though Molly knew that that could change at a moment's notice. Vernon Dursley stared blurrily at the television in front of him as he filled his glass again with whiskey. He had lost track of how many times he had refilled the glass. Even though it was not even noon yet, drinking himself into oblivion had become Vernon's routine ever since his wife had left him and his life had fallen apart soon after. Vernon frowned as the memories that he tried to keep at bay with copious amounts of alcohol began to assault him. He had once been a man of great importance, in line for an outstanding PR. A motion that would have carried himself and his family even higher into the upper echelon of decent society. That was until it had all been taken away from him by those freaks. Vernon and Petunia had been forced to sell their home far below market value in order to escape the unnaturalness that contaminated it. Not long after that, Vernon had been relieved of his position at his place of employment. After someone let slip that his nephew had been removed from him and his wife's care for abuse. Vernon had no doubt who had been responsible for that, the freaks, of course. For 2 years, Vernon and Petunia had lived in a filthy apartment in London, struggling to survive as Petunia was forced to take work as a waitress. Vernon had to suffer the indignity of being turned away ad nauseum from most every place he applied to until at last finding work in a factory as though Vernon were nothing but a simple plebeian. Yet, despite how hard Vernon and Petunia worked, they simply could never seem to raise enough to pull themselves out of the hole that those miserable freaks had dropped them into, as every check came to the Dursleys far smaller than they should have been due to the debt they still owed for their supposed crime. A year later, Petunia finally decided that she had had enough and served Vernon with divorce papers. To Vernon's great disgrace and humiliation, Vernon had pleaded with his beloved wife not to go through with it, but his pleas fell on deaf ears, and Vernon was forced to endure the indignity of losing not only his marriage but also his son as Petunia had been granted full custody. This final humiliation had pushed Vernon over the edge, and he had attacked Petunia in the courtroom in a blind rage, dealing significant damage to his now ex-wife, before he was hauled away by the court officers. For his assault on Petunia, Vernon had been sentenced to 18 months in prison and, upon regaining his freedom, had discovered that Petunia and his darling Dudley had fled to America. But to where he had no clue. Because of his now besmirched record for assault on Petunia, Vernon's prospects had sunk even lower, if that were possible. In addition, Vernon N. Al resided in a disgusting apartment that should have been condemned years ago. Unable to find decent work, Vernon had resorted to panhandling, much to his shame and disgust, and what he didn't spend on rent went to his increasing addiction to alcohol to dull his senses and kept the memories at bay. It wasn't supposed to be this way, Vernon thought angrily as he took another deep drink, smiling at the way it burned down his throat. I was a man of respect once, and that freak took it all from me. Vernon sneered as he thought of the boy who had caused all of this to occur. He would have turned 11 not too long ago. Which meant that he would soon be going to learn how to become an even bigger freak than he already was if Vernon remembered correctly. With a sudden snarl, Vernon threw his glass at the television. Wincing in annoyance as the glass caused his only form of entertainment to explode in a shower of sparks and drink, it had taken him a month to save up enough for that television, and now it was gone. As he sat in the silent room, Vernon's mind began to race as he came to one irrefutable conclusion: it was all the boy's fault. Everything that had gone wrong in his life could be traced back to the day that damn freak had appeared on his doorstep. Vernon angrily gripped the arms of his chair as his mind raced with an idea. The boy would be starting school soon, and according to Petunia, those freaks used a train to get to there. A cruel smile stretched across Vernon's face as he realized what he would do. He would be there when the boy showed up to meet the train. And he would do what he should have done years ago. As Vernon began to pour himself another glass, he suddenly began to laugh, the first time he had done so in a long time as he envisioned the plea. Sure he would receive from having his revenge on those who had wronged him. Harry, a voice called, making the boy's head whip up in pleasure as he saw his adopted sister bearing down on him with a massive smile on her face. Dora, Harry called back as he wrapped his arms around his fellow Metamorphagus, and the two shared a great hug. As the two pulled away, Harry beamed in pleasure as he took in Dora's appearance. She was dressed in a black pair of tight jeans and a dark red sleeveless top that showed her curves in a way that made Percy and the twins blush deeply. Her hair was currently a violent shade of purple which was copied by her eyes. You didn't think I'd miss out on my little brother's shopping spree for his first year at Hogwarts, did you? Dora asked brightly, making Harry giggle. A moment later, Dora was joined by Andromeda and Sirius. Both wore matching pairs of happy smiles as they gazed down at Harry and Dora. Hey Sirius, hey Auntie Andromeda, Harry called happily, giving each a hug as the rest of the Weasley clan finally made their way to the group and offered hugs of their own to the group. To be honest, I was beginning to worry that I wouldn't make it, Sirius said wearily, making Molly raise an eyebrow in surprise. The ministry keeping you busy, then? Always, Sirius said with a weary nod. Since regaining his freedom and being named head of House Black, Sirius had taken his seat in the Wizengamot and a few other places of importance that his family had once held. It had been thought by many that Sirius would try and regain his former occupation as an Auror once he was free. But Sirius made it clear that his only intention was to reform the name Black that his family had tarnished so severely over the last few decades. To that end, he had begun to use his considerable influence as well as the power and gold that his family's name held to begin sweeping legislation that not only began to chip away at the power that the pure blood family had held for centuries but also began to give fair and equal treatment to magical species that had long been denied such rights. One of the first pieces of legislation that Sirius had bribed and led his way through gave werewolves the ability to find work again and return to them rights that had been taken away when Dolores Umbridge had forced through her own legislation. Sirius had gained eternal enmity from the Toad Lady for that. Remus had tearfully thanked Sirius for that, as it meant he could finally return to England and find actual work. Sirius had almost been assassinated 3 times since his release from Azkaban. Something that he was very proud of as it showed that he was finally getting to the inbred bastards, both in spirit and wealth, though almost everyone else refused to find it as funny as Sirius did. So what seems to be the cause of the ministry's newest headache? Molly asked as the group began making their way to Gringotts to procure the day's funding. It's the new bill I'm trying to pass, Sirius replied wearily, the one that would allow Muggleborns the right to stand for office in the Wizengamot. Molly asked, making Sirius nod quickly. Malfoy seems almost obsessed with seeing it die in committee, Sirius sneered. The amount he's spent in bribes is almost awe-inspiring, really. Arthur scowled as Sirius so easily spoke of the corruption in the ministry. Something that Arthur found distasteful. He can't afford to let this bill pass, Andromeda said quickly. He's already lost quite a lot of power from the other bills you've passed the last few years. If he allows this one to pass, he risks losing face and even more of the power that he is so desperate to hoard. Let's not speak of such things, Molly interjected. Today is a happy day. Ron and Harry will finally be going to Hogwarts, and we have quite a lot to purchase for them. The adults smiled down at the excited pair, and Sirius let out a bark-like laugh as he slapped a hand on Harry's back. Too right, Sirius laughed, so let's go shopping. The children cheered at this, and Harry and Ron beamed with pleasure as the group began to ascend the stairs to Gringotts. The twins started a hushed conversation with Sirius, the 3 grinning wickedly as Molly rolled her eyes at the thought of another year of headaches brought on by their incessant pranks. Several hours later, Harry was having the best day of his life. Years ago, the Weasleys might have been unable to afford to purchase school supplies for 5 children, but thanks to the money they had received over the years from Dumbledore for caring for Harry, that was no longer a problem and the children were now able to purchase all their supplies with gold to spare. Sirius, why don't you take Harry and Ron to get their robes while Andromeda and I go buy their books, Molly said as she looked down the list. Arthur should already be there with Fred, George, and Percy, so we can all meet at Oliven. Durs when you're done if that sounds alright. Sounds brilliant, Molly, Sirius said with a smile as he began to steer the kids toward the rogue shop. "Mum, can I go with Harry?" Dora asked. "I already got all my books, after all." "I see no reason why not," Andromeda replied warmly. "We'll meet up to purchase the boys' wands when you're done." Dora nodded happily before she hurried after the boys as Molly and Andromeda watched with warm smiles. A few moments later, Sirius' good humor vanished as he saw Lucius Malfoy sitting in a nearby chair watching a young boy, who could only be Lucius' son, be measured for robes. Well, Lucius sneered, "I thought I smelled an animal enter." "And a good morning to you as well, Lucius," Sirius smirked back. "I'm surprised to see you here, run out of puppies to drown." Lucius glared at Sirius at the words before his face fell into an arrogant mask. "You look weary, Black, perhaps you should consider taking a vacation for your health." Sirius grinned at the thinly veiled threat before issuing a slight chuckle. "Appearances can be deceiving, Malfoy. I'm as healthy as I've ever been, and despite the continued attempts of you and your kind to have me killed, I promise that I'm just getting started on fixing the cock-up in which our government has become." "How dare you insult my father like that?" the boy on the pedestal cried angrily, stopping once Lucius raised his hand at him. "That's enough, Draco, there's no need to dignify Lord Black's insinuations with a reply." Sirius' grin seemed to grow at the words as though he was being told the best joke in the world. "It's only an insinuation if it's false, Malfoy, and we both know it was you who sent those two assholes to kill me. Did you enjoy the gift basket I sent you as a thank you?" "You are unworthy of your title, Black," Lucius replied scornfully. "It's a pity the noble house of Black has fallen so far. Your house used to stand as a beacon to the rest of our society. A reputation that I am happy to destroy once and for all," Sirius replied with a sneer. "It's far past time that the sins of my family were repaired, and the many bills I've put forth are doing exactly that." "Your newest bill will never be passed, Black," Lucius snarled. "I'll see it die first." "Good luck with that, Malfoy," Dora said with a laugh. "Hasn't worked out for you so far, has it?" "How dare you speak to me, you filthy blood traitor!" Lucius spat as he turned to the Metamorphagus, who turned red with anger, which was matched by Harry a moment later. "You're all done, dear," Madame Malkin said suddenly, making Lucius turn to his son. "Good, come then, Draco, we have wasted enough time amongst these lowly people, the air stinks of poverty and dishonor." "If that's what you smell, Malfoy, then perhaps you should bathe more often," Sirius replied with a smile as Lucius sputtered with rage before grabbing his son's hand and dragging him out as Harry, Ron, and Dora laughed. "What a git," Ron said with a smile. "Seems like young Draco is a mirror copy of his dear dad," Dora added as Sirius approached Madame Malkin. "Good morning, my lady," Sirius said warmly. "I have two boys here who need their robes for Hogwarts if you please." "Certainly," the lady replied, motioning for Harry to follow her. "Right this way, my dear." A half-hour later, Harry and Ron entered the one shop they had been looking forward to all day. At first, the wand shop seemed deserted, until Ollivander suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making everyone jump. "Do you have to do that?" Sirius asked as he rubbed his hand over his heart. "Almost gave me a heart attack, old man." "My apologies, Lord Black," Ollivander replied as he bowed, though the grin on his face led Harry to believe that he wasn't sorry in the least. And Ron and Harry shared a grin as Ollivander rose back up and turned towards the two boys. "Good morning, Mr. Weasleys. I've been expecting the two of you. Shall we begin, then?" Harry and Ron both shook their heads eagerly, and Mr. Ollivander beckoned Ron forward first before the older man began measuring his arm and fingers. Then, a moment later, he started pulling boxes off the shelf. For a while, it seemed as though no wand would choose Ron as everyone that Mr. Ollivander handed Ron was either immediately snatched away or else made something nearby explode, much to the trepidation of the watching adults. Only Fred and George seemed to enjoy the chaos and began to cheer their little brother on to destroy something else until Molly gave them both a smack to the back of the head. "Here we are, Mr. Ollivander said a moment later as he handed Ron his next wand, 14, long, made of willow, with a core of unicorn hair. See how this one treats you." As Ron raised the wand, a golden light suddenly shot out of the tip, making the crowd cheer happily as Ron smiled and held the wand as if it were the most precious thing in the world. "Marvelous, simply marvelous, Mr. Ollivander said with a happy clap before turning to Harry. "Now, Mr. Weasley, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shall we begin?" "Yes, please, sir," Harry replied excitedly as Mr. Ollivander began the exact measuring that Ron had gone through. Harry's selection seemed to take twice as long as Ron's had, and before long, a small pile of wands lay scattered across the tabletop, but rather than seem annoyed, Mr. Ollivander seemed pleased by the length of time it took to find Harry's wand. "A tricky customer, Mr. Ollivander laughed. "Don't worry, we'll find you the right one." A moment later, Mr. Ollivander's face took on a very strange look as he drew a box from the shelf and blew the dust off of it. I wonder." The tension in the room seemed to rise as Mr. Ollivander slowly approached the boy and handed him the wand. "Try this, 0.11 feet long, made of holly, with a phoenix feather core." As Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he knew immediately that he had found his wand as warmth shot through him and a glow shot out of the wand's tip, making the watchers clap happily, everyone except for Mr. Ollivander. "Is there a problem?" Andromeda asked, noticing the strange look the older man was giving Harry. "That depends entirely on your point of view, madam," Mr. Ollivander replied softly. "What do you mean, sir?" Arthur asked. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Weasley. It just so happens that the phoenix that gave your son its feather as the core for your son's wand gave another feather." "Just one other? And who owned that particular wand?" Sirius asked with a raised eyebrow. "We do not speak his name, Lord Black, you know that, but it was the wand that killed the boy's parents and gave him his scar." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as the words registered with everyone. "You mean to say that Harry's wand is the twin of the Dark Lord's?" Andromeda asked in a whisper as Harry looked at the wand in sudden trepidation. "Choose another, Harry," Molly said suddenly. "I don't care how long it takes, we'll wait." "I'm afraid that's impossible, Mr. Ollivander said quickly. "His wand has already chosen him, another will not. I will not have my son using a wand that mirrors a madman," Molly retorted as Sirius stared at the wand in Harry's hand with an expression of sadness and fear. "Just because he who must not be named used his wand to commit atrocities does not mean that Harry will do the same," Arthur said quickly. "Be sensible, Molly. Harry's wand has already chosen him." Molly tried to come up with a counter-argument to this as the children edged closer to get a look at Harry's wand. Finally, slumping her shoulders in defeat, Molly nodded that they'd take it as Mr. Ollivander observed. "No one can say what the future may hold, my dear," Mr. Ollivander said softly. "Harry's choice may one day prove fortuitous." Harry said nothing as his parents paid for his and Ron's wands and stared at the stick in his hands with a mixture of fear and awe. For so long, he had wanted a wand, but now that he had one, he suddenly felt very nervous at hearing that it was the twin brother to the man who had massacred so many innocent people. "Who's up for some ice cream?" Sirius asked as they exited the wandmaker's shop, hoping that the promise of sugar would distract everyone from what had just happened. As the laughing adults watched, his wish was granted as the kids began to race one another to the ice cream shop. Chapter 16. Harry was awake long before the sun finally rose above the hills that surrounded the burrow. Even though he and Ron had been sent to bed early the previous night, Harry had found it impossible to sleep as his excitement at the prospect of finally going to Hogwarts far outstretched any tiredness he might feel. Ron had fallen asleep quite quickly, something that puzzled Harry as Ron had seemed just as excited as Harry at the prospect that they were Why going to school to learn magic? Harry, on the other hand, had tossed and turned for hours until finally managing to snatch a few short hours of rest, before waking up again long before dawn. Resigning himself that he was awake, Harry had made his way downstairs to read some of the school books that he had bought a few weeks ago. Ron and the twins had teased him to no end when he began studying, saying that Harry was going to be another Percy, but Harry had just laughed it off. There was nothing wrong with being like his big brother Percy, after all, even if Percy was a little stuck up at times. In truth, Harry loved reading his school books. He found them fascinating and couldn't wait until he got to actually perform some of the things he had read about in his books. Currently, he was reading his potions books. Jaya had told Harry how gifted his birth mother had been in potions and charms, and Harry wanted to do his best to make her proud. As the thought crossed his mind, Harry smiled sadly. Harry had spent many hours listening to Jaya talk about his birth parents when the little elf had first come to the burrow, desperate to learn as much as he could. Harry had soaked up every word like a dry sponge. Desperate for water. Harry loved the Weasleys. They had taken him in and saved him from his aunt and uncle, and he considered them his family. However, there was still a piece of him that desperately wanted to live up to the expectations that he was sure his birth parents had set for him, and he was determined to do precisely that when he got to school. As Harry turned the page and began reading the next chapter, a snowy white owl swooped in through the open window and landed on Harry's shoulder before nuzzling his face affectionately. "Hey Hedwig," Harry said happily as he softly stroked her. Hedwig had been a gift from Sirius and one that Harry had loved immediately. Sirius had bought her for Harry after the incident involving Harry's wand as a way of taking the Weasley family's mind off of the fact that Harry had a wand that was a mirror copy of a mass-murdering lunatic. Harry had chosen the owl's name from one of his schoolbooks, knowing that if he didn't quickly select a name, Ginny would make up something awful, much to everyone's amusement. "I don't have anything for you right now, Hedwig," Harry said softly, "but Mum should be up soon, eh? And I'm sure she'll have something for you." The owl hooted in response, and Harry laughed at the expression he saw there. "Now, don't be like that, Hedwig. Today's the day, after all. We're going to Hogwarts, aren't you excited?" Hedwig hooted again and gave Harry's ear an affectionate nip before taking off out the open window while Harry smiled after her. Harry would no doubt be smiling all day today. He had waited for this day for so long, and the fact that it was finally here seemed to make his facial muscles unable to do anything but grin. "Harry," a soft voice called from behind him, making him turn to see his mother, Molly, descending the stairs. "What are you doing up, dear? There's still a few hours before breakfast." "Sorry, Mum," Harry responded as he put down his potions book, "I was just too excited to sleep. So I thought I'd come down and do some studying before breakfast." Molly smiled happily at her son as she waved her wand and the oven turned on. "I'm delighted that you're dedicated to your studies, Harry," Molly replied as she waved her wand again, and the kitchen came to life with the sounds and smells of breakfast being prepared. "But you should remember that Hogwarts isn't just about studying. You should remember to have fun and make some friends too. Are you giving me permission to join the twins on their mad escapades?" Harry asked with a mock grin. "Absolutely not," Molly laughed back. "This family doesn't need any more pranksters. I swear those two are going to be the death of me." Molly and Harry shared a laugh at that before a sudden pop sounded in the kitchen. And Jaya suddenly appeared. "Good morning, Mrs. "Good morning, Master Harry," Jaya squeaked warmly. "Shall Jaya get started on breakfast, Mrs.? "I have it well in hand, Jaya," Molly replied warmly. "But could you begin stacking everyone's luggage outside? And make sure they haven't forgotten anything. With this many people traveling to King's Cross, it will undoubtedly be a hectic day, and the less chaos, the better." "Jaya is on it," the little elf squeaked happily before disappearing with another pop. "Will Sirius be there?" Harry asked. "I'm sure he will be," Molly replied happily. "I doubt he would want to miss seeing his godson off to his first year, after all." Harry smiled happily at the words, and his short black hair took on its usual appearance of length and blood red as Molly watched with a smile. This was shaping up to be the best day of Harry's life, and it wasn't even breakfast yet. A few hours later, Harry was happily pushing his cart next to the rest of his family. Ron was chatting endlessly next to Harry about how they'd be sorted. Apparently, it was some big secret, though the twins had told Harry and Ron that they needed to fight a troll, making the pair laugh at Harry and Ron's fearful expressions. They were nearing the entrance to the platform when Harry suddenly stopped, noticing that his shoelace was untied and not wanting to trip. He bent down to tie it as the rest of the family moved ahead, apparently not noticing that he had stopped and fallen behind. "Hello, freak," a voice whispered close to Harry's ear. Instantly, Harry felt the blood turn cold in his veins, and he began to shake as memories that he had hoped never to revisit began to rush through his mind. Slowly, Harry turned to face who had spoken, W.I. Shing with every fiber of his being that it wasn't who he thought it was. A moment later, his wish was dashed as he looked into the grinning face of Vernon Dursley. As Harry looked at the figure who had once haunted his nightmares, Harry noticed that Vernon looked like a shadow of his former self. Vernon's flesh hung off of his body as though he had lost a lot of weight far too quickly. His hair was far grayer than Harry remembered and was balding quite severely, but the worst thing was Vernon's eyes, that looked bloodshot and manic as they gazed down on the scared boy. As Harry struggled to breathe, Vernon smiled at him. And Harry saw that his uncle's teeth had turned a foul yellow in the last few years since Harry had last seen the man. "Ah, what's the matter, freak? Have you nothing to say to your uncle? What are you doing here?" Harry asked as his long red hair shortened and turned white, making Vernon's lip curl in disgust. "I see I was right," Vernon sneered, "living with your own kind has made you even more of a freak than you already were." Harry flinched from the words as though struck, and Hedwig began to hoot angrily at the man who was insulting her master. Harry fell. His eyes start to water with unshed tears. He would not cry in front of Vernon Dursley, never again. "I'm not a freak," Harry muttered as he slowly rose to his feet. "What was that?" Vernon asked with a scowl. "I said I'm not a freak," Harry said louder, mustering the courage to look his uncle in the eye, even as the boy's body shook slightly. "Oh yes, you are," Vernon snarled back as he reached forward and grabbed the shoulder of Harry's shirt. "You and the rest of your kind took everything from me. Even after I took you in out of the goodness of my heart and tried to break you of your abnormality. You hurt me," Harry mumbled back, his rising panic taking over his ability to speak. "You deserved it," Vernon snarled back. "Freaks like you have no place in this world. Your kind should all be exterminated. Down to the last child." Harry gulped quickly as his uncle's rage washed over him. A few people looked at the two in interest for a moment but quickly decided not to get involved and moved on. Harry looked fearfully for his family as Vernon continued his rant, spittle flying from his mouth. "I lost everything because of your kind. My wife and son, my career, my house, and it's all your fault." Harry tried to pull away, but Vernon tightened his grip and stepped closer so that Harry almost gagged as the smell of alcohol hit him. "Now, here's what is going to happen," Vernon said in a dangerously low voice. "You're going to leave with me, and we're going to go somewhere where your fellow abominations can't find us." "No," Harry said in a fearful squeak, "no, I'm not going with you." Vernon smiled nastily for a moment before leaning in closer. "I've got a gun in my pocket, boy," Vernon said in a cold whisper. "You so much as think about calling for help, and I'll kill your freak family first. Then I'll kill you as well." Harry paled instantly, and his voice died in his throat as Vernon smiled dangerously at him before nodding and rising back to his full height. "Now, let's go, brat," Vernon sneered. "Leave the cart and the ruddy bird behind. You won't need it anymore where we're going." Harry felt tears begin to slide down his cheeks as he gazed down at his feet, made worse by the hoots of indignation that were coming from Hedwig, who was desperately trying to either draw attention to what was going on or escape her cage and attack Vernon. As Harry took a step toward Vernon, Harry suddenly heard a voice that made his head snap up in alarm. "Harry!" Harry quickly turned to face his brother Ron, who had come back to see what was taking Harry so long. And seeing his brother's white hair and the look of panic written across Harry's face, Ron instantly knew something was wrong. As Ron zeroed in on the man next to Harry, Ron's face went as white as Harry's hair as the boy recognized Vernon. "You," Ron breathed. "This doesn't concern you, freak." Vernon called angrily. "This is between my nephew and me." "Ron," Harry said in a scared voice, "please, he's got a weapon. Just go." Ron chewed his lip in indecision for a moment as Vernon's hand began to trail to his pocket. "I'd listen to him if I were you, freak." With a sudden nod, Ron turned and fled back down the station while Harry watched wide-eyed. "I guess your family doesn't care about you as much as you thought, boy," Vernon chuckled. Harry's eyes instantly watered as the words hit him like blows, and Vernon began to laugh cruelly as he pulled Harry's shirt as attempted to drag the boy away. Before either of them had taken a step, however, a voice rang out across the station deck. She made Harry look back with hope and fear in equal measure. "Harry, Sirius cried as he ran toward the boy. Behind him ran Ron and the rest of the Weasleys as well as Dora and Andromeda, all looking equally afraid, except for Sirius, who looked positively murderous. "Stay back," Vernon cried angrily as he swung his arm around Harry's body, holding the boy in front of him like a shield. A moment later, Vernon pulled a small pistol from his pocket and held it to Harry's head, making Sirius stop suddenly and glare at Vernon. At the sight of the gun, the station descended into anarchy as people began to scream and run away in terror. "Let him go," Sirius said in a growl that seemed almost feral. "One more step, freak, and I'll blow his brains out." Vernon replied in an almost manic voice, "I'd be doing the world a favor. One less of your kind polluting this world. Let my brother go, you bastard." Dora yelled angrily, attempting to charge Vernon but held back by her mother, who was staring in horror at what was happening. "Stay back," Vernon screamed, spittle flying from his lips as he began to slowly edge backward, dragging Harry with him. "I'll kill him, I swear it. You hurt so much as a hair on his head. And I'll make you beg me to kill you long before I finally do," Sirius growled, making Vernon pale. "You freaks cost me everything," Vernon snarled, pressing the barrel to Harry's head, who winced in fear. "I'm taking this brat as recompense for that. You're not taking my son anywhere," Molly snarled back, taking a step forward. "Not another step," Vernon screeched, pressing the barrel into Harry's head. "Mum," Harry said in a scared voice. "Don't worry, sweetie," Molly said in a calm voice that was clearly forced. "Everything's going to be all right, I promise." Vernon laughed in a crazed manner at Molly's words as he continued to edge back. "You shouldn't lie to the boy," Vernon cried as he pulled the gun away from Harry's head and instead pointed it at Molly. "I'll kill him and everyone here before I hand him over." The threat of violence to the woman who practically raised him was too much for Harry to bear. Every good thing that Harry had ever had been taken from him by Vernon. And now his uncle wanted to take his mother for him too. No. Gritting his teeth, Harry stomped down hard on Vernon's foot, making his uncle howl with man and quickly release the boy, who ran straight into Molly's arms as Sirius charged Vernon with a look of pure rage on his face for the man who had threatened his godson. A moment later, Sirius tackled Vernon, and the two fell to the ground hard. And the pistol fell from Vernon's grip and flew across the floor a few feet away. As Molly quietly sobbed in relief into Harry's shirt, Sirius began to pummel Vernon anywhere he could as Vernon tried to deflect the blows and get away from the barrage. A moment later, Sirius dragged Vernon to his feet and delivered a powerful blow to the man's jaw that knocked Vernon to the ground with a painful oomph. Quote, as Sirius stormed toward the fallen Muggle, Vernon suddenly kicked out, striking Sirius' knee and making Harry's godfather hit the ground painfully as Vernon scampered toward the fallen gun. As he reached it, Vernon turned with triumph in his eyes and aimed at Sirius as Harry watched in horror. "No!" Harry screamed as Vernon grinned and squeezed the trigger. "Stupefy!" Andromeda yelled angrily a moment later, sending a red jet of light to shoot out of her wand and strike Vernon in the chest, which lifted him from the ground and slammed him into the nearby wall, where he slumped to the ground a moment later, unconscious. An hour later, Harry sat quietly in a compartment aboard the Hogwarts Express. Ron sat across from him, whilst Dora was seated next to Harry and had the boy in a vice grip as though she would never let him go, all of them thinking about the events that had just transpired. Horrors had descended upon King's Cross almost immediately after Andromeda had knocked Vernon out and had immediately begun obliterating every Muggle they came across while questioning the Weasleys, Tonks, and Sirius about what had happened. Vernon had been taken into custody for the crime of attacking a magical child as well as the attempted murder of a Lord of the Wizengamot, both of which carried heavy punishments, especially as this was Vernon's second strike against the same magical child, i.e., Harry Potter. While the Aurors were busy levitating Vernon's heavy load out of the train station, the children were hurriedly rushed through the gateway by Molly and Arthur, while Sirius and Andromeda were forced to stay behind to be interviewed by the Aurors. Harry was sad that he didn't get to give Sirius and Aunt Andromeda a proper goodbye as he hurried aboard the train, lest they be left behind. Fred and George had offered to stay with Harry and Ron after what had happened, but Harry had refused, telling them to go spend time with their friends. The twins had tried to argue, but Dora had bluntly told them, "Get lost before I curse the both of you." making the twins disappear in a flash before flashing a grin at Harry and Ron, who felt a little better. For the next hour, not much was said between the three. Dora and Ron tried to cheer Harry up with jokes and such, but Harry was still shaken after what had happened and silently watched out the window as the countryside rushed by. "Excuse me," a voice said suddenly, making the trio turn to the door of the compartment as a bushy-haired witch appeared. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." "Sorry, I haven't," Dora replied cheerfully, "but if we see him, we'll let you know." "Thank you so much," the witch replied with a smile before exiting the compartment and heading further down the train. "Not sure why he wants it back," Ron said a moment later. "If I had a toad, I'd try and lose it as soon as I could." "Hey now, be nice," Dora said with a smile as though she agreed with Ron. "Dora, if you would rather hang out with your friends," Harry began before he was cut off. "Nothing doing, little brother," Dora said with a grin. "I'm staying right here with you." Harry smiled back at Dora and made his hair turn bright purple to match hers, which made her smile warmly at him. As Ron pulled his exploding snap set, the three began a game, and Harry felt himself feeling better than he had previously. The three were on their fourth game when the door to their compartment rattled open again, and the trio looked up expecting to see the witch again, only to be confronted by someone else entirely. "What are you doing here?" Ron asked angrily at the blonde-haired kid who had entered and was standing in front of what Harry could only assume were gorillas disguised as children. "Now that's not very nice, Weasel," Draco sneered, making Ron's cheeks turn crimson. "Now's not the time, Malfoy," Dora replied softly. "Yes, I heard of what happened," Draco replied. "Quite pathetic that the boy who lived can't even protect himself from a filthy muggle." Before Ron or Dora could do anything, Harry spoke in a soft voice that seemed to echo throughout the compartment. "Why would you say such a hateful thing, Draco? Have I offended you in some way?" Draco seemed taken aback at the question and seemed unable to respond for a moment before his sneer returned. "Your very existence offends me, Potter. You come from noble stock and instead surround yourself with blood traitors and animals. How sad how far the Potter house has fallen." Dora and Ron seemed about to jump to their feet when Harry slowly rose to his and approached the boy, who looked wary for a moment before realizing he had his bodyguards with him. "My name is Weasley, Draco. And is that what your father told you?" Harry asked softly. "Of course," Draco sneered. "But you are not your father, Draco," Harry said softly, making Draco frown. "You don't have to make the same mistakes as him." "My father is a great man," Draco countered angrily. "We should all aspire to such heights. Just because he's powerful doesn't mean he's good," Harry replied softly. "He is filling your head with lies and hatred instead of letting you make your own decision regarding such matters." Ron and Dora's mouths dropped open comically at Harry's words. A moment later, Draco did the same as Harry continued in the same soft tone. "You should think for yourself and make your own opinions about people." "And why should I do that?" Draco sneered back. "Because if you let go of your father's vile rhetoric, you would be able to call me your friend," Harry said with a small smile. You'd be my friend," Draco replied softly, his eyes wide as Harry nodded. "I have seen what people can do when consumed with hatred," Harry said in a sad voice, "and I have seen what it can do to people if you let it. So, if you're willing to stop listening to your father and instead form your opinion, I'll call you my friend as long as you act appropriately." The compartment was as quiet as a grave before Draco finally cleared his throat in apparent awkwardness. "I will think over your proposition, Harry," Draco said softly before turning and leaving the compartment. As Harry sat down again, Dora and Ron stared at him as though he had grown a second head. "What was that?" Ron asked suddenly, making Harry frown. "What was what?" Harry replied. "Why would you offer to be Malfoy's friend? His father is a Death Eater." "Yes," Harry replied, "his father is, but that doesn't make him one." Quote, "I think it was very noble of Harry to offer his hand in friendship to the kid," Dora said with a smile. But he's a blood purist," Ron cried in exasperation. "He'll no doubt end up in Slytherin with the rest of the slimy snakes." "So," Harry asked, "am I to just judge him based on what his father has done? Or should I instead try to show him a better way? Perhaps what I just did will make all the difference." When did you get so philosophical? Dora asked with a grin. I have seen enough hatred to last me a lifetime, Harry replied sadly as he gazed out the window. If I can help someone see a better way, shouldn't I at least try and do it? Ron continued to stare at Harry as though the boy had lost his mind, while Dora smiled at Harry in admiration. So, shall we continue our game? Harry asked as he turned back to the board in front of them. Hours later, or so it seemed, the train finally pulled into the station, and the trio was separated as Dora walked to the nearby carriage. Jess and Ron and Harry walked toward a very tall man who was shouting for all the first years to follow him. All first years follow me. The tall man yelled before turning and walking to a group of small, docked boats. No more in 4 to a boat. Come on now. Harry and Ron were quickly joined by the bushy-haired witch from earlier, who introduced herself as Hermione Granger, and a small, scared-looking boy named Neville Longbottom. Did you find your toad? Harry asked warmly. Oh, yes, Neville replied with a small smile. He was hiding in the bathroom, almost got flushed. Ron laughed at that, making Neville turn red with embarrassment before Harry punched Ron hard in the shoulder. Be nice, Harry said, earning a smile of gratitude from Neville. A moment later, Harry's breath was taken away as Hogwarts came into sight. It's so beautiful, Harry breathed in awe as the others in his boat nodded their head in agreement. Heads down, the tall man called from the front as the boats entered a cave, ducking his head. Harry felt a small bump a moment later and raised his head to see that they had docked. Everyone out, now, the tall man called cheerfully before leading them up a staircase to a pair of giant doors. Raising his fist, the tall man beat on the door 3 times before stepping back. Before Harry could ask what they were waiting for, the doors opened, and an elderly witch in a flowing black and green robe stepped out. As Harry looked at her, he made a mental note that this was not someone to get on the wrong side of. The first years, Professor McGonagall, the man said gruffly. Thank you, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall said quickly before turning to the children assembled before him. Follow me. As the children quickly followed, Harry grew excited as they approached the Great Hall. Only for his excitement to change to confusion as they passed the entrance and instead entered an empty classroom. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said once all the children were assembled before her. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family. Your triumphs will earn you house points, while any rule breaking will result in the loss of said points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup. McGonagall cast a stern gaze at the assembled children for a moment, and Harry felt a cold sweat begin before the professor continued. I will return momentarily for you all. Please wait here until then and try to smarten yourselves up as best as you can. Hushed whispers broke out almost as soon as the professor left, and Harry twitched fretfully as Hermione began to rattle off to Neville what she had learned from her schoolbooks and what spells she might need to be sorted appropriately. A moment later, Hermione let out a shriek, and Harry's head shot up to see what had startled her, only for his face to pale as 2 silvery ghosts glided through the walls close to the children. Hello, what are you all doing here? One of the ghosts, dressed as though he were starring in a Shakespearean play, asked. Well, you see, sir, Harry began before he was interrupted by the second ghost, who was dressed as a monk. Ah, first years, are you? The monk asked, smiling as the children nodded. Excellent, hope to see some of you in my house, home of those who value loyalty above such trivial things as ambition or recklessness. The first ghost looked offended and opened his mouth to respond when Professor McGonagall reappeared and gave them a stern gaze which made the ghosts quickly vanish through a nearby wall before turning her gaze on the children. We're ready for you, now. Follow me. Feeling oddly as though his legs had turned to lead, Harry got into line behind a boy with sandy hair, with Ron behind him. And they walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Harry had never even imagined such a strange and splendid place. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, Harry looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all and that the Great Hall didn't simply open onto the heavens. Harry quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall silently placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. Unfortunately, this hat was patched and frayed, and extremely dirty. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet, in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the four tables and then became quite still again. "So we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered angrily to Harry. "I'll kill Fred, not if I get to him first," Harry replied with a grin. "He and George have had me worried for months now. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. Abbott, Hannah, a pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. "Bones, Susan." "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. "Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw." The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Brocklehurst, Mandy, went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown, Lavender, became the first new Gryffindor. And the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harry could see his twin brothers catcalling. Bulstrode, Millicent, then became a Slytherin. Perhaps it was Harry's imagination. After all, he'd heard about Slytherin. But he thought they looked like an unpleasant lot. He was starting to feel definitely sick now. Finch Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff. Sometimes, Harry noticed, the hat shouted out the house at once. But at others, it took a little while to decide. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry in the line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. "Gryffindor," shouted the hat, when Neville Longbottom, the boy who had lost his toad, was called. He fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville ran off still wearing it and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal, Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking pleased with themselves. On and on, the sorting went, and Harry began to feel very nervous. What if the hat put him in a different house than his family? What if he wasn't put in any house and was instead told that he had to leave as he didn't have any of the qualities that the hat had sung about? Finally, Harry's name was called, and he slowly strode toward the stool, trying desperately not to show how nervous he was as he sat down and the hat was placed over his eyes. Around him, the hall echoed with whispers as everyone craned their necks to get a look at the boy that they had heard and read so much about. The boy who had saved the wizarding world, only to be rewarded with abuse for years from those whom he was placed with before being adopted by the Weasleys. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? If you could, sir, Harry said slowly, I should like to be with my family. Are you sure? The hat replied softly, you have an excellent mind and a thirst to learn that I've rarely seen. You would do well in Ravenclaw. Thank you, Harry said with a blush, but I still want to be with my family. Very well, then, Mr. Weasley, the hat said before bellowing out, Gryffindor. The hall erupted in cheers as Harry happily walked towards the table where his brothers were sitting. Dora looked disappointed that Harry wouldn't be in the same house as her but gave Harry a thumbs up all the same. A moment later, Ron joined him and sat next to Harry, a huge grin seemingly plastered on Ron's face. Professor McGonagall led up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Harry looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms wide open as if nothing could have pleased him more than seeing them all there. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. But, before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or not. Dumbledore's still as mad as ever. Harry laughed as he began to dig into the food that had suddenly appeared before him. Did you expect any different? Ron replied with a laugh as he filled his own plate. The rest of the night passed in a blur for Harry as he eagerly ate the delicious food before him and got to know the students that he would be learning with for the next 7 years. A strange thing occurred halfway through the feast. As Harry was eating and listening to his fellow housemates talk, he suddenly looked up towards the staff table to see a man in black robes glaring at him while talking to another teacher wearing a purple turban. A moment later, a terrible pain shot through Harry's forehead, and he quickly raised his hand to it, but a moment later, the pain was gone, and Harry stared at the man in sudden trepidation. Hey, Percy, Harry called, who's that man in the black robes? That's Professor Snape. He's head of Slytherin House and is notorious for favoring them. What's he teach? Ron asked as he reached for another piece of chicken. Potions, Percy replied, but everyone knows that his real ambition is to teach defense against the dark arts. Harry stared at Professor for a moment more before quickly turning his eyes back to his meal. Dumbledore delivered a speech at the end of the feast about how they were not allowed access to the 3rd floor lest they die a most painful death. Harry's mouth had dropped comically at that, and he had shared a look of horror with Ron before Dumbledore rattled off a few other announcements and bid them good night. Afterward, the new first years were shown to their common room, and Harry, exhausted beyond words after the day's events, promptly collapsed as soon as his head hit the pillow. Author's note. I realized after I had released this chapter that I didn't do it justice. I was just so tired after writing all day that I just wanted to finish by the end. That's not fair to my readers who actually enjoy the story, so I went back and fixed a few things and added some new stuff. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Whispers followed Harry from the moment he left his dormitory the next day. People lining up outside classrooms stood on tiptoe to look at him or doubled back to pass him in the corridors again, staring, much to Harry's continued annoyance. By the end of the day, Harry was so fed up with the staring and whispers that he used his metamorph abilities to change his appearance to avoid scrutiny. Now, Harry was a head shorter than Ron, with dark brown eyes and shoulder-length auburn hair that Harry had tied tight behind his head. However, even this did nothing to stop the continued stares and whispers. In fact, it seemed to make it worse as people now knew he was a metamorphagus and seemed to stare at him even more. In both awe and curiosity to Harry's continued aggravation. There were 142 staircases at Hogwarts. Wide, sweeping one. Narrow, rickety ones, some that led to a different floor on Friday. Some with a vanishing step that you had to remember to jump. Then some doors wouldn't open unless you asked politely or tickled them in exactly the right spot, and doors that weren't really doors at all but solid walls pretending. It was also tough to remember where everything was because it all seemed to change without warning at any given moment. On the very first day, Harry and Ron Disco varied the bane of Hogwarts in the form of a poltergeist named Peeves, who seemed to enjoy nothing more than making the lives of students and even teachers a living hell with his constant pranks. Harry and Ron had been running late to their charms class when Peeves had pulled a rug out from under their feet as the two stopped to catch their breath. Harry and Ron had both tumbled down the stairs and lay in a heap at the bottom while Peeves had hovered over them cackling madly. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall had shown up just as Ron had used some very colorful language at Peeves, resulting in the loss of 10 house points. Even worse than Peeves, if that was possible, was the caretaker, Argus Filch. Harry and Ron managed to get on the wrong side of him on their very first morning. Filch found them trying to force their way through a door that unluckily turned out to be the entrance to the out-of-bounds corridor on the 3rd floor. He wouldn't believe they were lost. He was sure EY were trying to break into it on purpose and was threatening to lock them in the dungeons when they were rescued by Professor Quirrell, who was passing. Harry, who had been waiting excitedly to study magic nearly his entire life, was left disappointed when he realized that there was more to it than just waving a wand and spouting words, as he had seen in Muggle story books. They had to study the night skies through their telescopes every Wednesday at midnight and learn the names of different stars and the movements of the planets. Then, 3 times a week, they went out to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology with a dumpy little witch called Professor Sprout, where they learned how to take care of all the strange plants and fungi and found out what they were used for. The most boring class was History of Magic, which was the only one taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had been very old when he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire and got up the following day to teach, leaving his body behind him. Binns droned on and on while they scribbled down names and dates and got Emetic the Evil and Uric the Oddball mixed up. Even Harry, who loved learning anything new, could not pay attention to the professor's lessons for very long without falling asleep from sheer boredom, which Ron heckled Harry for to no end. Charms was by far Harry's favorite class, with Transfiguration being a close second, even though Professor McGonagall had given a strict speech at the beginning of class that she would tolerate no horseplay and that anyone who did not pay attention would be asked to leave. Harry still found the class fascinating and had even gained a rare smile from McGonagall after managing to turn his beetle into a button after only 3 tries. He class that Harry was most looking forward to, however, proved to be a colossal disappointment. After only 1 class of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry was left wondering how Professor Quirrell managed to become a teacher in the first place, as the poor man seemed to be terrified of his own subject and was the laughingstock of the school, as far as Harry could see. His turban, so he said, as a gift from an African prince as thanks for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, something that Harry questioned the veracity of, as every time someone would ask to hear the story, Professor Quirrell would blush and talk about something else. All in all, the class left Harry feeling very disappointed. Friday started out as a very good day for Harry and Ron. They didn't get lost once when they left Gryffindor Tower and strode into the Great Hall like heroes who had just won a great battle. "What do you have today?" Harry asked as he began shoveling food onto his plate. "Double potions with Slytherin," Hermione responded as she looked down at her schedule. "I hear Professor Snape really favors Slytherin house," Ron said warily. "Wish McGonagall favored us," Harry muttered, his mind flashing back to the astronomical amount of homework his head of house had given the previous day. Harry had just started on his 2nd plate of eggs when the day's mail arrived, and Hedwig landed on his shoulder carrying a letter. "Thanks, Hedwig," Harry replied warmly, offering a piece of bacon to his owl, who took it with a happy hoot and flew off a moment later. "Who's it from?" Ron asked. "It's from Bill," Harry replied in surprise. "I wonder why he's writing." Harry shrugged away the thought before opening the letter, curious as to why his elder brother was writing. "Dear Harry and Ron, I just heard from Mother about what happened at King's Cross and wanted to ensure you were both all right. I wish that your day had not been ruined by that piece of filth, but I am equally glad that no one was harmed as a result. It makes me happy to hear that you are both lions, and I know that you'll do our house proud, as long as you don't follow after the twins, of course. Another reason that I am writing is to warn the two of you. You are probably not aware yet, but Gringotts was broken into recently, and the thief remains at large. Thankfully, the object that the thief was trying to steal was already removed earlier that same day. So the thief left empty-handed. But, unfortunately, I have heard that the object in question was moved to Hogwarts per its owner's request. I, therefore, advise you both to keep your noses out of things that do not concern you and stay safe until this thief is captured or the object in question is removed from Hogwarts altogether. All my love to you both, Bill. Harry and Ron looked at each other for a moment in shock, before Ron finally spoke. Bloody hell, I wonder what it was that was moved here. Harry asked. I don't know, Ron responded, but if Bill thinks it's dangerous, it must be. He works around cursed stuff all the time, after all. At least we finally know what is hidden on the 3rd floor, Harry said thoughtfully. You think it's there? Ron asked. Harry nodded solemnly before returning to his breakfast. Whatever it was no business of Harry's, therefore, he would do exactly as his older brother told him to. When Harry and Ron made their way down to the dungeons where their potions class was to be held, Harry saw Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle all standing silently near the door apart from the rest of their classmates. Hoppin'. To capitalize on the goodwill that he had extended on the train, Harry approached and gave the trio a warm smile. Good morning, Draco. Good morning, Vincent. Gregory, Harry said warmly, noticing the surprise that the trio showed at the greeting. Good morning, Harry, Draco said in a timid voice, as though not sure what to do. Morning, Harry, Crabbe and Goyle mumbled back. How are you enjoying your Hogwarts classes? Harry asked. Behind him, Ron was watching with barely hid contempt for the 3 Slytherins. I find them quite enjoyable, Draco replied, slowly warming up, much to Harry's delight. I'm having trouble understanding some of the course material in charms, but otherwise, they're all right, Crabbe said in a shy voice, as though hoping not to be heard. I could help you if you'd like, Harry replied quickly, making Crabbe's eyebrows rise in surprise at the offer. Thank you, Crabbe said softly, his eyes lowering to the floor. Think nothing of it, Harry replied cheerfully. Everyone needs a helping hand, now and then. Before anyone could say anything more, the door to the potions classroom suddenly opened, and Professor Snape strode out. He cast a quick eye over the students who fidgeted nervously under his gaze before stepping aside and saying one word in a cold voice. In a few minutes later, once everyone had taken their seats, Snape began a speech that Harry was sure the professor had given many times before. However, Snape spoke barely above a whisper. The students hung on every word as Professor Snape told them how he could teach them to bottle fame and brew glory. Harry was entranced with the words and sat up straighter, determined to make a good impression with Snape. Beside him, Hermione did the same, whereas Ron, who was sitting on the other side of Harry, seemed to slouch in his chair as though he couldn't care less. Professor Snape then began to take roll call, and Harry noticed that Professor Snape seemed to sneer at some of the names, as though Snape had already made up his mind about some of the students in his class. When Professor Snape came to Harry's name, Snape paused before a cold look came across his face. Ah, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. The way that Snape sneered the word made Harry instantly wary, but before Harry could respond, Snape continued, Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Instantly Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Snape had eyes only for Harry, it seemed, and raised an eyebrow questioningly. A sleeping potion, sir, Harry responded respectfully. Having remembered reading about the potion from his course books, actually, one of the most powerful sleeping potions, called the Draught of Living Death. Snape's eyebrows rose in surprise at the answer before he mastered himself. Very good. Perhaps you will not be a waste of my time after all. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to get me a bazaar? Again, Hermione's hand shot into the air, narrowly missing Harry's face, and again Snape ignored her and looked straight at Harry. From the stomach of a goat, sir, Harry replied, it's PR. I merely used to save one from most poisons. Hermione and Ron both looked at Harry in surprise, which was copied by Snape before the ghost of a smile flitted across the professor's face. Very good, Mr. Potter. Final question. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is no difference, sir, Harry replied quickly. They are the same plant, and they also go by the name, aconite. Professor Snape actually smiled, something that made the rest of the class gape in shock. I'm happy to see you inherited your mother's intelligence, rather than your father's arrogance, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Thank you, sir, Harry replied happily, but if you don't mind, I would prefer if you would call me Mr. Weasley. You see, I have no recollection of the Potters, and the Weasley family raised me, after all. Professor Snape stared silently at Harry for a moment while the class watched with bated breath before nodding his head in agreement and continuing with the roll call. That was brilliant. Then, after Snape moved on, Ron said, "You actually got all the answers right, and you stood up to Snape without losing any points." "I simply studied the coursework beforehand," Harry replied. "Like you should have done. And waste my summer with my nose in a book." Ron scoffed. "No, thank you." Hermione looked offended at Ron's words and quickly turned her attention back to Professor Snape, who had just put instructions on the blackboard and told the class to begin working on a potion for curing boils. As Snape swept through the classroom, seemingly finding foul lieutenant with everyone except for the Slytherins and, to Ron's surprise, Hermione and Harry, who both seemed to work well together, each helping the other to ensure that no step was missed. Just as Harry was finishing up his potion, his attention suddenly snapped to Neville, who was sitting at the table next to Harry's. "Stop!" Harry cried suddenly, making Neville freeze instantly. "You need to take our cauldron off the fire before adding the porcupine quills, otherwise, you're likely to cause a catastrophe." Neville nodded his thanks and began to follow Harry's instructions when Snape appeared next to Harry's table and looked down at the boy for a moment with a strange gleam in his eye. "Well done, Mr. Weasley. You most likely saved Mr. Longbottom from melting his cauldron as well as provoking my displeasure. 5 more points to Gryffindor." Ron's mouth dropped open in shock, something that was copied by nearly every Gryffindor in the classroom as Harry beamed with pleasure at having no. He only saved Neville's potion but also gained his house 15 points. Next to Harry, Hermione looked torn between annoyance at having won Gryffindor no points, and happy that Harry had. "See me after class has concluded, Mr. Weasley. There is something I wish to discuss with you," Snape said softly before striding away, leaving a worried Ron and Harry to stare at his back. "Want me to wait for you?" Ron asked once class was over. "Just in case he tries to poison you, I mean." Harry chuckled at his brother's words before shaking his head. "I'll be fine. You go on ahead. I'll be along directly." Ron nodded his head as though still not convinced before leaving Harry alone, who warily approached Professor Snape's desk. "You wished to see me, Professor?" "Yes, Mr. Weasley," Snape replied softly. "I feel as though I owe you an apology." "You do?" Harry responded in bemusement. "May I ask for what?" "I misjudged you, Mr. Weasley. You see, I went to school with your parents. Your mother was a very dear friend of mine. Your father, on the other hand." Snape's face took on a cruel sneer for a moment that made Harry suddenly nervous before the professor managed to regain control of his emotions. "Your father and I were not close. In fact, he and I despised one another, so when I heard that you would be starting school, I automatically assumed that you would be a carbon copy of him. Cruel, arrogant, spoiled, and ignorant to anything that didn't involve Quidditch. However, I can see that I was mistaken, and for that, I offer my apologies." Harry stared at Snape for a moment, unsure as to what to say and not wanting to offend the professor by saying the wrong thing. "Thank you for not judging me by the same brush as my father, sir," Harry replied in a small voice. "I know that She must not have been easy for you to do so." Snape said nothing, only nodded stiffly at the boy before replying in a silky voice. "You were quite sagacious, Mr. Weasley. I look forward to seeing just how intelligent you truly are." "I'll try not to let you down, sir," Harry replied with a small grin. "Be sure that you do not, Mr. Weasley. That is all. You may go now." Harry nodded quickly before hurrying out, eager to tell Ron what had transpired. A few days later, Harry sat in the library with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Harry was helping Crabbe with his studies, as promised, and the boy seemed genuinely grateful for the help. Whereas Harry was simply enjoying making some new friends. "Harry," Draco said in a small voice, making Harry look up from his textbook. "Yes, Draco," Harry asked. "Did you mean it, when you said that you would be my friend?" "Of course, Draco," Harry said happily, "as long as you behave appropriately and not act like a git." Draco smiled at that, while Crabbe and Goyle shared a grin. "I suppose I can attempt to do that, but no promises," Draco said with a laugh that was quickly shared by the rest of the boys until Madame Pants suddenly appeared and told them to be quiet. Which made the boys softly giggle even more. Author's note: I apologize for how long this chapter took me to finish. I've recently begun working at a steel mill, and the hours are insane. So I only get to write about an hour a night before I go to bed. That being the case, I hope you enjoy this chapter and are enjoying the changes I've begun to make regarding the story. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. They say that time only passes quickly in two ways, when you're happy or busy. If that is indeed the case, then it would explain how time seemed to speed by during Harry's first month at Hogwarts. Despite Ron's continued protests, and even some of his family, for that matter, Harry had managed a tentative friendship with Draco Malfoy and Draco's hangers-on, Crabbe and Goyle. Much to Harry's aggravation, his fame rose even further during his first flying lesson. Neville Longbottom's broom had decided to take off like a bottle rocket when the boy first sat down on it. Madame Hooch, to her credit, had attempted to save Neville as the broom soared straight up into the air before beginning a series of loops and rolls while poor Neville held on for dear life, when Madame Hooch accidentally hit the broom with a charm designed to make it lower to the ground. The broom had instead gone from incredible speed to stock still in an instant, throwing Neville over the front of the broom, and the poor boy had issued a shriek of terror as he hurtled toward the ground. Harry, realizing that Madame Hooch had frozen in terror at the sight of Neville falling so quickly toward the ground, had immediately jumped on his broom and shot up into the air as though he was born with a broomstick under him. In a matter of seconds, Harry had reached Neville but missed when he tried to catch the boy's robe as Neville fell past him. Gritting his teeth angrily, Harry pointed his broom toward the ground and pushed the old broom as hard as it could go, barely managing to catch Neville moments before the two would have crashed into the ground, pulling Neville onto his broom. Harry then pulled out of his suicidal dive and leveled them off as around them, children roared cheerfully at the show of skill and that Neville had been unharmed from his fall. Madame Hooch had been apoplectic with rage when Harry and Neville had landed and had gone on a long tirade at the two of them on how they could have both broken their necks and how she would see to it that neither of them ever rode a broom again for such a stupid stunt. Harry had been spared further words when Professor McGonagall appeared, having seen the whole thing. At first, Harry had thought she, like Madame Hooch, would release a plethora of invective upon him and Neville. However, that fear soon turned to shock when McGonagall took Harry to see a teenager named Oliver Wood and told Harry that he would be playing for Gryffindor as Seeker instead of Punishment, as McGonagall had never seen such skill from a first year before. Word spread quickly, despite Wood's attempts to keep Harry a secret, and Harry's fame grew as he became the youngest Seeker in a century. Harry remembered groaning with annoyance at the EU title, as all it meant to him was more people fawning over him and getting in his way as he tried to navigate his way to class. Since then, Harry had spent 3 days a week for the past month practicing with the Gryffindor house team. His older brothers, Fred and George, had invented a game that Harry hated with every fiber of his being, whereupon they would pelt bludgers at Harry in order to keep their little brother's reflexes sharp and his eyes focused on what was going on around him. This had lasted for only 2 weeks before Ron told Molly about it and the twins had received a howler to knock it off. Both had sought revenge on Ron and Harry, and the pair were stuck waiting for when the twins would eventually fulfill their oath. The morning began like any other. Harry was enjoying his breakfast at the Gryffindor house table when Draco Malfoy sauntered over, much to the annoyance of Ron. For several weeks, Draco and Harry had been debating with each other over Muggles and Muggle-borns. Draco maintained that purebloods were better, and Harry tried to show him that he was wrong by showing Draco evidence to the contrary. Sometimes, members of other houses would join in on these debates, including a few from Slytherin. The most notable being a pretty blonde girl named Daphne Greengrass who rarely spoke, but when she did, it was always to the benefit of the debate. By opening he discussions to any who wished to listen and add to it, Harry had become surprised when students from almost every house had come to Gryffindor's table at least once to listen in and sometimes give their own viewpoint. Best of all, though, was that Harry began to see doubt in Malfoy's eyes when they would talk. It seemed that after so long, Draco was starting to question whether the purebloods' ideology was, in fact, correct. Though Harry knew that the Malfoy scion would never dare to utter such blasphemy out loud, lest he be ostracized by his housemates and family. "We've been over this before, Draco," Harry exasperated. "Just because we have magic does not make us better than Muggles." "And just how do you suppose that?" Draco asked haughtily. "Muggles are completely powerless against us. We possess powers they could never even dream of." Harry sighed wearily as he reached for another slice of bacon, placing it onto his plate before turning back to Draco and responding. "And Muggles have weapons that we can never imagine. Weapons that they could and would use against us if we started a war with them." "Such as?" Draco asked curiously. "Such as the atomic bomb," Harry said simply. "The what?" Draco asked, bemused. "It was a weapon used at the end of World War II, Hermione answered as she looked up from her book. "It was used to obliterate 2 cities in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and even years later. There were people who suffered debilitating diseases and injuries from the aftereffects of it." Draco paled at the words, so shocked that he even forgot to sneer at Hermione as he usually did when she gave a correct answer or explained something. "And that was over 40 years ago," Harry added. "The weapons they have now make those look like firecrackers." Around them, many other students who had been listening grew pale at the thought that the Muggles might actually be able to defeat the Wizarding World if it came down to an actual war. Daphne Greengrass looked as white as a sheet at the implications. Next to her, her friend Tracy Davis looked just as pale. "And that's not counting the innumerable number of smaller weapons that Muggles have," Hermione said quickly. "In America, it's a common saying that behind every tree is a gun." "What's a gun?" Daphne asked curiously. "It's sort of like a metal wand that Muggles carry which fires a small piece of lead at great speed. It would be nigh impossible for a witch or wizard to put up a shield before they were struck and injured or killed." The table went quiet as the words resounded amongst those present. Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin girl, was the first to regain her composure and sneered at Hermione. "What a load of blarney. There's no way that is true. You're just making things up to scare us and make it seem as though Muggles are anything less than what they are." "And what would that be?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "They are dirt beneath our shoes," Pansy sniffed. "We are beings of magic, power. And purebloods are the best of our kind." Murmurs of approval echoed from the few Slytherins seated at the Gryffindor table as Pansy nodded, looking pleased with herself. "Is that right?" Harry asked shrewdly, making Draco narrow his eyes slightly as he knew Harry was about to stir up trouble. "You believe that the mere act of being born pureblood guarantees that one is better than their peers?" Harry asked, frowning as Pansy quickly nodded her head in agreement. "Then perhaps you would like to explain how Hermione is the best in our year, despite being a Muggleborn. Both her parents are Muggles. And yet her grades far surpass any of those from pureblood families." Hermione turned pink and ducked behind her book as the Slytherin students turned their attention to her. "There are always exceptions," Pansy sniffed. "However, no matter how hard she may try, the mudblood will never be equal to a pureblood." Silence rang out across the table for a moment before one of the Gryffindor upperclassmen slowly rose from her seat and whispered in an angry voice. "I think it would be best if you return to your own house's table before some brave Gryffindor decides to make you regret those words." Pansy gulped nervously and quickly made her way across the hall back to her own table, followed momentarily by the rest of her house. Daphne and Tracy both mumbled words of apology as they made their exit and rejoined their own table. Draco was the last to leave and turned to Harry before he did. "I apologize for Pansy's cruel words, Harry. But I hope you won't end these debates because of them. I find I rather enjoy them of late." "Of course, Draco," Harry said with a smile. "You're my friend after all. As long as you never say those kinds of words to my friends or me, we will remain on good terms." Draco nodded his head gratefully and made his way over to the Slytherin table as grumbles began to break out over Pansy's words. I don't know why you choose to spend time with that snake, Ron sneered. He's not worth it. Why not? Harry asked, turning to his brother. Because his father is a Death Eater. Ron cried, as though the answer was obvious, and he's a Malfoy. Bad blood will out, always. You don't know that, Ron, Harry replied wearily. The two of them had had this talk before, yet Ron still didn't seem to understand. Draco is not his father, any more than I am mine. He could be the first decent Malfoy in his family. Isn't trying to help make that a reality worth the effort. Ron grumbled something unintelligible and returned to his food as Dora B. met at her little brother before reaching over and gently ruffling his hair, much to Harry's annoyance. You're a good kid, Harry, Dora chirped. Anyone else would have just told Draco to piss off, B. You're actively trying to show him that some of his ideas about our world are wrong. I'm proud of you, little brother. Harry smiled shyly at his adopted sister, giggling as she threw him a wink. Before heading back to her own table and leaving Harry to his breakfast. A few weeks later, Harry scowled at his brother Ron. A moment ago, Ron had made fun of Hermione, and the poor girl had heard Ron dashing past them with tears in her eyes, while Ron looked suitably abashed. A moment later Ron was glaring at Harry as he rubbed his arm where Harry had just punched him. What did you do that for? Ron demanded angrily. Because you're a git, you know that. Harry retorted angrily. Why would you say such mean things about her, like that? She's a bossy know-it-all. Ron countered, still rubbing his arm. She was just trying to help. Harry growled. Or maybe you didn't notice that you were saying the incantation wrong, which you would have known if you ever bothered to open a book and study. Ron said nothing, just cast his eyes towards the ground and glared impudently as they made their way to their next class. Hermione didn't turn up for the next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. On their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked still more awkward at this, but a moment later, they had entered the Great Hall, where the Halloween decorations put Hermione out of their minds. 1,000 live bats fluttered fro the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkin stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy was in his element. "Follow me. Stick together. First years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me, now. Make way. First years coming through. Excuse me, I'm a prefect. How could a troll get in?" Harry asked as they climbed the stairs. "Don't ask me. They're supposed to be really stupid," said Ron. Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke. They passed different groups of people hurrying in different directions. Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm as they jostled their way through a crowd of confused Hufflepuffs. "I've just thought. Hermione. What about her? She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right," he snapped. "But Percy'd better not see us." Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs going the other way, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried off toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy," hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Peering around it, however, they saw not Percy but Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "Search me." Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor after Snape's fading footsteps. "He's heading for the 3rd floor," Harry said, but Ron held up his hand. "Can you smell something?" Harry sniffed, and a foul stench reached his nostrils, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. And then they heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. Ron pointed. At the end of a passage to the left, something immense was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall. Its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a massive wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," said Ron nervously. They edged toward the open door, mouths dry, praying the troll wasn't about to come out of it. Then, with one great leap, Harry managed to grab the key, slam the door, and lock it. Yes, flushed with their victory, they started to run back up the passage, but as they reached the corner, they heard something that made their hearts stop. A high, petrified scream, and it was coming from the chamber they'd just chained up. "Oh, no," said Ron, pale as the bloody Baron. "It's the girls' bathroom," Harry gasped. "Hermione," they said together. Wheeling around, they sprinted back to the door and turned the key. Fumbling in their panic, Harry pulled the door open, and they ran inside. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it," Harry said desperately to Ron, and, seizing a tap, he threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione. It lumbered around, blinking stupidly, to see what had made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club as it went. "Oi, pea-brain," yelled Ron from the other side of the chamber, throwing a metal pipe at it. The troll didn't even seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning its ugly snout toward Ron instead, giving Harry time to run around it. "Come on, run, run," Harry yelled at Hermione, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move, she was still flat against the wall. Her mouth open with terror. The shouting and the echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared again and started toward Ron, who was nearest and had no way to escape. "Leave him alone," Harry snarled as he threw a loose brick at the troll, who snarled as the rock struck its head and turned to face Harry, who suddenly felt very foolish, as the troll slowly began to stalk towards Harry and Hermione. Memories suddenly began to bombard Harry of when he had been small and unable to defend himself against his Uncle Vernon. As the fear began to grow in Harry and he tried to shield Hermione behind him, the troll seemed to change until it looked like Vernon to Harry. Involuntarily, Harry let out a whimper as the troll opened its mouth to roar, but instead, Uncle Vernon's voice came out of its mouth. "Freak, did you really think you could escape me?" "No," Harry said softly, taking a step back. "No, stay away. Stay away." Reacting blindly, Harry raised his wand and stared in shock as a burst of red blasted out of the end and struck the troll full in the face, obliterating it in a shower of blood and gore. The troll stood for a moment, swaying in place before falling to the ground with an earth-shattering crash that sent the three children sprawling to their knees as the ground beneath them seemed to move. "Harry, how did you?" Ron began before a sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. They hadn't realized what racket they had been making, but someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet. Clutching his heart, Snape bent over the troll. Professor McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. Hopes of winning G50 points for Gryffindor faded quickly from Harry's mind. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall, with cold fury in her voice. Harry looked at Ron, who was still standing with his wand in the air. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Harry looked at the floor. He wished Ron would put his wand down. Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll. Because I thought I could deal with it on my own. You know, because I've read all about them. If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." Quote, "And how do you explain the fact that it is currently missing its head?" Snape drawled as he looked down at the mess that used to be the troll. "That was me, Professor," Harry replied meekly. "I don't know how it happened. I aimed my wand at it, and its head exploded." Snape looked at Harry as though he could not believe what he was hearing, while McGonagall was staring in shock. "You blew its head off?" McGonagall asked softly, all color fading from her face. "I didn't mean to, Professor." "Honest," Harry cried. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, desperately trying to regain her composure as she stared at the three of them. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to do anything against the rules, and she was pretending she had to get them out of trouble. It was as if Snape had started handing out sweets. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said Professor McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. But, if you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. So you each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." They hurried out of the chamber and didn't speak until they climbed 2 floors up. It was a relief to be away from the smell of the troll, quite apart from anything else. "Harry, how did you do that?" Ron asked once they were a safe distance from the professor's hearing. "I don't know," Harry responded. "I saw." "Saw what?" Ron inquired. "I saw Uncle Vernon. He was going to hurt me again, and I just reacted," Harry cried, desperate to make Ron understand that it had been an accident. "Mate, that thing was going to kill us," Ron said softly as he wrapped an arm around Harry. "If you hadn't stopped it, it would have." But I killed it," Harry said in a horrified whisper. "And saved us as a result," Ron said simply. "You saved our lives. Think about that instead." Harry was silent for a moment before nodding his head gratefully at his brother, who PPED Harry cheerfully on the back a minute later as the two approached the portrait of the fat lady and said the password to enter. The common room was packed and noisy. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. Hermione, however, stood alone by the door, waiting for them. There was a very embarrassed pause. "I'm sorry I made fun of you," Ron said softly. "It's just, I'm really envious of you, actually." "You're envious of me?" Hermione asked, wide-eyed as Ron nodded. "I have trouble reading. The words just look strange to me, so it's hard for me to read and study." Hermione's eyes seemed to grow even bigger as she seemed to realize something. "You're dyslexic," she said simply. "I'm what?" Ron asked, bemused. "Dyslexic," Hermione repeated. "It means words don't come out right for you. I can help if you'd like." Ron looked at Hermione, nonplussed for a moment, while Harry watched with a smile. "You can help me make the words easier to read?" Ron asked in a broken voice. "It would be my pleasure," Hermione said with a smile. Nothing more was said after that as the three went and got themselves some food. Harry was happy he had gained another friend and even more delighted that said friend had offered to help Ron get better grades. All in all, it was a good Halloween. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Draco stared stoically at the parchment in his hand as he reread the letter for the 3rd time that evening. "Dear Draco, I hope this letter finds you well and that you are enjoying your first month at Hogwarts. Your mother and I were so proud to learn that you had been sorted into Slytherin. And it is my hope you are doing our family name proud and applying yourself to your studies in a satisfactory manner. The second reason I am writing to you, however, is that word H. Has reached my ear that you are fraternizing with Harry Potter. While I applaud the making of such a valuable relationship, word has also reached me that you also are associating with blood traitors and mudbloods. Word has further reached me that you are conducting debates with Potter and his ilk about dangerous ideas that would be better left alone. The Malfoy name is one that has garnered respect for almost 500 years. And I will not have you sullying it by associating with those of lesser blood. As such, you are to have no further contact with Harry Potter so long as he, in turn, whose is to associate with those who are beneath both his noble house and ours. I remain, as ever, your loving father Lucius Malfoy. Draco sneered angrily as he crumpled up the parchment and threw it into the fireplace before resting his hands on the arms of the chair he sat and watched the parchment burn. He finally had friends, real friends, not the obsequious ass-kissers who only followed him because of his name, but rather people who actually wanted to spend time with him and hear his point of view because of who he was, not who his father was. Now, his father wanted to take those friends away from him. All because Draco chose to hold an academically inclined conversation regarding purebloods and muggles. As Draco pinched the bridge of his nose and shut his eyes tight in thought, he realized he didn't know what to do. On the one hand, Draco enjoyed spending time with Harry and the few friends that he had made while at Hogwarts. On the other, Draco knew he had a duty to his family name to not associate with those of lesser value than his own. He knew his father would never disown him. He was the only male heir, after all. His older sister Rhea couldn't take the Malfoy name as she would be wed one day and take her husband's name, but Lucius could still make Draco's life at Hogwarts difficult if Draco pushed him to it. Draco sat in the Slytherin common room staring at the fireplace, lost in thought for a long time after burning his father's letter, and when he finally went to bed, he still had no idea what to do. Harry walked down the hallway, lost in thought. He had just returned from an enjoyable afternoon spent with Hagrid, who wanted to hear all about Harry's first month at Hogwarts, much to Harry's surprise. Hagrid, it seemed, had been good friends with Harry's birth parents and had sent word to Harry that if he ever wanted to hear a few stories about James or Lily Potter's school years, Harry was welcome to come by. Naturally, this was an offer that Harry couldn't pass up. Harry's first thoughts about Hagrid had been that the giant was terrifying, but those thoughts were quickly disabused after only 10 minutes with the man, as Harry quickly discovered him to be kind and boisterous. Unfortunately, Hermione and Ron had not been able to come as Hermione had devoted herself to helping Ron beat his dyslexia, and Ron, to the amazement of Harry, seemed equally determined to as well. Hence, both were currently up in the Gryffindor common room studying. But Hagrid wasn't what drew Harry's thoughts at this moment. That was something else entirely, something that had happened only 4 days ago and yet still haunted Harry when he looked back at it. Harry had been studying in the library with Draco, Hermione, and Ron when they realized how late it was getting. As they made their way back to their respective common rooms, Peeves attacked them with water balloons, forcing them to run or get soaked, only to have Peeves follow them and repeatedly pelt them from above. Unsure of how to escape the menace, the four had run down to the end of the corridor, where they slammed into a door, and it was locked. Behind them, they could hear Peeves cackling madly as he searched for them. "We're trapped," Ron howled angrily. "That damn poltergeist is going to soak us. And if we return wet library books to Madame Pants, she'll kill us." Those words seemed to resonate with Hermione more than anything else, for she promptly snarled for them to move as she whipped out her wand. Alohomora. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. They piled through it, shut it quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening. "Oh, ickle firsties," Peeves sang from the other side of the door. "Where did you go?" A moment later, they heard cursing as Peeves flew away, unable to find his quarry. And the four breathed a sigh of relief. "He thinks this door is locked," Harry whispered. "I think we'll be okay. Get off, Draco." Draco had been tugging on the sleeve of Harry's robe for the last minute. "What?" Harry turned around and saw, quite clearly, what. For a moment, he was sure he'd walked into a nightmare. This was too much, on top of everything that had happened so far. They weren't in a room, as he had supposed. Instead, they were in a corridor. The forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. And now they knew why it was forbidden. They were looking straight into the eyes of a monstrous dog, a dog that filled the whole space between ceiling and floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, angry eyes, 3 noses, twitching and quivering in their direction, 3 drooling mouths. Saliva hanging in slippery ropes from yellowish fangs. It was standing quite still, all 6 eyes staring at them, and Harry knew that the only reason they weren't already dead was that their sudden appearance had taken it by surprise, but it was quickly getting over that. There was no mistaking what those thunderous growls meant. Harry groped for the doorknob. Between Peeves and being torn apart by a giant monster, Harry would take Peeves. They fell backward. Harry slammed the door shut, and they ran, almost flew, back down the corridor. Peeves must have hurried off to look for them elsewhere because they didn't see him anywhere, but they hardly cared. All they wanted to do was put as much space as possible between them and that monster. They didn't stop running until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. Draco, realizing that he had come to the wrong common room, had blushed scarlet and told them he would see them tomorrow at breakfast before hurrying back the way they had come to the dungeons. What the bloody hell do they think they're on about? Ron thundered when they had gotten into their common room and collapsed onto the couch. Keeping something like that locked up in a school? You don't use your eyes, do you? Hermione asked as she tried to catch her breath. Didn't you see what it was standing on? I wasn't looking at its feet. I was a bit preoccupied with its head. Or maybe you didn't notice, there were 3 of them. It was standing on a trapdoor, which means it wasn't there by accident. Hermione huffed. It's guarding something. The words had made both Harry and Ron go silent as they realized that Hermione was right and that they had possibly found what Bill had written them about. Well, whatever that beast is guarding is no concern of mine, Harry said quickly. I never want to see it again. Both Ron and Hermione nodded their agreement before the trio made their way to bed, yet even as Harry said he wasn't interested in what the dog was guarding, he couldn't stop thinking about what would be so valuable that they would have a monster like that stand guard over it. So lost in thought was he that Harry didn't realize that he had taken a wrong turn until he heard a cry coming from a nearby door, followed almost immediately by another. Making his way to the door, Harry gently pulled it open to see an empty classroom, but that wasn't what made his eyes go wide in horror. Pinned against the far wall was an older blonde-haired Slytherin girl who was trying desperately to shove a black-haired Slytherin boy off of her. The Slytherin boy had her pressed against the wall and had apparently ripped her robe off of her, as it was hanging loosely from one shoulder, and was attempting to do the same to her shirt as she fought him tooth and nail. Get off me! The blonde Slytherin girl yelled angrily, making the boy laugh for a moment. Ah, don't be like that, Rhea. I know you want this as much as I do. I don't want this. Let go. My father will hear about this and destroy your family if you don't let go. I'm not afraid of your father. The boy sneered. You Malfoy. Wise have walked around this school for too long pretending you're better than everyone else. It's about time someone put you in your place. With that, the boy ripped the girl's shirt open, showing her black bra and making the girl scream in terror. Harry went incandescent with rage and burst through the door, a moment later issuing a roar of challenge that would have made the lion of his house proud. The boy turned in sudden fear at the noise and quickly released the girl, who slid to the floor in a sobbing mess. Before the boy could react further, Harry tackled the boy around the middle, and the two crashed into the nearby desk. A moment later, the boy violently shoved Harry off of him and attempted to draw his wand as Harry did the same. A sudden kick to Harry's chest sent the poor boy sprawling as the Slytherin climbed to his feet and drew his wand. Before he could use it, however, Harry delivered a powerful kick to the boy's knee, making the Slytherin scream in pain as he once again fell to the floor. Harry jumped to his feet, fumbling as he drew his wand before leveling it at the boy who leaned against the desk, holding his injured knee. As the two boys breathed heavily, the Slytherin's face turned red with anger at having been bested by a first year, and with a cry of rage, the boy lunged for his wand only to be blasted back hard against the desk by the Slytherin girl that Harry had just saved. The boy slowly slid down the desk as he fell unconscious, and Harry turned to the girl to offer thanks when he saw her crumple to the floor and begin sobbing. Quickly stowing his wand, Harry approached the girl, only to stop when she violently flinched away from him. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry said softly as he raised his hands in peace. Are you okay? The girl said nothing, simply sobbing harder. And Harry slowly pulled his robe off of himself before gently wrapping it around the girl, who looked up warily at Harry, who was smiling reassuringly at her. As he got closer to the girl, Harry realized that she was stunningly pretty. Her long blonde hair was almost white and hung braided down her back, and her eyes were sapphire blue, though now they were tinged red from crying. "My name is Harry Weasley. What's yours?" Harry asked softly as he stepped back and let the girl wrap herself in his robe to cover herself. "Rhea," the girl mumbled after a moment. "Rhea Malfoy." "Malfoy," Harry said, surprised. "Any relation to Draco?" The girl nodded slowly as she rubbed her eyes. "He's my little brother." Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the words before he managed to control himself. And he extended his hand to her. "Draco is a good friend of mine. He would be most displeased with me if I didn't make sure his sister was okay. So how about I help you to the hospital wing?" For a moment, Rhea said nothing, simply stared at Harry's extended hand, and bit her lip in indecision before finally reaching out and accepting the offer as Harry gently pulled Rhea to her feet. Before they exited the classroom, Rhea turned back to the unconscious Slytherin boy who lay on the floor, raising her wand. Rhea said something, and ropes wrapped around the boy, ends. Urging he would not be able to awaken and escape. 20 minutes later, Harry and Rhea sat on a nearby bed while Madame Pomfrey fussed over the pair. Harry tried to leave after Rhea had informed Madame Pomfrey what had occurred. But Rhea had gripped Harry's hand in a vice grip and almost pleaded for him to stay, to which he had acquiesced. A moment later, the doors of the hospital wing banged open as Professors McGonagall and Snape quickly made their way in, both looking angrier than Harry had ever seen the two, and Harry hoped that anger wasn't directed at him. "Madame Pomfrey informed us what happened, Ms. Malfoy," Professor McGonagall said softly, taking a seat and resting a hand on the girl's knee, "but I'd like to hear it from you if that's all right." Rhea took a shuddering breath before replying. "I was making my way back from the library when I was accosted by Theodore Buchanan. He got it into his head somehow that I was interested in him and has been stalking me since last year. I've tried to tell him that I had no interest, but the bastard refused to listen. So instead, he dragged me into an empty classroom and tried to. Rhea found she couldn't keep talking, and instead dissolved into quiet sobbing as Professor McGonagall gently rubbed her back while Snape looked murderous. "Where is Buchanan, now?" Snape demanded. "I tied him up and left him in the classroom down the hall from Charms." Rhea replied, "He should still be there." Snape nodded quickly and turned, leaving so fast that Harry almost thought he apparated. "Mr. Weasley saved me," Rhea added a moment later. "If it weren't for him." Professor McGonagall looked at Harry as though she couldn't be more proud, and Harry shuffled his shoes in embarrassment. "Very well done, then, Mr. Weasley. I think 100 points to Gryffindor for your heroic actions is due." Harry's mouth dropped open at the words, and he quickly raised his hands in objection. "Professor, I didn't do it for the points." "I know you didn't, Harry," McGonagall said proudly, "but you deserve them all the same." Harry was about to object further when he felt Rhea grip his hand and looked down to see her smiling at him. Sighing wearily at the prospect of how much more fame winning his house 100 points would bring, Harry nodded his head. "Now, if the two of you will excuse me," McGonagall said as she rose from her seat and turned to leave. "I must see Professor Dumbledore to ensure that Mr. Buchanan is properly punished for his disgusting behavior." After she had left, Rhea and Harry sat silently next to one another as Rhea gently held Harry's hand in her own. Then, to Harry's surprise, Rhea leaned over and gently kissed Harry on the cheek. "Thank you, Harry," Rhea whispered as Harry brought his hand to his face in shock, his hair turning bright pink as his face turned crimson and making Rhea laugh softly. By dinner, the whole school had somehow discovered what had occurred, and Harry's back was beginning to grow sore from the innumerable number of people who had slapped him and offered their congratulations for showing such bravery in defending Rhea Malfoy's honor. Draco had come and silently shaken Harry's hand, unable to say anything else, but Harry understood and nodded at his friend. As Gryffindor settled down to eat, Professor Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet, and the hall went silent. "By now, I am sure word has spread of what occurred this afternoon, and it is my unhappy duty to report its veracity," Dumbledore called out, his voice echoing in the silent hall. "This afternoon, Mr. Buchanan attempted a truly despicable act against another student but was stopped by Mr. Harry Weasley. As such, Mr. Buchanan has been expelled, and it is my sad duty to take 300. Ed points from Slytherin House for his actions. To Harry's surprise, the Slytherins didn't object to this but nodded their heads as though they expected nothing less and seemed to shuffle closer to Rhea, who was looking down at the table. Now, let us forget such unhappy thoughts and enjoy our dinner, Dumbledore concluded as he clapped his hands and food appeared. Almost instantly, the hall began to buzz as conversations began about how Harry had saved Rhea from being raped, and Harry felt his face burn with embarrassment as almost everyone in the hall looked over at him more than once. Why suddenly found himself in a tight embrace, and it took him a second to realize that his attacker was Dora, who quickly let go and took her place next to him, a massive smile on her face. "I'm so proud of you, little brother," Dora said happily. "Why?" Harry asked, bemused as he began pulling food onto his plate. "I just did what anyone would have." "Ah, don't be so sure," Dora said warmly. "The Buchanans are a very wealthy family. Not many would have attacked the heir to such a family." "It doesn't matter how wealthy they are," Harry sneered. "No one has the right to do that to a girl." Unnoticed to Harry, several girls who had been listening blushed scarlet and were looking at Harry in a strange manner, while the boys snorted at seeing the girls' reaction. Dora, however, looked like she couldn't be more proud of her little brother and quickly gave him another bone-crushing hug. "You truly are an amazing kid, Harry," Dora whispered softly as she hugged Harry while the hall watched. "Dora, get off, you're embarrassing me," Harry called piteously, making Dora laugh. "Never. If they got a problem with me hugging my little brother, that's their problem." The table echoed with laughter, and Harry began to unable to help himself. The following day, Harry received an owl from both his parents and Sirius. Much to his surprise, both had written that Dumbledore had told them what Harry had done and that they were so proud of him. Sirius added that he planned an extraordinary Christmas gift to reward Harry's bravery and chivalry in defending a girl's honor, and Harry couldn't help but wonder what it might be. A week after the incident, Harry was called into Dumbledore's office and was surprised to see that he was not the only one there. Standing next to Dumbledore's desk were Sirius, Molly, Arthur, Lucius Malfoy, and a beautiful blonde woman whom Harry did not recognize but who promptly pulled Harry into a hug when he approached. "You saved my little girl's honor," the blonde woman said softly, making Harry's eyes widen as he realized that this must be Draco and Ray's mother. "I will forever be grateful for that, Mr. Weasley." Lucius coughed slightly, and the wom and released her hold on Harry before backing away to stand next to her husband again. "I share Narcissa's view, Mr. Mr. Weasley," Lucius said quickly. "The Malfoy family are indebted to you for your actions." "Please, sir," Harry mumbled as he shuffled nervously. "I didn't do it for any reward or praise. I did it because it was the right thing to do." Molly smiled with tears in her eyes as though she couldn't be prouder. A sentiment shared by almost everyone in the room, save Lucius, who looked at the boy as though sizing him up. Nevertheless, Lucius said haughtily, "A reward is due, I think. Ask what you will, and it will be done." Sirius looked at Lucius as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing as Molly and Arthur's mouths dropped open in surprise. Harry simply stared at the floor, unsure what to do or ask for. "I have nothing to ask for, sir," Harry said simply, blushing with embarrassment, "but thank you, anyway." Lucius seemed irritated by Harry's response and opened his mouth to reply when his wife beat him to it. "You come from a noble house, do you not, Harry?" Harry looked up at the Malfoy matriarch in confusion for a moment before Sirius spoke for him. "He does. His father was the last head of the ancient and most noble house of Potter." Lady Malfoy nodded her head sharply at the words, turning to speak with Sirius, while Harry watched in sudden surprise at the revelation. "And yet he has not received any formal training on how to properly act like the future head of a house, has he not?" Narcissa asked, making Sirius pale slightly. "He is too young," Sirius said simply. "I was planning to begin his formal training this summer." "By my count, you are actually quite late in his training," Narcissa sniffed. "He should have begun learning years ago, cousin." Sirius seemed to pale even further with anger and simply stared at Narcissa for a moment before answering. "I had other duties that required my attention, cousin, as I'm sure you're well aware. I may be at fault for not starting Harry's training sooner, but that is hardly my fault. Narcissa raised an eyebrow at her cousin's words, and Sirius opened his mouth to retort when Narcissa cut him off. Then that is the reward that the Malfoy family will give Harry. I shall personally oversee his training in how to properly lead as the head of a noble family. That is if his family agrees, of course. Narcissa turned to Molly and Arthur at this, and both were staring at the Malfoy matriarch in shock to the point of silence. Finally, Molly seemed to regain her composure first and said in a soft voice, "Harry will have to learn these things eventually, I suppose. And I would rather he learn them sooner than later so as to avoid being taken advantage of by others, so I have no problem with it. So long as none of your pureblood mania is a part of the curriculum." Lucius colored angrily at the insult as Sirius chuckled slightly. Narcissa's lips seemed to tremble slightly as though she were fighting not to smile. "Now, see here, Weasley," Lucius began before his wife cut him off, "I will be sure to keep my own personal opinions to myself. Is that agreeable?" Molly and Arthur nodded quickly, and after a moment of sullen silence, Sirius did as well, making Narcissa smile warmly as she turned back to Harry, who had watched the events with shock. "Very well, then," Narcissa said warmly. "Then I shall come to Hogwarts once a week, and you and I shall begin turning you into someone who can properly lead a house one day. I will confer with Dumbledore about the specifics. Is that agreeable to you, Headmaster?" Dumbledore, who had been silent throughout the entire conversation, smiled warmly as Narcissa turned to face him. "Yes, I'm sure we can find some way to facilitate your requested training with Mr. Weasley." Quote, "Very good. Now, if there is nothing else, we really must be going," Lucius said haughtily as he made his way to the door of Dumbledore's office. Narcissa nodded warmly at Harry before she followed her husband, and the two were gone. What just happened?" Harry asked, making the room laugh softly. "What just happened, Harry," Dumbledore said warmly, "is that Narcissa Malfoy has agreed to train you on how to act like a noble so that you will one day be able to lead your own house in the Wizengamot one day.